We're on. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
Kinda did it already.
Yeah, but not on board. Do it.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the minutes be approved as presented today.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Bureau reports. Poultry Inspection Bureau.
Oh, these are under consent items,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman, so I'd ask if anyone wanted to pull out and talk about any one of them specifically.
A diagnostic lab out.
In there. Can we just pull the travel requests? I just want to ask one.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
let's start at
You can ask
Bureau.
clarifying questions.
Yeah.
Let's start at Bureau reports. We have Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau. You want to pull that out or not? Okay.
Move approved.
Milk and Egg Bureau. Okay, I need a motion to approve those two.
Move approval of bureau reports.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we're out of state.
I did not get who moved.
I did.
And I second it.
And John second. Out of state travel requests.
I move that we approve all of the travel requests.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Discussion?
Yeah, I just had a question on these. If these are the part of what we approved, I didn't go back and find my list. Is this, we supposedly approved all those travel requests in one chunk. Are these
Yeah.
part of them and just telling us what they are?
No, these are ones we didn't have at that time, yet. Didn't have enough to be able to talk about price, cost, those things.
Mr. Chairman, I think most of them are paid though through federal
Yes.
funds.
Majority of them are. And there are meetings that our staff have attended on an annual basis.
Well, except for we didn't have any money.
I guess I'm not against. I just thought when we had these, we kind of had it. When we had that whole list, we had place orders, place to be determined and stuff. So now we approved all those. Now we're getting 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, all at once. So I think it defeats the purpose of trying to get them together and look at them all as one. And even though it's federal money, it is still money. So, correct. I think we need to. At least I do.
All in favor?
Aye.
So be it. Looking for a word here. Opposition the same? No? Okay. That is the right word. You got it?
The travel is approved,
Yes.
and just 2 of the board ones, or 2 of the bureau reports.
Mhm. Old Business Finance Committee discussion, Mr. Scully.
Mr. Chairman, yesterday we held the Finance Committee meeting, posted at 3 o'clock. I want to identify for the record that in the past we have had 4 people invited. And in some cases we knew significantly ahead of time that all 4 were going to be there. And in doing so, you have to post public notice. We found out yesterday morning that all 4 were going to be there, and we posted it as an open meeting with an agenda as soon as we knew. And I'll go through the agenda in the report. Present at the meeting were the committee plus Lila. The committee is Ed and Nina, myself, and Lila, because Lila has been attending. Okay, predator control funding. We had asked prior to the meeting to have provided for the board predator control funding and a pie that would identify percentages and amounts as to where predator control management funds come from and where reimbursement and claims come from and the amounts for each. It's my understanding that Mr. Stiver called that in to Mike this morning, and so The confusion lies in terms of a budget discussion we had in July, I think was the time we had the budget discussion, or maybe it was the last meeting, and I'll get to that in a minute. But I want to cover the pie for predator control. So there's predator control management, and then there is reimbursement. George's board handles reimbursement for claims, and that amount, Mike, is how much?
$200,000 annually, and can hold up to $300,000 in the account.
Okay, and that money comes from,
General fund.
okay, and it is controlled by that board, correct?
Livestock Loss Board, correct?
Okay, and claims are submitted through George that are verified by rule by Wildlife Services for them to get paid. That's the specific rule. It's Wildlife Services only. It's not Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. It's not Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and Wildlife Services. It's Wildlife Services only. Okay? Then the pie for predator control management is
$350,000
$350,000 comes from where?
per capita fee.
Per capita fee. Okay? Next one.
What was that?
What's the next one? County petitions?
Okay, yeah, so looking at John's, and let me pull it back up here. Looking at John's outline, so for Wildlife Services, I would point out, just to be honest to what he presented, so it's about $296,000 per capita fee, because we have the 3 counties, they get to take their share of the per capita fee, and we have to pay helicopter insurance. So between those things, there's $296,000 of the per capita from DOL goes to them. For Wildlife Services, their cattle petitions are bringing in $539,177.
And cattle petitions, for those who are listening, are those petitions that are generated by cattle industry in a given county, signed by a majority, I believe, of the landowners.
Majority of the cattle.
Of the cattle landowners, cattle owners. And that money is $539,177, and it's voluntary, based upon their petition. Okay, and the next one?
Sheep petitions yield $84,863 for funding.
And the sheep petitions are, I assume, are the same as cattle petitions in terms of their forming? Okay.
And they receive $110,000 from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
Where does that money come from? Do we know?
We don't, I don't.
Okay.
Is it specific to what they can use it for?
Mr. Stiver would have to answer that question. I'm not sure if they're, I'm not familiar with their cooperative agreement with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
Just curious.
Initiated with a wolf introduction, and now from there on, I don't know whether it still has to be allocated just for wolf issues or not, but I think that's the only place that can.
But I think it's federal money as well.
Yeah, it's federal money.
So could we find that out and verify it so that we've got a pie for the public that can see where the money comes from that goes into Fish and Wildlife Services?
As far as USDA appropriations, for Montana, for Wildlife Services, it's 1.7 million of USDA appropriations. There are some other smaller cooperators that contribute in Montana to on the predator side. Montana Livestock Loss Board, he said that this information is incomplete, but he needed to talk to George Edwards this morning, but he's believing it's $20,000 they're receiving from the Livestock Loss Board This is coming from the Livestock Loss Board's secondary account where their rollover funds go to. So when their account
Right.
reaches $300,000, any amount in excess of that goes to another account that's not used to pay claims, but is to be used for mitigation of conflict in broad terms. And then there's $25,000 from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. There's $20,000 from the Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. And then there's $48,500 that comes from the Natural Resources Defense Council, Defenders of Wildlife, and Vital Ground. And the stipulation on that funding is it has to be used for non-lethal supplies such as electric fencing.
How much is that?
$48,500.
So that's probably what we use for these.
So, no.
We have to ask.
Okay, is that it?
That's it. He said that when he showed up today, he has a report from their office that will indicate how much wolf and grizzly bear work costs wildlife services in the state of Montana on an annual basis.
Well, it ought to cost at least that much.
And I just looked up, 110,000 is specified for wolf.
And it's federal money from where?
That's Fish and Game money, so I don't know if it's federal or not. That's from state Fish and
Well,
Game.
didn't it get downloaded from federal?
It's-
Well, we can ask him.
Yeah, you can ask him, but it got downloaded from the
That's
federal
right.
when they introduced
Federal
the
program, so it's not fishing.
They get allotted X amount of federal dollars, and this portion goes to wildlife services. That's the last I knew of it. Unless it's
Yeah, that's me too.
No, originally the 110 was for coyote wolf, and that was state Fish and Game money. I don't know.
Well, I
don't know.
was under the same belief that John is, but we'll find out when he gets here.
The question, Mr. Chairman, the county petitions are used specific to the counties.
Correct.
Where they're generated.
Right.
I think that needs to be on the record because I think all the people in the counties assume that's how it's used.
And I think there's two different kinds of county petitions for cattle. I can't remember. And the rules are different
Okay.
for the two different kinds. Because one, they have a committee that can download money in Madison County, for example, for the Helly's defense of their sheep lawsuit, I think. Well, I could come from the start. Anyway, I don't remember.
Mr. Chair, another point I think is probably more so for people listening, kind of piggybacks on the point that Lila made, which is a lot of times with county petitions, when they're contracting with wildlife services, folks may not understand that just like with the state government, the federal government has a required holdback for indirect costs associated, so the accounting, the overhead. So I know that because I've had conversations with people who've said before, you know, we have X amount of dollars in our county and we found out they were only spending so much to fly over territory. And the explanation for that is that, you know, there's a factor of 26, 27, 28%, whatever the federal government chooses, that has to be held back for indirect. So that's still part of the program, but when people look at their work plans, sometimes that has been surprising to people because their thought was every penny out of the petition went into aircraft and pilots. Some of it goes into accountants and administrators, but that's government.
Okay, so the next item then, anything more on that from the committee?
Mr. Chairman,
Sue?
if you had said they're going to make it into a pie chart or
Yes.
something more easy to understand
Yes.
for the public. Is that
Correct.
what's happening? Okay.
In our budget session, which I believe was in July, the staff presented to us a list of budget possibilities for us to consider to include in the submission that goes to the governor's office. In that was a consideration of predator control funds for $150,000. We voted to spend half that much each year to increase our existing per capita contribution by $75,000 per year. So that was mistakenly discussed as a decrease. But the whole issue in the public, but the whole issue is that it is and remains an increase in our previous amount of money spent under per capita of $75,000. So any need to make any more of that? So on the record, it's there. If anybody wants to follow up on it, can. So that would have been an increase to the original 350. That was the very first number that Mike gave us. Any confusion on that one?
Well, how did anybody get confused?
Well, because it was on the document that came out when it listed all our 35 or 40
Right.
increases. It had a question mark as to how much to increase, 150,000. So because we didn't increase it 150,000, somebody took that as a cut down to 75,000 and then promoted that motion. Okay, so it was a mistake. It was a mistake. So that's how they got it, and it came out on video. And anyway, so that's where we're at on Predator. Any other questions on that one? Okay, lab study and pricing. I'll make short work of this one, though it's very difficult. Evan and Brian and Mike and staff did a great job of putting them, and the lab staff, great job of putting together a comparative sheet dealing with various lab tests and other states. In addition to that, they have done cost analysis for the various lab activity and generated documentation that dealt with last year's increase of costs and compared to revenue, gross numbers. And so the next task is to try to take the price points that we have for various tests together with the funding requirements and mold the two together as to what recommendations they might make based upon what tests they would identify as to whether or not prices would be raised or not. And we have already submitted our budget considerations for general fund appropriation for public health portions of the lab and increased our payment pursuant to the legislative audit of the capital monies that were going into that budget. So the task now is to take what they have and by October or November at the latest, understand where we're going to be relative to price increase considerations, most likely to be in October. Until then, we won't disseminate piece parts of that information because it would, people could just jump off the edge of the dock and go one way. It's going to be combined. But they're doing great work. They're on track to get it done. And probably enough. Brian, anything? Mike, anything?
No, I really, Chair Skull, I really appreciate, having the finance committee take the time to take a look at what we've got so far and draw some tentative conclusions on that and give us some direction to move forward. That would be my comment.
Mike, anything? Committee, anything? And if for some reason, if you have an interest in a piece part of that, feel free to ask about it, but it'll come back as a more comprehensive piece. Okay, the next item I want to cover is dealing with the report. Well, I guess we can wait. Well, let's see. In your budget or in your agenda, I'll wait for the new business economic affairs, even though we did discuss the building at length at the finance committee report. I'll leave that for new business as the agenda item coming up next. So I'll stretch that one. Financial reports. Let me first go to the per capita fee rate. because September is the time where we are to consider increases or decreases for per capita. So what was the recommendation to the
Chair Scully,
committee?
the recommendation was for not an increase. That is on the agenda to talk later, but for some amplifying information.
Any comments about that? And that included the discussion of the alpaca decrease, correct? Correct. There was no recommendation to decrease the alpaca. Okay. Expense projections, you want to cover those?
No, they'll be covered during the fiscal bureau's full report later
Okay.
in the day.
Any expense comparison issues you want to cover?
It's not part of the report, we already have planned.
Okay, how about the OBP timetable?
Same.
Same.
Okay, and standard budgets I know is the same. So is there anything else that we left off the discussion other than the building?
Chair
The
Scully?
IT plan, is at length, and so I'll turn it over to
Chair Scully, that again is going to be later on in the agenda after lunch, but
let's go ahead and tango with that one now. We've got some time, or if you got people available to do it.
I do not.
Okay, all right.
And we want to get a couple more of those packets to the board members that weren't here for the
Okay.
meeting. We don't have those quite yet. So I would appreciate it if we could put that off until the
Okay.
agenda item.
Is there any-
And you may be getting there, but if I think you're wrapping up, so I'd add the point of other topics that we discussed were that we will conduct a stakeholder meeting and review of the upcoming biennium budget with organizations as we did last time.
I've got that on my building
Okay.
deal.
Okay, so we'll.
I even have
and we would
time
also-
frames for you.
We'll even talk to them about the building situation more in depth at that time, and so just that we will be holding that meeting sometime in the next 3 to 5 weeks.
Well, I've got it, I'll cover that, my wake-up call this morning.
Mr. Chairman, I have a request,
Okay.
that we figure out how to print that building thing.
Well, that's on my deal.
Yeah, good.
I got it.
Because either that or buy us all magnifying.
No, I got it right here. Number one item on the building is readable copy by October 1st and mailed out to stakeholders for review. People like Farm Bureau, state veterinarians, stockholders, stock growers and others.
It's very pretty when you look at it on the computer.
That's number one on your little list there.
Didn't print very well.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's it. We'll leave the others not far away. Anything else on that? That's the report of the Finance Committee with the items to be covered later.
Any other committee members have anything to say? Okay, policy and guidelines.
Policy
John.
and guidelines, this should be the last iteration of policies and guidelines. You'll note you each have a copy, I think. And note on the bottom of it, it has the date. And there was a couple corrections. Nina, do you want to just point out the corrections from the previous May document?
And I don't have that red one in front of me, but there was one place where we had policy and guidelines, or procedure and guidelines, and we switched it to policy and procedures. There was one place where we inserted the word wildlife, and other than that, Donna and I went through, and the punctuation is all consistent. Whether it's consistently right or consistently wrong, it is consistent throughout the whole document. And I think everything is perfect. There is one thing, Mr. Chairman, I would point out. On page 6, number 10, it says, all motions made at the meeting shall be reported, fully written, and restated by the board's assistant, that's Donna, before such motion shall be voted on. Donna, and that's something we had already put in here, but if she's listening to the recording of the minutes, and trying to figure out what it was we were making a motion on, it's very difficult. And so we obviously had thought about that before, and so I would ask on her behalf, because she's not going to say anything, that we follow our own rules and that we write our motions out, hand them to her before we vote on them to make sure that we have them in the minutes the way you want them. And you're frowning.
Well, because I think it becomes a practical problem, which is why it's been skipped. And I was just going to go back and remind us that we started this based upon the review of the policies and procedures in 2010. And there's been 2 or 3 iterations that have dealt with it. And Mike has redone the policies and procedures. It used to be procedures and guidelines, for those of you who have all the record. And there may be other things in here that you want to cuss and discuss. And there, I think there's an authority with the chairman to be able to go through these policies and procedures on the meeting pieces of it. Because it will become a practical impossibility for everybody to sit down there, write on the spur of the moment a message and delay it. And then have her record it if she's listening to the recording. I mean, these were written prior to recording taking place. So what we know we have a record of now is we have it on recording. So I'm not troubled if we don't write them all.
Case in point, last meeting, where we thought we had one number and we actually had.
Yeah, but you went back to the recording and it says what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And there are any number of times when any of us, all of us have said, that's what I want my motion to say, just write it down, whatever he said or she said. And that makes it kind of difficult. How should we deal with that?
Well,
Be more explicit when we're actually making a motion?
My view of the world is that just be clear with regards, have Donna make you repeat what your motion is,
Okay.
so it's clear on the record what the motion is, move forward, and then whenever the new board, the next board, whatever board wants to review policies and procedures, they may get rid of all kinds of stuff. I don't know what to do. But I understand the question you raised, but it would delay meetings, I'm afraid.
Yeah, the meetings.
If we had to each handwrite our motion and then each handwrite a second, we'd be in a problem. But remember, these were generated when there was no recording. And when the secretary took notes and sometimes didn't ask you to repeat it, so there may be some other stuff.
As long as we can help Donna with her work.
Well, she should feel free to interrupt us if it's not clear.
Is that it for policy and procedures? Yeah. All right, guidelines, new business, economic affairs intern committee update.
Mike and I were both at economic affairs. Mike gave a great update to the committee. I'll let him go forward that, and I'll deal with the building piece.
Yes, so the main purpose of us being on the agenda for economic affairs, one, there was going to be a rule review, which turned out to be not a big whoop, but we had been prepared that potentially we needed to be there to answer questions on DSA expansion and the expansion of vaccination to additional counties. That there have been some questions about that within the committee from among their constituents. I don't know if the myriad of public meetings we held beforehand solved that or not, but no one asked a question when we got to the meeting. The secondary piece, or probably the primary piece, more so, was to present the legislative concepts for potential drafting that the board had approved earlier in the year and that had gotten through the governor's office. For a reminder, there were 9 issues that were placed before the board. The board approved all 9. The governor's office approved 8 of the 9 to move forward. The one of the 9 that didn't get approved to move forward was adding goats to the estuary list. And your guess is as good as mine why that seemed problematic to someone. So we presented them. There were no questions from the committee. The only thing I think that is a bit concerning at this time is that one of our main reasons for wanting to get those in front of the Economic Affairs was to get an endorsement from the interim committee. We did not receive that. My understanding is they didn't do that for any legislation that was presented. We were first on the docket and left when we were done. My understanding is any of the other agencies, ag, others that have oversight by Economic Affairs, that there was no vote taken up or down about supporting any legislation. And it's par for the course. I was told later in the day that all the interim committees have taken that. What that basically means, though, is it just puts the work back on us to work to find a sponsor, do the drafting, and work those things through. Where usually, if you have committee support, you would have had a little more. You had more assistance with drafting, and your bill would have come forward in the session showing that it had already been basically approved and sponsored by the Economic Affairs Interim Committee. So it just puts a little more work on us getting prepared for legislative session, but it's not anything specific to us. It's par for the course of how all the interim committees have reacted here at this point in the year. So I don't take that as any sort of indication of anything. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, that's it.
That's it on legislation.
MP update.
Or I'll do the building.
John Castro.
Okay, you'll remember that Economic Affairs, there was also a interim committee that dealt with the lab building, and we inquired about the result of that activity. You have in front of you a document. You will remember that we contributed $75,000. We asked for $75,000 during the last session for us to do payment of fees for planning for this building. And what the legislature did was create an interim committee to try to put all labs into one building. All labs was loosely defined. We were asked to contribute $75,000 out of the funds that we have, and we did. As a result of that, you have a document in front of you that was produced for the committee by LPW Architects. And in that document, there was comparison done dealing with the existing facilities and what facilities others in the new lab, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, others have looked at. They looked at the wool lab, they looked at the FWP's lab, and when it came down to it, there wasn't a lot of interest, evidently, in the committee by individual members. Some didn't attend meetings, and in the end, to quote Senator Vance, the money was spent and there was no real result that they can support other than the fact that this document was published. So, what do we do about that? And it appears, based upon the committee's activity in the interim, and the report of Mike and others who attended some of the meetings, that the diagnostic lab was basically left standing alone. If you go back to 2 years ago, or 3, in December, at the winter meeting of wool growers and stock growers, wool growers hosted a discussion of having a lab constructed and built, and was being chaired by wool growers. Nina and Lila and I attended that meeting because it was during stock growers, and we were all down there. After that, this board, identified Lila and Nina as committee members to participate with wool growers, and it proceeded during the interim without much getting accomplished, and there was to have been a schematic, my understanding, a schematic, and they can speak to it, schematic and guesstimate from the Extension Service as to what would be needed for a new lab, and that documentation never arrived here, and to our knowledge, and my knowledge, never was created. And when it came time for the interim committee, none of that was presented. So let me stop there for just a second, because this gets more laborious here in a minute. Am I on track so far?
Yeah, because the meetings that, the meeting, at least one for sure, that we were supposed to have, we never, nothing was, there was no information, we never, the Cruzado or anything, we never had another meeting.
Prior to that happening, there was Economic Affairs Committee had a brief discussion about the lab in the Economic Affairs, and that's a record where MSU was not very interested in anything dealing with the new lab building, and stated that Mr. Ellig was there, as was another person in charge of buildings on campus. I can't remember which. So that leaves us with the consideration of one option that was in here, which was Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, who at one point had said they would be willing to join us in a building. And then they said they'd be willing to join us, but wanted to be separate in the building. And that option of joining us and being separate is in this document. So now what do we do? So I have, unfortunately there was gunshots last night that I thought I heard. At least woke me up. So it woke me up long enough to go downstairs and borrow a pen from the desk and deal with the building. And so I have had printed for you on my scribble a document that the left-hand side, Brian, do you have this?
I do not.
I'm not sure you want it, but I'll give you a copy of it.
I'll take it.
And so let me go through it. There's two different things here because it was printed together. One's dealing with the IT plan, so forget about that. That's on the right-hand side on both pages. So let me go, the building is on the left. So where do we go from here? This is an outline that you can throw away, you can accept it, you can change it, whatever you want. This is
Buildings
just,
on the right.
pardon?
Might be-
Buildings on the,
That's IT, right?
the one I got in my hand has IT on it.
Oh, well, one says IT and one doesn't, so whether.
This is the one you're talking about.
Okay, the one that doesn't say IT, yes. On this one, it's on the left.
There we go.
All right, so you probably can't read it even if it's on the
Oh, yeah.
right.
Starts with number one.
Okay, so number one, because this, when you look at it, causes you the inability to read it, even though online it's very readable. You can get it online by going to Economic Affairs and scrolling through their report and read it online. And it's very readable there and well presented. But I've asked in my outline that a readable copy be completed and printed by October 1st and mailed to stakeholders for review. Stakeholders, I list some of those: Farm Bureau, the State Veterinary Association, stock growers, and there will be others that would be interested in that lab. And you should all chime in as to who they ought to be. Second, that the staff in Helena and the lab concur or amend the proposal on its face with detail concerning function and size of space by October 15th. So we've had a period of time that it can be reviewed. They ought to look at that and do best guess, not, they need to say, look at it, say, yep, that fits with what we're doing now. It's equal to our footprint. It's less than our footprint. We need it bigger. We need it smaller. If you add it smaller or make it bigger, say so, and get that done by October 15th. Then a cost estimate be provided by October 15th for any deletions or additions. There's a square footage price in here, in the proposition here. And so if the staff decides to add 12,000 square feet, they ought to put a guesstimate together what that costs, and if they limit any square footage, a guesstimate. Review those changes and any other issues with the board at the October meeting, which obviously assumes there will be one, 5, itemize capital expenditures for required operation with reoccurring one-time items identified with a timeline related to the construction and/or obsolescence. Now, that what I'm shooting at is when I look at the plan that comes out, there's no real itemization of, if I have a new building, are you going to use the same old furniture? I don't know whether you are or not. If you're going to have this new building, does it contemplate using the same tools and whatnot? I have no idea. But some guesstimate, and I said also, you could be in a situation right now where there's planned obsolescence of functional capital expenditures, and we have that list. It's just a matter of corralling it and put that together so that you would have then an item, some idea of cost of the building in the grand scheme of things, plus the capital expenditures for equipment within it. Then number 6, establish and hold a meeting with stakeholders prior to November 15th. So we've identified the stakeholders. This document's been mailed to them as the work of the intercommittee, but our job is to hold a meeting with our stakeholders prior to November 15th. Why November 15th? Because we'll get to that later relative to what's in here, but it's a time frame that the legislature sort of foists upon us. And staff can change or alter those if absolutely, or the stakeholders can. And what are we going to do? We're going to review the current biennial financials with specifics to the first year end and projections for the second. B, review the new lab proposal. C, discuss options for moving forward, i.e. long-range planning, long-range building activity, Congress, university activity, etc. D, review legislative requests, etc. New House Bill 3 that deal with our current financials. E, review budget for 2021. F, per capita status, revenue, cash, and whatever action we take today. Predator management, Ray R. Pie. Any issues with brucellosis?
What does it say after predator management? Sorry, I can't. I didn't.
Predator reimbursement.
Oh, reimbursement.
So that they know,
Yeah.
so that the stakeholders know the information we just got here
okay.
and where predator reimbursement is. So for predator, so that's the content of the meeting besides the building with our promised stakeholders, and that's already been promised, but I just outlined any issues. 7, after that meeting, develop option, or before, I didn't put a timetable on it. So it could be done before or after. Develop options for lab operations. A, emergency response, any dysfunctional building issues. And I wrote in there those listed and any others in parentheses. You will find when you look in this document that there are comments made. If you will look at our audit for accreditation, there are comments made. If you look at what happens at the lab, there have been issues raised where we as a board have said, does any of these issues raised affect the health and safety of our workforce as a primary issue? Can you get over it? Dealings with the building. And B, if you have those kind of emergency response plans and any dysfunctional activity on building issues, what would be the functional adjustments you would make for personnel and testing based upon the identified contingency? One of those contingencies could be based on the building that says we only get $10 rather than $10 million. If you did that, what would you do? One of those could, so it's a brainstorming thing for the staff, and it protects them to be able to come to the board without saying, hey, let's just walk away tomorrow afternoon and not do thus and such. So it's discussing what you would do in the event going forward. Another option, what if we never get any money? Then what happens? Or what if there's one function in the building plan that's so expensive we can't afford to do it, you want to change it? But it's based upon what the plan for the building is in our financials. 8, at the May board meeting, establish A, building process options and make choice for proceeding, considering legislative outcome. So if there's long-range planning submissions, or if there isn't, or if there's anything else takes place during the legislative, for the board in the month of May to agree to move forward. Obviously, they can agree not to. B, analyze the function and service choices based upon likely outcome. So if you have $1 or $10 again, what functional choices would you have to make? If, what if the incinerator goes down? What if the ventilation system doesn't work? What if you don't get money? What if the longevity of the mugwump system doesn't last? What choices do you have to make? And then engage stakeholders and the community with regards to those choices. So, in the past, we've had a discussion in the 90s. Chase Serpent had a committee that discussed closing the lab. They chose not to. That's come up from time to time. It came up, 3 years ago about closing the lab. We chose not to. We closed the lab briefly, a portion of the activity last spring, and that raised a lot of, we have a state veterinarians group who put together all this information about wanting to keep the lab in Montana and keep it viable. So that's the notes I've made relative to a process that allows us to take this, scratch our heads over it, add or subtract from it. No, it's not perfect. An option may be, we discussed yesterday, an option may be going forward with a full architectural plan and having the authority to spend it, to engage a full architectural plan based upon this or based upon amendments to it. That could come out of the legislature. Legislature could ignore it, and then it's still all in our lap. There may be some change relative to fish, wildlife, and parks, all that. So it's fluid. It's not, so anyway.
So about those 8 pieces, anybody that was at that meeting, any additions, subtractions? Maya?
The one thing, one of the early Economic Affairs Committee meetings, several committee members offered buildings in their town.
Right.
So keeping the lab in Bozeman perhaps is part of the discussion.
Well, did I leave that out? No, on 8, I talk about building process options going forward based upon legislative outcomes. So that would clearly be one. And did I put it? I don't think I have it anywhere else. Why not? I don't have it. That would be an option. And so in this discussion we had, for example, briefly yesterday, was that it may be that you could do be facetious now. This isn't something to be videoed and spread around, but we could do brucellosis testing in the basement of the building rather than down there. If that's all we were doing, that's being facetious. There is no facility in the basement of this building, so that speaks directly to that. Or you could do it a limited version of function and depending on the space available or money available. If this is the Cadillac you want, or if this is a Buick you want, are you stuck with a Volkswagen because you have no money and it'll do the job to serve the industry? But we got to act, and the staff can't be sitting here not figuring out what they should do if things go bad. And I think we're asked in our accreditation to do something. So anyway, there's an outline, all our things could be changed. And there could be in the stakeholder meetings with the industry and others, that whole issue of location will absolutely.
We're absolutely going to come around. Anybody else at that meeting? Additions, subtractions from John's list? Mike, is it doable?
Is what doable?
That list.
Sitting here, that's very doable. No, the list, yeah, we'll see. It's all contingent upon funding. I mean, I think we know at the height of it, we're talking about a multi-million-dollar project that, you know, I will say if we pursue it alone, I mean, one of the things that was good about as you look through the documents and as I've analyzed them, one of the things that was good about the combined complex with multiple partners is there are fees and costs into a project of this type that are sort of fixed, and would be good to be able to share across multiple buckets, such as the design fees, you know, some of those things that go beyond just cost of construction, you know, because it doesn't cost much more to design a 40,000 square foot space than it does a 30,000 square foot space. So by going alone, you bear 100% of some of those costs where you could have shared them with others. I think it's a heavy lift, but I know there's folks out there listening who, you know, and I think we've had support for the lab and people understand, you know, the need for it and know that, you know, it's not a permanent situation we find ourselves in, and a solution's got to come. You know, some concept of a solution has to come in the next year and a half to 2 years. Not a new facility built, but at least something concrete. We have to know which way we're going within the next 2 years.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, in case there are people out there who need to be giving us input in this and they're not listening, do you have some way you're going to, or a list of people you'll send this to so that they look at the timeline and see what sort of information is needed, if they care to put in?
Well, first of all, I think Mr. Scully alluded to the fact that when we meet with our stakeholders later this fall, which, you know, includes a number of partners, all of whom have been supportive in the past on the issue of the lab, you know, I think that's the first group that you make them understand exactly what the situation is and what the need is, you know, so they can work legislative partners. You know, we'll continue to work through the executive branch and through the governor's office to see what options are there. Some early conversations have taken place in regard to that on my end, that I'll continue to move forward. You know, as far as input into what the building needs are, you know, actually upon review of the document, you know, I feel pretty good about the preliminary recommendations that the contractors put forward. They did a lot of due diligence. They spent a lot of time at the lab. They spent time with our personnel. They spent time with me. They did stakeholder sessions. You know, one group, I don't know, and Dr. Zalewski's not sitting back there, of whether you know, our veterinarian association was you know, how much they may have been engaged in the process by the study committee, because we weren't driving the bus on that. The legislature was driving the bus on that. You know, but the other good thing is the architecture firm that John mentioned is one that's worked on, or is currently working on, several other diagnostic labs around the country. You know, so I feel very confident that they found a good partner, and that the information that's in there, you know, is pretty solid. Now, the leap from that to blueprints is big, but you know, so I don't know as far as input on the actual facility itself. I think we're already in a good direction there. The real issue is gaining the support to get the funding and the will to complete what, for an agency of our size, is a very big project.
Well, and I was remiss not mentioning, Mike has already gone over to the governor's office, so we're not trying to do this one-off. And I would just also reiterate what I may have confusingly said about item number 7, is that whether there's a new building or whether there isn't, there still has to be contingency plans, and that's why I didn't put a time frame on it for emergency or other dysfunctional activity that takes place there.
You mentioned congressional
Yeah, 'cause I mean,
discussion, will they be invited to the stakeholder meeting?
No,
Representatives?
this is the notion of getting the group together here and getting a plan put together before you would go to the congressional delegation. But there is, at one time, 2 or 3 years ago, there was overtures made about the notion that there was a bill that we could have possibly gotten into, I want to say it's like 4 years ago now, with fish and wildlife going together, that might have worked at the congressional level. So you're either going to have higher education through the Board of Regents funded, and the likelihood of that is minimal or less. And then you have a pure outright appropriation from the legislature. That won't happen for sure this year. It may not happen. You've got an appropriation out of Congress, or there's matching, or somebody could write you a check, which is going to be about the same as getting it through the regions. So that leaves you with congressional activity. And that's just, but to do that, you'd have to have stakeholders lined up, and they'd have to know our financials and look for a way to figure out how to pay for it and operate it.
And I would say currently, obviously I don't know where it is in prioritization, but all 3 congressional staffs in Montana are aware, because they communicate with us often to see what we're dealing with, and this has always been high on my list in my conversations with them. I think all 3 have someone on their staff that's dedicated, not just working through the congressional legislative process, but also federal grants and programs that are out there. So they have staff whose job is to work with constituents in Montana. I'm assuming, because I haven't heard anything, nothing's come across the plate that they have seen as an opportunity, but those are conversations that will continue with all 3 of our representatives in Washington, in case there is either a federal grant program or a legislative opportunity to get funding. Unfortunately, I would say the age of the earmark is over in DC. It has been for a while, and so there's not many bridges to nowhere anymore. They kind of took care of that about 5 or 6 years ago. Not that this is a bridge to nowhere. I don't want to equate that this is the same type of project, but those types of things are harder to come by. So I'd say most likely our best opportunity at a federal level is finding some sort of grant funding that could help offset some of the costs. There has been conversations in the past about corporate funding, although as a state agency, I don't really know how we deal with that. If there's someone who wants to put a little money in the pot, particularly from the animal health world, so pharmaceutical companies and those types of things, and that usually comes with strings attached that we may not be comfortable with either, but that has been bounced around in the past, but not really seriously discussed.
Anything else, John?
No.
Committee?
I just have a comment. When we first started this, there was a lot of enthusiasm for getting a new lab done. And we kind of asked people to kind of cool their jets and let's go through the process. I think we at least have something now, whether the committee, whether they had a lot of attendance or not, we've got more than what we had to start with. And now I think we at least have something to show those people that are interested in helping us, that we've got something to start with, and when we can read it, it'll even be more exciting. But that they can look at too, because I think there are a lot of people out there that seriously know what we need and can hopefully help us get there. Because I'm not about to give up on it, so I don't think any of this board is yet. So.
Well, to that end, Mr. Chairman, Senator Vance was very disappointed in what took place. I think he had higher expectations. But had we gotten the $75,000 from last session to do it, we wouldn't have gotten any better architectural firm or any better product for that $75,000 that we got now because these people, other people helped pay, not as much as we did. They paid about half of that. So the committee really did do us a real service. And you do have at least a few people in the legislature who understand our plight. So with that, I guess I would move that we would proceed forward with regards to that outline on the building. Unless somebody wants to
Well, I
change it.
assume that. Mm-hmm.
Is that a motion?
Mhm.
That's a second, I second that.
Did you get that?
And I have it in writing. I have this one in writing.
There you go.
Move forward on what?
Move forward on these 8
On the building.
points of John in the building.
She has a copy of it.
Lila second.
And I second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same? IBPM update.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, actually, I put this on the agenda because I realized someone had brought it to my attention. I can't remember which board member brought it to my attention last meeting, that it had just been a while since we had discussed it. And so I thought it prudent to take a few minutes to sort of just catch up, where things are in the IBMP process and what's going on. And it's also, the timing turned out to be apropos, because there was some news stories this week about bison population counts and other things that feeds into some of the decisions that will be coming up. The next meeting is in November at Chico Hot Springs. And I can't remember the date, I'll get the date. I always encourage anyone from the livestock community to attend. It can sometimes be a quite educational experience. And if you do, you'll get to feel special because you'll be one of the few livestock producers in the room. As far as where things are at, just sort of a reset on IBMP. So we have our 3 meetings a year. There's not a whole lot of decisions that get made in IBMP. There's a lot of scientific presentations. There's a lot of talk about various aspects. There's public input, in regards to what's going on. But really for the IBMP, there are the 3 major pieces of oversight that the body has responsibility for is the overall adaptive management plan, which sets up what activities can take place in the management of wild buffalo emanating from Yellowstone National Park, and what the partner responsibilities within those different areas of management are. And so when we make decisions, sometimes it's about adding or taking away from the adaptive management plan. The other thing each year is the winter operations plan has to be agreed upon by the partners. So that's coming up here in November. So we're currently in the process of drafting a winter operations plan. It rarely changes. I mean, it changed a couple of years ago with the advent of tolerance on the north and the west side, which changed activities a little bit. But now that that's been in place for several years, I don't foresee a lot of change to the winter operations plan. One thing to mention about the winter operations plan, though, that is included in that is what will happen with goals for population in the coming year. So that's where it kind of feeds into the news story that's been around this week. So Yellowstone annually completes their count, and from that comes a recommendation of what needs to be done to maintain an appropriate population. One of the things I'll say about the news articles this week, that we concur that information is true. They did do a pretty aggressive cull of their population in the last year, which yielded a slight decrease in bison population. One of the things that wasn't present in the article, but I do want to state for the record of the Board of Livestock, is you may say, well, why did an aggressive cull not yield a larger decrease in population? There was a miscount on the previous year by Yellowstone. So the central herd, which was believed to be really dwindling, they missed about 300 head in their central herd count, or maybe 300 went from the north back to the central, I don't know. But this year, the central herd count is above average. And so that's why, you see some discrepancy in those numbers. Another thing you saw in that news article was Yellowstone's statement that was okay, that there was a slight decrease. I appreciate their saying that, because 42 to 4,500 is manageable. I'll point out that the adaptive management plan of IBMP states 3,000. But one of the things we've realized is there's not really a commonality of language. So, the question recently at a meeting was, well, are we talking before calving numbers or after calving numbers? Because that makes a big difference, right? And especially when you've got a recruitment rate of roughly 15% in that population. So one of the things we all agreed to is, okay, that's fine. Let's talk about after calving numbers, because that's when you're doing your count. And so that's why you might see conversations in IBMP about a number that's north of 3,000, but that's because we're talking about after calving numbers, not before calving numbers, what the breeding population is before you get into the season. So that I wanted to point that out. And so even if you hear us not really getting excited about numbers around 4,000, it's because we now all understand and have agreed when we talk numbers to be commonality, we're going to talk after calving numbers, not pre-calving numbers. Which I don't know that was even considered in the original adaptive management plan, whether the number of 3,000 was supposed to be a post-calving or pre-calving number. So we've got to get that done at the upcoming meeting. I've addressed the Yellowstone bison population counts and that information. I did want to take a little bit of time to address quarantine process and protocols, because that's something that's been way out in the public view. There continues, I'm not going to say that we've put all the issues to bed, there continues to be disputes about the proper ways and timelines to do things. Yellowstone, with their Stevens Creek facility, is pursuing quarantine. They do have cohorts of bison held for quarantine. They do now have a facility that is more appropriate for quarantine than what the original trap was, based on suggestions from the Department of Livestock, based on suggestions from USDA APHIS. They've made quite a few adjustments to that facility over the last year to be able to segregate animals properly, to be able to do the things they need to do to run a quarantine. Things as simple as only having one chute system to handle animals. Well, if you're quarantining animals, you can't, even though you have the population segregated, you need separate handling facilities, right? So things of that nature that are the types of upgrades and things that have been done there. The group that's there is being tested on a regular basis. DOL is present for that testing. So we send one of our veterinarians down on the days when they're testing. They are removing the positive animals from that group. And it's all males that we're talking about at the present time, all bulls, until they get to a point of having all negative tests and having a time period after that to alleviate concerns that we would still have something in incubation. So what's a little bit not agreed upon yet is the memorandum of agreement of what happens with bison once they meet the obligation of quarantine. Because under federal rules, once released from quarantine, there is still a required assurance period. And so that wherever they go when they leave quarantine, there still has to be some inventory control, mandatory testing for up to a year after whatever partner received that, which is similar to what happened with Turner the first time quarantine, when the actual quarantine feasibility study was done, and the bison that were released from the bison quarantine feasibility study went to Ted Turner's ranch for quality assurance and were held there. And that's still part of the federal rules. So if there's hang-ups at this point is hammering out a memorandum of agreement on how that will be done and how the oversight of that will be done once they find their way to a new location. So that's the update of kind of where we are in the quarantine process. No animals have moved from there yet. As you know, they had a cohort that was on track. They were released, which set their quarantine back to 0. And then they captured more animals. They had another release, a security breach, if you will. And so at the current time, there's a cohort there, and as long as they're able to maintain them behind a fence and don't have another security breach, the timeline is working and the process is working its way through. That's kind of where we are in that process. But that's been a big topic at at IBMP because it's obviously seen as one of the options for removing bison from the Yellowstone population in a manner that is safe to the livestock industry, but doesn't require slaughter of the animal, such as the hunt or the administrative harvest that takes place. I guess I should mention there, I don't know what Yellowstone's going to come forward with numbers, but based on what I saw in the paper, my assumption, if you show up at the IBMP meeting, you'll probably hear them talking about numbers in the 600 to 900 range, if I've done my math right, of what they would say to maintain that population where it is presently that would need to be removed during this next winter operation season by a combination of things, whether that be a small contingent removed via quarantine, a contingent removed via the tribal hunts that take place, and the continuation of administrative harvest. I think it's important for the board to hear that the actual harvest of the bison for meat, ITBC is no longer taking those shipments. So pretty much CSKT, there's been a couple of other tribes that have been in and out. CSKT is largely the last tribe left that is taking those bison in significant numbers. So I would say that would be difficult for the group if we find ourselves in a place that there were no tribes willing to consign and take bison for slaughter. So I don't know if that's what the future holds for us, as far as that part of the program is concerned. But it is a trend that I've noticed over my 3 years dealing with it, that we're seeing less appetite among the tribal partners to participate in that part of the process. And so that's my update, and gladly will entertain questions. I see there's one right here.
Well,
or comments.
No, and we've kind of talked about this before. Is there any possibility of talking with Interior and getting permission on those tribal hunts for if those animals are just outside the park and they go back in the park when hunting starts, that Interior would allow the tribes to go a given distance back into the park to, what am I trying to say here, to get the gut piles, etc., away from where the public are, because of course the bears, etc., come into that. Has there been any discussion of talking with Interior to see if that would help at all? Because the ones that are coming just out of the park, of course, are the problems.
More than a discussion of having a discussion with Interior, the discussion has been had with Yellowstone National Park and their
No, I don't mean the park. I mean Interior.
It's the same thing. And the conversation is obviously the Lacey Act put in place long ago prohibited the hunting activities inside the park. Now, in the history of Yellowstone National Park, so this is a conversation I've had directly with them, with not the superintendent, but with ranger management. In conversations with them, with people who have a long history, is that obviously Yellowstone has not always abided by that. There previously, years ago, were elk hunts that took place in Yellowstone National Park. However, there was a court case that was brought, and there was eventually a conversation that took place that said, based on federal law, these hunts should not even be taking place. So what was happening is there were legal hunts that were taking place, but then there was also poaching. And so Yellowstone was faced, and I don't know if it was the state of Wyoming or it's maybe it was probably the U.S. District Court, most likely where it come from, that said, as long as you're violating federal law by allowing legal hunting to take place, we're not going to prosecute any of your poaching cases because you're not adhering to your own law to begin with. So that was long ago, 20, 30 years ago, sort of set and locked Yellowstone, and I would assume locks any park that's covered. I am not an expert on every provision of the Lacey Act, other than it sort of locked them into the Lacey Act is the overarching piece there, and unless Congress changes that, allowing any hunting inside of the park. you're not, I mean, there have been calls for that. Tribal partners have said it at IBMP, so I'm not stating anything that was on the record, have stated that you know, they encourage the Department of Interior and the National Park Service and Yellowstone in general to consider allowing hunting in the park, because they think that it would be, you know, better for fair chase hunting. It would be safer for the community surrounding the park. It would be more effective in population control. Potentially, the hunting could be done at better times of the year. You know, you could do it in the fall when the animals still have some flesh on them, as opposed to the dead of winter, you know, when they don't. And you know, it would, for all concerned, the animals, the community. So tribal, you know, those who have the treaty rights have pushed the federal government on that issue, and the answer has been no, and the answer has always been the Lacey Act. So that, you know, those, and I would say we've been in this process. You know, we've had as high as the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Interior in these conversations at times. So it's gone pretty far up the food chain.
So if the tribes are no longer going to take the animals that are slaughtered, will the hunt continue, or will they become complacent about the hunt? Which goes back to then what sort of population control will there be?
Yeah, I can't predict the future. However, I think that's the reason why I raised the concern. We've you know, the administrative harvest, my terminology, what I call it, the administrative harvest is, and I actually stole that from Tom McDonald, who's the game manager, wildlife manager, natural resource manager, can't remember his title, for CSKT. So I stole it from him. You know, it is most years accounted for over half, mostly 2/3 of the population removal. So I think you can do the math that if you lose that tool, I'm not saying the hunt can't get more, but the most we've been able to get from the hunt in any given year is 200 to 300 in the time I've been here. Now, some would say that's one of the conversations that often comes up at IBMP, is that if the trap was not in operation, if they were not trapping bison at the edge of the park, and allowed them to get past the trap, their hunts would be more successful. That's a point that's been raised many times. You know, they would actually, you know, be able to take more animals, but they're not getting to the federal unclaimed lands off the park where they have the right to take the animals, because when they hit the trap, they go in the trap. You know, those are always issues between the park and the tribal partners that are always being ironed out at the IBMP table. We're not really a party to those talks because we, you know, that's between the federal government and the tribal government. You know, but it still happens at that IBMP table, and so that's why I know kind of what the points are. But as I said, I don't want to predict the future, but if you had no partners for an administrative harvest, based on what I've seen in my limited time of 3 years with this issue that's been going on for decades, the math tells me that it would make it very hard to maintain the population at the present numbers that they're at now.
Anything else? Thank you. Let's see the beef counts.
Before you go off that, this is sort of on the side of it, Mr. Chairman. What's our obligation relative to bison in the Prairie Reserve, and how do we meet it?
So a few things that I think are important to know about Prairie Reserve is they are domestic bison. They are per capita fee-paying bison. And so under our regulations, they are treated as domestic bison, which means whenever they're moved, they have to have a bison transportation permit. So if they sell bison to another entity, or if they move bison from one ranch to another, they have to get a bison transportation permit to move those animals, which means they have to you know, give their origin, their destination, the owner, the driver, and the number of head, male or female, that they're moving. Obviously, they fall under as domestic animals. They fall under animal health, and we have, you know, obligation to serve them just as we serve cattle producers, sheep producers. You know, if there was a need or they had something that they needed our assistance with. We would also, under the USDA APHIS rules, under our own MDOL rules, obviously they'd be subject to quarantine if they were found to have diseases, tuberculosis, those such things. We would treat that population the same as we would treat a domestic herd because, well, I shouldn't say it that way. It is a domestic herd, so all domestic animal regulations apply.
So relative to brucellosis management, suppose a wandering elk should appear that has brucellosis in the prairie reserve. It's going to happen. The position taken for livestock owners dealing with bison coming out of the park or with elk and brucellosis is separation. Prairie reserves going exactly the opposite. They have, my understanding, asked BLM and gotten approval to get rid of fences and get rid of separation. And so maybe I'm being too negative here, but it seems to me with the elk population that we now have and what it does and doesn't do, it won't be long before there are brucellosis carrying elk in the prairie reserve. So are we doing anything with anybody? Is anybody doing anything as to how we would manage that? I think of it similar to chronic wasting disease. We've known it's coming and all of a sudden we have a plan the day it hits. Should we be doing anything about that?
So,
Doc must have been
yeah,
watching
a
TV.
couple of things I will attempt to say here, and we'll see. This will be a test. Dr. Slutsky will see if I've earned my jackleg BBM yet. As I said, they are under law domestic animals. So what that means is what they do with their interior fences is their business, but I do think it leads over to get to your other question, is that they still have to maintain exterior fencing. Under the laws of the state of Montana, there is no tolerance for domestic bison running at large. In other words, open range does not apply to bison. So any bison that is not on its property is a stray bison, is bison at large. And I've always told property owners in the areas adjacent to the prairie reserve, when they call me about those types of issues or say, what do I do if? I say, you call your district investigator. It's a domestic animal. We can deal with it. It's not wildlife. The wildlife rules under Title 87, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, those are not wild bison. That does not apply to them. We have to apply the domestic bison laws and rules. So, number one, they can't be at large. They can take out all the exterior fence they want. They have to, interior fence. They have to maintain exterior fence because otherwise they would be operating contrary to state law. As far as disease management, if we have, as you saw the decision tree a few months ago of how we would expand DSA, right? So if we have infected elk with domestic animals that can get the disease during the risk period, then that triggers a DSA. So if we had, if the two shall meet, if we had the expansion of APR's footprint and where they have bison, domestic bison, and we have elk overlap that, and we have that during the risk period, that we would consider that DSA. They would be treated, if you want to see a template for how they're treated, a lot of Turner bison are in the DSA. And so they have herd management plans, they have testing before shipping, they have all the same requirements that cattle producers do. And I would dare say if we're having that risk with APR's domestic bison, that we will have the same risk with the cattle in the area, so we would be dealing with it the exact same way. Vaccination, if you remember our vaccination rules, that applies to sexually intact bison and cattle. So
the bison coming out of the park are wildlife, right?
They're wildlife, but as a domestic bison, if they're in one of those counties that requires vaccination, they would be required to vaccinate their animals.
What about a bison that goes from the park to the prairie reserve?
From the park to the prairie reserve, well, that would be a wild animal and would be treated as a wild animal.
How is it
Well,
identified?
Doc's got something.
So
Because I suspect we're gonna have bison over the range in our area, and there'll be wildlife, and so the rules aren't gonna apply the same as they would if they get loose over on Prairie Reserve.
So, Mr. Chairman, the discussion came up about transferring Yellowstone bison to the American Prairie Reserve in the past. I believe there was a significant public opposition to that effort because it would be a transfer of public wildlife to a private entity or a not-for-profit entity. Regardless, it would be no longer in the public domain, and so I haven't heard any more discussions in that regard. So that was part
Except
of the
for they went to
discussion.
Turner.
Correct. Under some very unique
Yeah.
circumstances. So, yeah.
And I'd also point out, I think it's along that line, and I've said it in this meeting before, and I'll say it again because I don't think we can say it enough, is as of yet, and it's a question that has been asked and has not been completely answered, because it gets asked of us all the time. So it's a question I've asked FWP, and a question we would continue, is that how does a domestic animal, so going the other direction, how does a domestic animal become a wild animal when it's been domestic? And I would say that, and this is more of a position, more of a statement, but to me, I think we have a good litmus test for that. We have alternative livestock farms in Montana raising deer and elk. And if that was to liquidate under law, you cannot allow those elk to just go join the wild population and go on their merry way. They're euthanized. And so, because of the threat they would propose going back the other way, because they've been managed differently. And so I think, I don't know that that's how the future of the law, once again, I can't predict the future and what future legislators may pass or may fail. But I would say, to me, from a position standpoint, is that I look at those two things the same. So, what we've done with captive servants with elk and deer is similar to how we should look at captive bison should someone want to turn them loose.
Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Anything else? Okay, Montana Beef Council's with us. We got a contract.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Sure.
It is, as you know, our contract with Beef Council comes up for renewal at the end of every September. I would point out to the board, as I normally do, just so we're all on the same page, that by Montana statute, there's not a choice as to whether we have an agreement with the Montana Beef Council. We are required by law to have an agreement with Montana Beef Council. We can always discuss the provisions of said agreement. The agreement that has been presented is unchanged from the last agreement that we updated last year about this time. The only thing that you don't see there is the schedule of expenses. We will attach, when we send it to Beef Council for their execution signature, the schedule of expenses. However, the contract lays out that, for example, for rental space, it has to be in agreement with what we're getting charged by the Department of Administration. Brian, Evan, as you heard from the Finance Committee report, have been working really hard on some big projects. But one of the things they have to do post today is get that together. There won't be a decrease in any of those fees. I can say that assuredly. The only thing we're not sure, because I think our rent has been raised by the Department of Administration, so there could be some slight increases in terms of the space usage here in the Scott Hart building by the Beef Council, and the other expense factors, I don't know, relatively unchanged. Brian, you may have already looked at it.
Yeah, I would just assume that there will be a payroll driven increase in the accounting services also provided by the several services.
So the expenses paid by the Beef Council is space, accounting services, postage, and then there's some variables there that are on an as-needed basis, that are in agreement between the two groups. And so that's the lowdown. We do have to have an agreement, but it's always open for conversation if what's in the agreement is appropriate or not.
Board, what's your pleasure? Your motion?
I move approval of the
agreement with the beef council.
Is there a second?
I'll second
Discussion?
Audit provision is still in there, right?
Correct.
It is.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same? You, Liz?
Doggone, you came for nothing.
No. No, it's never for
Yes.
nothing.
Mr. Chairman, I received communication, and I assume you might have as well, and I know Mike did, concerning a meeting to be held on September 24th in Billings, to discuss, as I look at the agenda at least, to discuss sort of where do we go from here relative to the beef checkoff activity and the lawsuit, and its quote successful outcome, which still baffles me, by the way, but because it takes the money away from the state and sends it to the feds, which is even further out of control, but that's none of my business. I'm uncomfortable, I thought about it, I'm uncomfortable being at that meeting to discuss what solutions, because we have a statutory obligation, and I'm sure that other people view it differently. But I don't know that we can or should be playing a role relative to how to promote, distribute, whatever would come up sitting around that table in Billings. So I probably won't be attending that. And I don't know whether, and I think we ought to discuss whether it's appropriate to put Mike in that position. And I don't know how you feel about it, but I just don't, we've got a statutory requirement to be there. Obviously, one or two of us can be wherever we want to be, but if we're there representing the board in some discussion that leads to an outcome, I'm not sure all the board members have the same view of the checkoff lawsuit that we all share. I mean, we never discussed it, so I don't know that we all share the same viewpoint or not. And I don't think it would be appropriate for me to be there suggesting that my opinion might be the same as everybody's here, because we've never talked about it, and we have a statutory obligation. And it seems to me, it seems to me that it puts Mike in a tough spot as well. So I wanted to raise that. I mean, I could go do it probably, but I'm not sure that that's the appropriate thing to do. It seems most appropriate from my standpoint for the industry to be there, whatever industry means, and for the Beef Council to put together whatever their plan for the future ought to be relative to promotions or handing out forms or doing whatever, because I know that's a struggle. But I know I didn't get one in the mail. I had to go get one to sign up for it. I'd rather have my money in the state than at the federal level, but not everybody shares that. So I just feel like the more I think about it, and I told Mike originally I'd probably go, but I don't think I should. And so right now I'm planning not to, and I don't know whether it's appropriate. I don't want to embarrass Mike or you in that regard, but it just seems to me that that's most appropriate. That they should have their discussion. They should look at it. If their discussion involves some activity on behalf of the board, they ought to notify us as to what that is. And if we do have some kind of role to play, we can decide to play that, as opposed to us trying to figure out what the solution is. So anyway, that's my 2 bits worth. It's probably only worth the nickel.
Any other board members have any? Yes, please.
If I might just explain the
Would you
invitation, I
introduce
guess.
yourself to the microphone now?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Shaylee Harney, Executive Director for the Montana Beef Council. And I guess my intent for the invite was just that, just an invite. And I guess my view would be similar to what the Cattlemen's Beef Board role would be in discussions on the national level for the national checkoff, more of an observatory and part of the discussion role, but not necessarily, as you say, making those decisions and providing direction and that. But we are partners, like it or not, per law. So I didn't want to, not invite you guys.
That's
but
fair enough.
So I think it's important to have everybody at the table that does have a partnership in with us in making that role, so.
Yeah, the only problem is that our statutory obligation is very definitive.
Sure.
And so, we as individual members have a stake in it, but I don't know that the Board of Livestock has a role in it.
Sure.
Anyway,
Yeah. No, that's valid.
that's why I got nervous in the service.
Sure. That's understandable.
And I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be hard for a guy like me to sit around the table and not open his mouth.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, so I know it's a touchy subject, so you guys can land where you might on that, and it's your decision ultimately, but
Thank
you're
you.
invited.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Legal counsel, do we have a legal guy? Oh, there's a
Mike, is there
legal-
anybody else that?
I agree with you.
I agree with you.
Oh, okay, thanks, I just want to make sure.
I think the future of the beef council and the checkoff needs to come from the people. And they decided, like they did back in whatever year it was, 88 or something like that, to install it, they need to go back to that and figure out what the future is. And that's not for this department to decide.
Well, we've just settled our statutory requirements to them for the contract, and it's kind of up to individuals. But, you know, deciding whatever comes from there, and then from back to us, and see what happens. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wonder why there isn't a sheep promotion in research? In 1987?
We had enough problems in the
Just
sheep
a
business. Thank you, appreciate it, appreciate you being here. Legal counsel, update.
Hello, everybody. Sarah
Oh,
Target
I'm
back.
sorry, Sarah.
That's all right. I'm just going to go first because then you can get rid of me, and then you're only paying for one lawyer instead of two, which is always better.
Let's do that one.
So, I'm here because Rob was your hearing examiner on the sale of the Missoula livestock auction, and he has issued a proposed decision which should have been in your packets, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so I'm just here to answer any questions so that he is not acting both as the hearing examiner and the board attorney on this issue. So we like to multiply, and this is one way we do that. And so I'm just here to answer any procedural questions that you have or any substantive questions on the decision of what we do going forward. Essentially, it's very straightforward. It was not a contested case hearing by my reading. It's a hearing that is required by statute. So the options for you going forward are a little bit different than they would be if it were a contested case like the ones that I was here on before. This one, I think, you can review the decision and accept the recommendation of the hearing examiner, modify it if you feel fit, or you can reject it entirely if you would like. Your record is available to you if you would like to look at the underlying record. And if you want to do that, we probably need to push the decision off to the next meeting. So that's pretty much all I have to say unless you have questions.
Board? And your recommendation is?
To accept the hearing examiner's recommended decision in full as the final agency decision.
Was there any opposition?
Not at the hearing, no. And the hearing examiner is here if you would like to ask any questions.
How'd the hearing go? How was the hearing examiner? No, I'm just kidding.
One thing I will notice is that as soon as I copied all of the decisions, I noticed that I had a footnote in there that didn't belong. And so I issued an immediate errata. And so I would recommend the errata also be included in the decision, which is removing footnote 2.
Very important.
Very important.
What's the board's pleasure? Do you want to go ahead and vote on this? Did you read it?
Yeah. I thought they met all the statutory criteria and the issues that come from our staff on previous discussions of way back when. I was involved in one.
And I reviewed just so you guys are aware, I reviewed the statutes that this is propagated under, and it appears to meet all of the procedural points that it needs to meet. So that's why my recommendation is to accept it.
I'll move we accept it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, Dinah?
Well, just a question, and I don't know.
Well, if it's legal, don't ask me.
No,
Only if it's
I
illegal,
just,
ask me if it's illegal.
Are these folks who are proposing to buy it, are they livestock producers? Do they have any experience in livestock auctions, either as a producer or someone who worked in a livestock auction? What is their experience in livestock auctions?
I don't know the answer to that question, so I'm going to defer to Rob if that was in the record. But I don't think it's a requirement.
Right.
No, I'm not asking whether it was a requirement or not. I'm asking, do they have any?
I don't believe the decision reflects that, since it wasn't a
They will if they
criteria.
get the license.
The decision doesn't reflect that. One of the reasons that there was a hearing is because they hadn't previously owned a livestock market. And so I believe that at least one of the member managers of the LLC does have a ranching background, and I forget whether the second one did. But I do know that the only testimony at the hearing was in favor of them being approved to run the auction. So perhaps people with more knowledge about their background than I have, recommended that it be approved.
Does that answer the question as best we can?
Well, I was thinking that the fellow that was here, who was one of the applicants, expressed some background in agricultural activity. I think the biggest issue is the financial stability of the market and to be able to meet the federal tests relative to their obligations included there.
Mike?
And, I feel a little more comfortable making this statement now that Sarah talked about it may not be under a stringent provision, but it's a contested case and the hearing being the hearing. But I think the board would like to hear Les Graham representing livestock markets. Was in Elko the day of the hearing with grandkids, and so he wasn't able to be there for the hearing, and he was not able to be here today. But from the conversations with him, there has been no opposition from any of our other current livestock market owners to this sale. So even within the livestock market ownership community, there's not been any concern expressed with these potential buyers.
Lila?
I just hope that, and you could hope and get about that far, but that these people understand what integral part of the western part of the state that livestock auction market is. And I don't feel we have any way to deny it or anything, because we don't know anything, but and that's not part of the test whether they can buy it, but I'm assuming they do understand what an integral part of the western part of the state that livestock market is to the people that live over there. So,
Very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Take care, everybody. I'll see if I can bring more next time.
He didn't have to say that, did he? Howdy.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm upright. How about yourself?
My doctor's let me get on one more day. Though he says I need to get something removed from my neck. Who knows?
Probably your head.
Probably my that would be a good start. Update on legal issues. The first one I want to talk about is the Burger lawsuit. This was a lawsuit in bankruptcy court. Burgers were in bankruptcy They owed money allegedly to a variety of creditors. One of them was the Bank of Colorado. The Burgers also had sold some livestock at market and hadn't provided appropriate proof of ownership yet, so the department was holding on to those funds for up to 2 years before the money reverts to the livestock account. The money started reverting, and so the Bank of Colorado sued the department in bankruptcy court saying, hey, we're entitled to that money that the department is holding because we're creditors of the Burgers. Anyway, long story short, that case has been resolved, and the department sent a check yesterday as ordered by the court. The Burgers had proven ownership. They had provided the documentation to prove ownership of the cattle, but they had only provided it in electronic format, and we require originals. So after they had sent the electronic versions, but before the originals were sent, is when we got sued. So we were confident that the documentation existed. We just weren't able at that time to issue the check because we didn't have the paperwork. Long story short, the Bank of Colorado agreed not to pursue any claim for the money that had already reverted because 2 years had lapsed, and they agreed not to pursue any of the, there was just a small portion of the money was cattle for which ownership couldn't be proven because the cow was marked with a brand that wasn't registered in Montana or any surrounding states. We don't know how it got commingled. So ownership, anyway. So we sent the check. It was for $66,567.99. That amount is a little bit different than the amount we were actually holding, simply because it appears that the court made a typographical error in its order. Nonetheless, that's what we were ordered to produce, and that's what we produced. The amount retained by the department was a little over, I think, $11,000. So, any questions about that
Yeah,
lawsuit?
say that one more time.
The whole thing?
How did you go from $11,000 to $64,000?
There was a total of $77,000 approximately originally held.
Okay.
Of that amount, $11,000 had either, by virtue of the passage of time, had either already reverted to the state accounts because of statute,
Right.
or I argued was unprovable because of the nature of the sale. And so they agreed not to pursue that portion of the money, and we agreed to pay the portion that had already been documented electronically but not in paper form.
Which was
66,000. The check was for $66,567.99. The actual amount was a little bit different, but I think the court 10-keyed it wrong.
So the $11,000 went into the estray fund?
Where does that money go, Mike? Do you happen to know?
Yeah, I believe that's what we call the estray fund.
Okay.
And Evan would know better than I do.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the account.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
You didn't get half, that's all I care about.
I probably got more than half, but it's all said and done.
Were we entitled to attorney's fees because they waited till after statutory limitation?
No, we're not entitled to attorney's fees. They are not pursuing the amount that had already passed. They were only pursuing the amounts that hadn't been reverted.
The course of it then.
Right, and so we retained them.
That's good enough.
Okay.
Got it.
So if $11,000 had already gone into the estray fund, then there were multiple sales?
Multiple sales, that's right. So, yeah, there were a number of sales. I think there were 5. Anyway, I'm just circulating. It's nothing. It's the letter that includes the check, if you want to see it.
What else?
The case is settled.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a dismissal, and they're just waiting to receive the check. It went out via certified mail. All right, that's the Burger case. Cormark. There was a hearing that was set, and then the hearing at the request of Cormark's counsel was reset. The judge was not real happy about the timing of that, and I stated quiet as I could on the phone call because he wasn't yelling at me. And so the Cormark oral argument on the motions for summary judgment is set, arguments are set for next Thursday here in federal court here in Helena. Do you have any questions about that? All right.
So, I do.
Sure.
So, these are questions on the resettlement?
So summary judgment is where the parties say that you don't have to go to trial. The judge can resolve it before trial because there's no dispute of material fact and the legal issues are clear.
That's right.
And so we both argued that, Cormark and the department, that we're entitled to summary judgment. And so we've got what are called cross motions for summary judgment, and the judge needs to decide who wins.
Okay.
It's possible, although in my view unlikely, that the judge will not resolve it on cross motions for summary judgment.
Mm-hmm.
But the issue, you may recall, was limited to simply the First Amendment free speech issues. The other issues, interstate commerce and other ones had fallen, they agreed to dismiss those.
Yeah, so they went through the cracks. Yeah.
Any questions about Cormark? Oh, I will be doing the oral argument on that. Most of the briefing has been done by Kyle in my office. Aislinn is another attorney who's also participated. I'll do the oral argument. And nobody's required to attend. There'll be no witnesses, but it is, of course, open to the public.
You're our man.
All right. S&T project meets. At the last hearing, the status was that we were in a little bit of limbo. They had filed a lawsuit on a petition for judicial review of your decision. In addition, they had filed a claim with Risk Management Tort Claims Division, and the time for Risk Management had not run yet. Now at this meeting, that time had run yet for Risk Management to respond to the claim, and Risk Management did not respond, which means that by virtue of statute, it's denied. So they have 120 days. They can either accept it, deny it, or they can let it just lapse by letting the 120 days run out. That's what happened in this case. But nonetheless, the attorney representing Risk Management Tort Defense and the attorney representing S&T and I all had a conference call maybe a week and a half ago, something, where we discussed the potential for resolution, and I'm happy to talk about that if you'd like to in closed session. There might be other things to discuss in closed session, but happy to talk about that strategy if you'd like to. But that conversation remains ongoing, and we have provided a status report to the district court explaining that because we're discussing the potential for resolution, we're going to, we are not briefing the issue that the judge at some point would like us to brief. Anyway, I might be able to answer some questions now, or if you want to talk in closed session, we can talk more.
Closed session.
Sure.
K&C meets, that's the lawsuit we filed in Missoula County against the meat producer whose inspection services have been suspended. Since the last meeting, the deadline for K&C to answer the lawsuit has come and gone, and they did not answer. I spoke with their attorney and prior to that, and I was expecting to hear back from him, and I never did. So that time has run. There are some options as far as how we pursue litigation strategy. So if you'd like to discuss that in closed session, I'm happy to. If not, I'm happy to move forward working with Mike and the rest of the team here to try to resolve that. I'll just note that my schedule's been extremely busy these last few weeks, and so one of the options, for example, moving for default, is something I could have done, but I have knocked, and I'm happy to talk with you about that and other options.
Great.
Mike, you sent me a question about research on the validity period for inspections. I did some research on that. I can't find the basis for the 36 hours. That rule is based in part on a statute that has since been repealed. So I had to go to an old version of the code to try to see if that contained it. And it did not. So I'm not sure where that came from.
Yeah, and to give board some context, and I was going to mention it when we got to the brand section, but Rob brought it up, so I'll mention it today. There's been concern raised about in administrative rule that an inspection for movement, change of ownership inspection is only good for 36 hours. The challenge that's been raised is we have a processor, an out-of-state processor that has started buying more cattle from the markets here in Montana. They express concern that it takes them more than 36 hours to get logistics lined up to get those animals out of the state and on their way. So they've talked to producers, they've talked to haulers, both of which I've heard from, and Ty has heard from, and other members of our staff have heard from, that the word on the street is this entity will cease buying cattle in Montana if that rule is in effect. In other states close to us, 72 hours is what some other states have. And so the question that I asked Rob is, when I reviewed statute, there is within statute 36 hours for a market consignment permit or a shipping permit, a transportation permit. But in regards to any of the general inspection, it did not mention it. However, it's mentioned in rule. And so what I was trying to get Rob to establish was, is this something that the department can do something about, which it sounds like it is, which means it's a rule change, which then I'll request these parties to make that petition to the department. I've still yet to get anything in writing. I'd like to get something in writing that says we would like you to consider this rule change so we can work something up to bring forward to the board at a future date. The issue is that, and I had a conversation with Ty about it last night, so I'll go ahead and put that out there. And one of the hard things is getting all of our staff who are communicating in various locations around the state, one, to say the same message, and two, to make sure they set expectations appropriately. Because the provision is an administrative rule, it's not something we can change tomorrow. One of the things they asked for was, well, an exemption. You can just give an exemption. I asked Rob, and I think Rob confirmed for me that one we had already gotten the answer on, which is there is no authority within rule to grant an exemption. So the board nor an individual member of staff can grant a party an exemption from that. So in other words, if they can't get the animals on the move within 36 hours, the inspection expires, and they need to have them re-inspected. Because that's what the letter of the rule that we have says. But as far as setting expectations, it's not that the department doesn't want to consider what that situation is and have that discussion, but it's not a process that gets solved overnight. It's a process that, if setting expectation realistically, it could be 90 days at best before there would be a remedy in their favor, even if, after discussing it, that the department and the board felt that it was appropriate to change it. But that's the underlying situation.
Let me try a solution.
Okay.
Or not. If I notify you, the inspector, that it's going to be 2 or 3 days before I can get there and haul these cows away, what prohibits the inspector from waiting another 24 hours before the inspection occurs, and therefore fit within the 72-hour timeline?
Yeah.
What's the difference? If there's prior notification that I can't move the cows until 4 days from now, would you please inspect them the day before I leave, which is Tuesday the 3rd, and then if it takes them 7 days, that's their problem, but we've got a heads up, we do one inspection and they're gone.
So the question that I posed back to Rob for review, which I look out, is, and unless somebody here at this table has the answer, is I don't know what disruption that would create in the sale process. So we're doing.
Well, the sale's over with though, right?
But we're doing that change of ownership inspection as they're changing ownership. So you're saying, let the sale go, but don't actually complete the change of ownership until a couple of days after the sale.
Then who owns them if they die?
Yeah, but it seems to me that's up to the market and the inspector. Huh?
The buyer that owns them if they die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the same guy, or gal that's asking for the extension, basically. Anyway, it seems to me that would get us through the.
Mike, is this the first time this started coming up?
In my time period, this is the first time that I've heard it. And I think one of the things that's different is, once again, we are seeing some changes in business model, right? So you've heard me talk before about seeing more feeder cattle head out of the markets north to Alberta and Saskatchewan. That's new and different, or at least on the scale it's happening, is new and different from what we've seen before. The advent of this coal plant down in Idaho, has been a new buyer. Really, they're a new buyer on the scene. We've not typically had, to my knowledge, if we did, they had their logistics set up, but I don't believe we've experienced a lot of out-of-state coal buyers, from processing plants coming in and trying to get animals off of our markets.
But what was it, 2 years ago?
If we have, they've not had a problem with, I'm sorry, and if they have, none of them have ever expressed an issue with the logistics of, and it could be that they just, it could be that we have, in this case, someone who's trying to follow the law, so they're raising the question. Maybe there's others who haven't raised the question in the past, they just did what they needed to do.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I can't imagine we didn't have the same problem 2 or 3 years ago when we had trouble getting trucks. Because there were sales taking place, you couldn't get a trucks to haul anything, so how could it not have occurred then?
One of the points I brought up with staff last night,
Yeah.
so you can understand. So, one of the issues that we're trying to ferret out, which is more of a management issue than a legal issue, is trying to get people not to be making one-off discretionary decisions in different locations. So there's sort of a higher order of magnitude for me from a management and operational level. And as I was expressing to one of our members of staff last night, I said, what were you going to say? Because my understanding is that some people at some localities within our department, I haven't ferreted out names or anything like that, didn't bring that up, they had expressed to them, well, just do what you need to do. And then they got different answers in other places. And as I expressed to one of our members of the staff, I said, if you're trying to do the right thing, you're trying to help these people out, you're trying to facilitate what's right for the livestock industry, I get the intent. But if you were individually discretionary to make that decision, and they start heading towards Idaho, and now Howie's running a truck stop over around Bozeman somewhere, and he pulls them over, and now he's ready to write them a ticket because they've got an inspection that's out of date, we look really silly. And so that's why we need to make sure we're getting ourselves completely on the same page.
Well, maybe if you have a written request for a time certain for the inspection generated by the buyer, and it's not more than X hours, that works, I don't know. It would meet the 90-day repeal. Because you're going to put something back in there anyway, right? 72 hours maybe?
Yeah, 72 hours is what, that's what I want to get from them in writing, is I'd like for them to express what is the actual concern and what is the expected remedy, so I can have that in writing and know what it is they're asking. I've not seen that yet. I've only heard the talk.
They're not moving them, are they, Mike? They're leaving them at the yards where they're, because, you gotta watch it. They're not wanting to move them to somewhere else and gather some more and then want you to mess with the inspection.
Well,
We have to be a little careful about
Is
that.
this just at markets, or is this video sale?
Oh, it could
happen anyway.
It could happen at bread sale, and I don't know, what he's willing to do, but if somebody were to buy animals from Brett and say, hey, I'll pay you to hold them over for a couple of months because I don't need them, and Brett's willing to do that because there's some money in it. The issue there is if they get inspected over into the other person's name on that date, they'd have to get them re-inspected before leaving Brett's place. I do know from some of our staff, they've expressed that with some of those special sales that happen around the state, occasionally those types of arrangements get worked out, And that in some cases, people have come back and said, why am I having to pay for another inspection? I got them inspected 6 months ago. But I think we all kind of feel comfortable with, okay, no, you need to get them re-inspected. I know it's another $1, right, but it needs to happen before they move out of that county. The issue here is that, we're talking pretty much within the same week, which is a different. So that issue has been raised before regarding sales other than at the markets, because, I'm sure Brett and others could elaborate on it more than I could, but our staff have expressed that occasionally people have tried to use old inspections because of those types of arrangements. But usually they're months down the road, and it's pretty easy to defend the line that, no, we know we inspected them 3 months ago, but we need to take another look at them before we let them head out of the county.
What's the current time period then that they're supposed to be moved?
36 hours.
After inspection.
Right. And I can see if you're trying to line up logistics, and I'm going to Boise, that's where they're headed, or in the Boise area. I could, and with the availability of trucks and those things, I can see it taking 3 days maybe to get your transport lined up to get them on their way.
In the fall.
Yeah, snowstorms in South Dakota
Why
shut
would they
them
even be
down.
inspected when they're ready to move the yards? I don't get this.
What's that?
Why are they inspecting them if they're not leaving with them? I'm sorry. I know.
If they go,
Change ownership.
Change ownership.
Lila, if they go through the sale ring, if I ship cattle in Montana to a sale ring,
Yeah.
all I have is a shipping permit.
That's correct. And they're brand inspected, and you pay
And-
for it when you get there. I
And
pay
when
for
they
it.
go through the ring, then you have a regular inspection.
Well, but I pay for that.
I agree,
Yeah.
we need to get it from them, what it is that's gonna work.
Yeah.
And then go from there. We're gonna have to go through the process.
I understand the process.
And I'll
but I'm
repose,
paying for that
sorry,
brand
I just want to
inspection.
repose the question to Rob to make sure that
And
at
the
least
beef council.
what he's saying today is accurate, that you don't see, because I thought that, but I wanted to make sure that it's 36 hours does not come from anywhere in statute. It's simply within rules, so it's within the power of the board to make that change. Because that was the other thing. I didn't want to send them on a fool's errand if it was going to require a legislative change. I wanted to be upfront about that.
All right, so let me start by saying this. The statute does refer to 36 hours for,
Market consignment. Right.
well, no,
For a change of ownership.
no, it's talking about shipment.
Permit.
But it doesn't have, but the rule is broader. The language used in the rule is broader. It refers to the inspection certificate. So let's do this. While you're waiting to hear from these folks about some specific ideas they have, let's dig into the history of the rule maybe a little bit more. Because I got the question yesterday, preliminary answer, but let's see if we can dig around the history and find a little bit more, because there is a statutory reference to the 36-hour period, but whether it's the same, whether that was the basis for the department's rule, but perhaps misapplied.
Yeah, because we'll just leave it at that.
Anyway, just heads up, there's this legal question that's come up. We're looking into it.
Dinah?
Mr. Chairman, Mike, I thought if animals left the state, they had to have help.
Yes, from Idaho, they owe Idaho help, not us help. Because they're going to Idaho.
Anytime we ship sheep or cattle across state lines, we do. We have to have the vet come out and do a health on.
Yes, for the state that you're exporting them to.
Correct. So are we talking their health certificate here, or are we talking their shipping permit?
We're
Because-
talking their right to be on the road and moving. So we're talking about the actual, the inspection, and not even as much the change of ownership, but it's more about the ability to move those animals out of that county and out of state. That's what they gotta have to be legal going down the road.
And right, and the statute,
They also have to have the help, but that's Idaho.
the statute refers to, for example, the transportation permit the rule refers to the inspection certificate, and whether there's a rule talking apples and a statute talking oranges, we need to sort that out a little bit more, but there's this question out there.
Okay. Anything else?
Not unless you have questions or if you want to go into closed session.
You want to recess
To discuss
first?
strategy.
Sure.
Take a health break and then go into executive session.
Is that all right with you?
Not for more than 36 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take a small recess, and then we're going to special session.
Unplug it, thank you.
Brian,
Could you handle the
with
screen,
the
please?
mouse hit the red, and when it turns green, we'll be not.
Sue, we'll follow up on
So, there's one other.
We're on.
Hey.
We're on.
There's one other litigation update I just wanted to give you. It's the Cottonwood Bison lawsuit. You may recall that's the suit where there's a challenge over bison on the north end of Yellowstone Park and the hunt, and whether there's compliance with certain federal laws. Among other defendants, besides the department, is Ryan Zinke, Governor Bullock, Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We have participated with the other state defendants in a motion to dismiss, and we're waiting for Judge Haddon to issue a decision in that case. In the meantime, while that is pending, the plaintiffs have proposed to amend the lawsuit to include some other claims, but they're all federal claims. It doesn't change the underlying problem from our perspective with the lawsuit, which is these aren't claims that apply to the state defendants.
Right.
So there's a hearing next Wednesday in front of Judge Haddon about that motion to amend. Rafe Graybill is the governor's chief legal counsel. He's going to be presenting on behalf of the state defendants, helping with preparation, and I'll be there in court, but I don't anticipate that I'll have to say anything on behalf of the department. But anyway, when you talk about me staying busy, I'm in federal court for the department on Wednesday, and then I'm in federal court for the department again on Thursday. So, good times.
All right.
Take
good
care of
luck.
yourself.
Thank you.
Getting a well-rounded education.
And
You're
you're
not in city court.
On our dollar.
I think Marty's going to lead off.
Oh, no, we don't want Marty, we want you.
Where are we?
Animal health.
We are on animal health. Okay.
It doesn't need to be every day, but we'd have to
Oh.
get it done quick.
I got problems with that.
You're on, sir.
I'm on. To give you 45 minutes?
I need about,
5?
hopefully 3.
That's good.
All right. So, members of the board, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking for permission to hire a bison operations technician for the vacancy that was created by us hiring an internal candidate for the bison operations manager. So if you recall, Jeff Mount, who was there in that position for a couple years after Rob Tierney retired. Jeff Mount also retired, and that left that vacancy. I requested for the board to hire that position at the last meeting. We advertised internally to the Department of Livestock. We did hire Clay Vines, who is now in law enforcement training. And so we need to backfill his position, please. And we need to fill it before the start of bison operations in the spring. So that's the request.
I need a motion. Brett.
So moved.
Second.
Ed, second that. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
How
members
long
of
did
the
it
board.
take him to get into the academy?
So not that long. He was officially hired, I believe, January 15th, and we asked for a fast track for that, and I think a position came open because of a cancellation. Otherwise, because really for for those key positions in Bison, only that fall schedule, that fall slot works because of the seasonality of the Bison program. So we were able to take advantage of an opening. Usually it's about a year, from what I understand.
And he was waitlisted.
Correct.
And somebody else backed out, so that's how he got in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve? I hope you're as quick.
I'm sure going to try, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Shemansky, Animal Health Bureau. One additional request to hire. We have an opening for a licensed permit technician. This is one of the individuals that works in our import office, answering phones and doing administrative work for different animal health programs. Brooke Ruffier was in that position previously, and she was successfully hired into the brucellosis compliance position, so that's why we have that opening.
Brett? Ed?
Second.
Is the money to pay for it?
Discussion.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Waldner, yes, that is a position that we have had for a long period of time, and we do have the budget for it.
Nina?
Question, do you advertise for this outside of, because I seem to recall last time we had a discussion about advertising for the Bison also outside of the department. And if all of our advertising is within the department, we just keep shifting people around, and it's a little bit disruptive, I would think.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, so as far as our recent Animal Health Bureau positions, all of those have been external postings, but we do get internal applicants for them as well.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, next step is we have administrative rules. I'm going to give you some handouts that you may or may not want to reference. So, as you remember, we had a group of administrative rules out for public comment. I think there was 21 total rules on that batch. 3 or 4 of them were kind of our substantive ones, and then there was a large chunk of housekeeping ones. So I'm just going to walk through each of them based upon the comments and what our recommendations are, and then I thought we could take them one by one. So what you have in your hands is the version that we would propose be filed with the Secretary of State's office that has the revised version of 2 of the rules, along with all of the comments that we received on all of the rules and our response to them. So the first rule is 32.3.212. This is additional requirements for cattle. This rule is the one where we are repealing the import requirements for domestic bison, and we are incorporating those into the requirements for cattle. So it does result in a change in import requirements for domestic bison, but it will match those of cattle and be consistent with federal programs as far as brucellosis and tuberculosis are concerned. The department received 1 comment on that was in support of that rule change. So we are recommending to the board that that rule be adopted as initially proposed.
On your page 3, paragraph 6, where do the summary of comments for response on brucellosis start?
On the DSA.
On the DSA part? Clear in the back there.
So yeah, so
It says as follows.
the comments are not separated out based upon.
Oh, I see what you did. Never mind. I got you.
Right there.
Your headers are underneath individual headers. Okay.
So does the board want to?
Just 1 comment on the 212.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, I
Are
got
we
it.
going to handle these individually or all at once?
I would leave that to the discretion of the board.
What are we doing individually?
What's your,
I thought it might be easier to do them one by one.
okay.
I move approval of,
Is there a second?
Second.
this is 32.2.212.
Correct.
3, yeah, sorry.
Okay, and this was Lonnie, and who seconded?
Brett.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are you with us?
Got it.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chair, next step is 323433 that deals with our designated surveillance area. Dr. Liska had Dr. Liska had a total of 8 meetings, public meetings. 2 of them were really focused in the area that this change affects. In addition, he met with one producer one-on-one with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks present. As you can see in the agenda request, we received 4 submissions that had comments on the proposed rule. Based upon those comments and input that we received from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks about the movement of the group of animals that the positive was captured with, we have revised the boundary based upon what we initially brought before you. So that revised boundary is on page 2 of the handout that you received. And it cuts a little section of that hunting district off because the prevailing movement of the captured elk in the proposed DSA boundary, I can't do it when it's backwards, but is this way instead of over into the additional area that was proposed.
Simply stated, it just doesn't extend across to the Idaho border to the west.
Correct. They do not. We do not have any evidence that the animals that were associated with that seropositive elk that was found. Remember, that seropositive elk does not have a collar on it. But the prevailing direction that they were moving was to the south and the east, not to the west in that additional expansion area. And Fish, Wildlife, and Parks was in consultation on that, and they agreed with that as well. So that's the revised boundary.
Why wouldn't they collar the elk?
The reason that this elk was not collared is that they do not test animals elk side when they capture them. So they just randomly collar a percentage of animals that they're capturing, and they don't know until they get that blood back to the lab several weeks later what the results are on the test.
So I didn't understand that. You've got a elk that tests positive.
But they didn't know that at the time that they had her on the ground. So they don't. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
So they already released the elk.
The blood is not tested for several weeks.
Blood's taken and the elk's released. And out of spray painted orange or something.
They chip it. Be nice.
Then you get fined with it.
So that's on 433?
This is on 433.
Yes. So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ed seconded. Discussion. Nina.
Mr. Chairman, Connie, the comment that number 9 made concerning they only put the line east-west a mile above where the elk was, but I'm sorry, north-south, but east-west they extended it quite a bit farther. Why did we not look at the area where migration takes place? Because obviously the elk move up and down the valley as well as across the valley.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, Dr. Liska might be able to best address that, but again, I mean, these boundaries were ultimately done in consultation with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and with the information that we have as far as the distribution of that group of animals that the positive was captured in.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the reason behind that was that, one, that area is very difficult to find any kind of manageable boundary, in other words, boundary that's recognizable, enforceable, both by our enforcement officers as well as certainly the locals. So Big Sheep Creek Canyon Road is a recognizable road, and that was just north of where this animal was captured. The follow-up on movement of those animals, again, was that they all headed south and east along the interstate versus north. And it's not to say that we couldn't potentially have elk north, but when we did capture, or FWP captured elk north of that road, those were all negative, and those elk didn't travel south. They actually went north. So that road, in some ways, acted as a little bit of a, I'm not going to say a boundary, but as a separation of the negative elk that we captured north of there, the positive elk that was captured south of that road. Those moved south and east and even into Idaho. So that said, that's the reason for that, is the movement was to the south.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
It's very interesting that nobody commented on additional costs to them, their ranch operations by the change in the DSA.
No problem.
There is a comment about whether the costs are
Or
covered.
whether the costs are covered. There's one comment.
Just that.
Specific to ranches.
Yeah, just that.
That just tells you it was a pretty positive response in my view. Proceed.
Next up, Mr. Chair, members of the board, is Administrative Rule 32436. This deals with brucellosis vaccination. What you are looking at in our agenda request as well as in the proposed filing document is our final version that we are recommending based upon comments that we received, and it's a revision to the proposal. So this makes the assumption that the original drafted language that we presented to you last time was adopted and we're revised, and their revision is to it. It's not the revision to the original language that's currently published in Administrative Rule.
So then Bighorn County.
I know, I'm so sorry, this is confusing. So the original rule that we put before you was a revision to what is in current administrative rule. What we're proposing we file is a revision to what we proposed.
Revision to the revision.
A revision to the revision.
And what is it you're revising?
So the revision here is instead of saying counties that contain or border a DSA, we are listing the counties out specifically to be included in the vaccination rule. And Dr. Zalewski addressed this last time. That is so that if another state changes their program, it doesn't automatically change our rules. And also I think it makes it cleaner for people to understand that they can see a very specific list of what counties to be included.
Yeah, I thought we already did it.
Unless you took Bighorn County out again, you didn't put it in.
Yeah, it's not there.
What? Not there.
So it's not correct.
Right. Well, it's on comment number 13 on the back.
Well, I know we had a meeting in Hardin, so.
They need to start drinking their DA.
They need something, yeah, no.
So now what?
Bighorn County is supposed to be in that list. That's just an
We
error.
went through this last time. Same thing.
Yeah, who's doing this? Is that you?
That, I'll leave the crow on that, Mr. Chair. That I missed that on this version. I've worked with too many versions, no excuse. I missed Bighorn County being in there, but yes, that's one of the comments is to include them.
We get demoted, after 3 of these.
Because he got married.
They tried.
Well, so
Do we have to?
do we formally have to adopt? You have a comment that says include Bighorn County?
That is correct.
Okay, so what's the staff's recommendation as to whether we include Bighorn County?
The recommendation is what you have before you, including Bighorn County.
Okay, but where's the comment?
It's on the last
Well,
page.
number 13 on the last page.
What did you say in response?
He agrees.
We agree with this
Okay, so
comment.
your recommendation now is to alter the proposed rule by including Bighorn County.
Correct. What should have come before you
So I'll
was,
move that you alter the proposed rule and include Bighorn County based upon the comment and the staff's recommendation.
And also in that you'll
And
move
okay.
to
No, I'm just going to do it one at a time.
one at a time. Okay.
Okay.
Second.
There's a second. Did you get that now?
That Bighorn County be included in the list of counties for rule
32.
number 32.3.436.
who seconded?
Penny Pratt.
Brett.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's based upon the recommendation of the staff and the commenter, and the discussion held during last meeting.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It came to the same result.
Okay.
How many counties in this state? How many do we have now?
56.
How many now either in the DSA or in these
Are you good now?
So they're adopting it with Bighorn.
10.
With Bighorn County, as it should be.
4 with DSA and 10 with vaccination
Now we
requirement.
move on to another.
No, vote on the vote.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
I move that we adopt 32.3.436 as amended.
Second.
Okay. Lila did that. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And then the last one, Mr. Chair Board, is what we call the housekeeping cluster. Those were all of I think there was 19 of them, just cleaning up administrative role. We had no comments that addressed any of those, so our recommendation is that we adopt them as initially proposed.
I move that we adopt
Second.
32.3.212.
Second.
Okay, Sue moved. 9 seconds. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That's it. That should be it, Board.
Well, you're getting better at this.
Thank you.
Every meeting, you're a little better.
Thank you, I'm trying.
You just pick up the rest of the staff over there in Animal Health.
I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Are we supposed to congratulate you?
Sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Condolences.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Condolences.
What'd he do?
Got married.
Oh, did you get married?
I did.
How many times this is?
This will be my second.
No. How's that
Is
going?
my last.
Good.
This is
Tell him,
2 of
good
3 or
comment.
what? 2 of 3?
Tell him where you got married.
That's not bad. Now I'm stepping out.
Yeah.
Okay.
We might get in trouble for that.
Oh, then we got lunch?
I don't know if he's got it ready.
2 of these. Did you get one?
I thought I had one.
Well,
Where did he get married?
Livestock loss predator.
Yeah, where's George?
I'll take one.
Probably not.
Oh.
I think he's got the chicken breast.
Oh, right.
You wanna go look, see if somebody's out the door?
You bet I will.
Would like to get done.
I think we could.
It was 3 folks at the
You
Rock
got a veterinary diagnostic lab, we have nothing to do with that, do we?
Nobody.
We've already covered that, agenda-wise, right?
Okay, let's break for lunch.
Steve Smith's not coming up here, is he? No. Oh, good.
Haven't we already covered that? The finance committee's report?
You wanna turn that off? Or
Yeah.
either one is
Yeah.
okay?
I don't know how, but I should.
No, no,
sure
leave
It turns
alone.
green.
Put the cursor on the red and click
try.
it.
Hit the screen
No. the
Cursor.
and just push stop.
Yep.
Gotta turn,
It's red
see?
now. You can do this.
Now, see, to me, that's backwards. Red is supposed to be off, and green is supposed to be
You
go.
gotta push red.
I know.
Push red.
Should've never taught the DeBrucker how to do that. Never really
I
had
think
to-
we've got like 17 of
Some people got it.
George, you're on. Good afternoon. Did you eat?
I did.
Good deal.
stuff, huh?
Thank you.
2 of them here. Thank God Donna and
Well,
Tom did it.
for the record, George Edwards, Livestock Loss Board.
Anybody not have this?
I brought over a sheet, and I believe Donna probably handed it out yesterday to,
Oh, here's a new
or
one.
a new one. I like to have the current figures,
That's
and so that's as of yesterday afternoon. But you can see we paid out for a lot more animals this year. Actually, 42 more compared to a year ago to date. And the dollar amount out is $18,000 more than a year ago to date. We do have $237,000 in our account for payments. And that will actually increase here shortly because we finally got notice Friday of our federal grant for this year.
And so we'll be able to put $30,000 towards wolf loss claims, so that $237,000 will jump to $267,000. And that's to last us until June 30th through the end of the fiscal year. So we're adequately funded to cover all the claims that should be coming in, even with the increases. That'll work for this year. This past fiscal year, we paid out a little over $240,000 in claims, which was $40,000 above what we take in. And the federal grant each year has been helping keep that close to that. Well, it knocks that back $30,000. So that's what saves us. And so we're slowly eating away at our savings account. And at the rate we're going, this year's fine. Next year is going to be a wait and see again. See how our funding comes through and how bad the losses are. And from what I hear from Wildlife Services, things really haven't slowed down much. And the claims I'm getting in now, like the ones I processed yesterday, were from May. So these, just keep in mind that these numbers I give you are
3 months behind.
Yeah, they're 3 months behind, so they're not hitting the big load. We're getting anywhere from 2 to 4 claims a day in now that I've been processing. So right now is the super busy season as far as the claims. So those numbers are going to jump drastically, probably between now and your next board meeting. The other thing is with the notice of receiving the federal funds, we because it was such a delay in it, we had to postpone having a board meeting for grants, for loss prevention grants. So still putting out there that people who want to apply, go to our website, llb.mt.gov. Our application's out there, or give me a call, and I'll mail an application out to the person. So our tentative schedule for a board meeting is going to be the week between bow season and rifle season, because my board chair does a lot of outfitting, and so she won't be available until that week, that break in between, and we'll have a board meeting at that time as far as distributing grants. Other than that, everything's still functioning smooth as could be over there, and we haven't had any hiccups.
The horse.
Oh, the horse claim is still pending until my board meets, because I'm going to have the board review that high dollar horse claim. That particular rancher, I think, paid close to $3,000 alone just for the semen fee for that horse, and then there was a ton of veterinary expenses to get to the point where that filly was born. So the board's going to have a lot to deliberate on that one, and that's going to jump the dollars substantially in here. And I have one other pending horse claim out of Daniels County that's on your list, and it just shows a blank box. That rancher was going to try to get me sales from prior sales from his horses, and I finally got a hold of him and contacted him. I said, what are we going to do? I haven't seen or heard from you. And he said, just use the BLS horse appraiser. So that's what I'll be doing. So by next board meeting, that Daniels County will have a registered quarter horse in there. And I'm guessing they run a pretty broad range, but at $2,000 maybe. And that it all depends on the breeding and what the horse appraiser says. It might be a lot less than that.
Mr. Chairman, George, the horse, was that a mountain lion?
Yes.
Both
horses are on the list for mountain lions.
Okay. I thought the bill said after everything else was paid, we paid the mountain lions. So now we're paying them as we go, or what?
Well, it says when we have funding available, and the bill actually didn't give us that clause. The representative that during his testimony said that in the hearing, but that's not how the law ended up popping out the other end.
Okay, I was just curious because I
and
thought
so
that's how
we have to follow the law.
Well, yeah.
The other thing you guys were discussing this morning, the money for wildlife services and all the different sources. And last year it was 30,000 is what our board provided to Wildlife Services for grizzly bear investigations. The prior year was about 89,000. I actually brought the contract in case you wanted to see it.
I thought this morning we said 25, right?
Well, you said about 20.
I wrote down 25.
So it was 30?
It was 30. So
it was 30?
Yeah, so in order to keep everything on accuracy level.
And what's your general fund?
200,000, and we went for a lot of years able to carry over money to build it. That's our savings account when it was just wolves. First year grizzlies wasn't that bad, so we were able to carry over some then, but the last couple of years we haven't been able to carry over any. We've actually exceeded. So now we're working on that rollover fund. And anything in excess of 300,000, as Mike said this morning, goes into an account where our board can do loss prevention grants and money to Wildlife Services.
How do you get over 300,000?
Well, the money that wasn't spent in those years from like 2011 through around 2015, the unused money stayed in our account. So that account just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then the bill in the 15 session capped that at 300,000. Or was it? Yeah. Anyway, capped it at 300,000, and anything above that went to loss prevention and with the ability to provide up to half to Wildlife Services.
Does that include grants?
Yes.
So for 200,000 plus grants plus carryover?
No, the carryover is where the grant money comes from. That 300,000 is restricted to loss payments only.
I mean, do you get any outside grants?
No.
From Homer Jethro,
Nope.
USDA,
Nope.
Anybody?
Oh, I get grants through USDA. I mean, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Right. So.
And in fact, I'll be applying for one here that's due in a month for this coming year. So we get $100,000 for wolf only, loss prevention.
You get that when?
We just got it.
I know, but is it annually or biannually? Or
we've been getting it annually. I apply for it annually. I've been successful in getting it annually, and I will be applying again. It's due, I think, around October 18th. So I'll be applying again, and I'll probably be asking for the same amount, around 130,000. That requires a 50% cost share. So I have to be able to show the matching funds, which we use like our operating expenses and the wolf payments that we're doing out of the state general fund as part of the match in order to receive that $30,000.
But you've been getting 100,000.
The 100,000 is for grant payments. We get 130 block of funds. $100,000 is for loss prevention grants. That's restricted to wolf only. So we can't use any of that grant money towards grizzly bear loss prevention projects.
Stick just with, if you wouldn't mind, George, stick just with predator payments, not
predator payments
loss
is
prevention.
30,000.
Gross number. That's all general fund, right?
200,000 general fund plus the carryover, which allowed us to have 300,000.
That's because you've been a good steward, so
right.
Whatever you have.
And then we've been getting $30,000 from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which helps offset wolf claims, and it's wolf only.
Is it wolf only? The
wolf
30,000?
only. Wolf only. In fact, since the state fiscal year started July 1st, we've already paid out $29,850 in just wolf claims.
So do you have to match it?
Yes.
You get it?
Yes, I do.
So you've got another 30,000 out of your general fund that's wolf only.
Right.
Wow. And then the loss prevention grants, you have 100,000, and then you said something about another 30.
No, the other 30. That was the 30 in the payments. The 100,000 is strictly grants.
For loss prevention.
For loss prevention, wolf only.
Okay, but is there anything else for loss prevention?
The rollover fund in excess of the 300,000 the board has used for grizzly bear loss prevention.
Okay.
So last year, or this past year, we were able to provide $30,000 in grants for grizzly bear loss prevention projects. The other half went to Wildlife Services
And you can
for their investigation work.
You can use a little bit for administrative.
I do.
Right?
We actually suck that out of the Wildlife Services side.
Oh.
Because the way the law is written, half of it has to go to loss prevention. The other half, we can take up to 10% for operations, and the other the remainder can go towards Wildlife Services, which is what the board has done.
Yeah.
So the $30,000 though to Wildlife Services isn't guaranteed every year.
No, in fact, this year with the rollover at the end of the state fiscal year, our rollover was around $15,000 total.
So including it into, it's sort of an anomaly to have it in the Wildlife Services money?
It's an anomaly because we have no guarantees, and as we slowly eat away on our surplus, we will not have any probably next year for Wildlife Services at all, or grizzly bear loss prevention, because we'll probably be below that $300,000 cap because we're kicking out more money than we're taking in. And the grizzly work is where we actually need the most of the loss prevention money.
So do you have somebody to carry your bill this year?
We didn't even try this year because the last 3 sessions it's been vetoed every time we made it through. So
you're not going to try to increase your $200,000?
Well, no, we're not. Ray Shaw, when he added mountain lions to our board last year, said that he was going to bring a bill forward to try and increase that and to help cover the mountain lion losses that are in addition to what we've already been paying. So I'm depending on Ray to follow through with what he said during the session.
Yeah, and he's up for re-election.
Yep.
And what would that number be?
Well, I think you could safely say we should probably add $100,000 to that to make it a $300,000 statutory appropriation. Because the mountain lion losses, now that people know that they can submit claims, have been coming in more frequently, and Wildlife Services could probably address how the calls are coming in towards as far as mountain lions go. And I've still been checking per capita just out of curiosity on these claims as they're coming in, and surprisingly, a lot of these claims on the mountain lions and these people with just a few sheep have been paying their per capita. I've run into very few lately that haven't, so it was kind of a pleasant surprise because I was expecting them not to, but they actually are.
Most sheep people are honest.
But anyway, that's where we're coming from. Is we're actually in pretty decent shape. We'll be in decent shape through the end of this fiscal year. A lot's going to depend on what happens in the legislature as far as funding goes. We probably should have asked for additional money, but it's always a risk when you're messing with the statutory appropriation. And you really don't want to mess with something and then end up with actually less or nothing.
Yeah.
Well, all I can say is that if you're going to raise sheep, don't do it in Cascade County. You want to do it in Missoula County or Ravalli County because those sheep are worth $200 and some down there, and they're only worth $136 in Cascade County.
Well, you're talking lambs and ewes, and back
sheep.
Yeah, I know, but that's sheep in general, just like cattle or adult cattle. I mean, I processed another registered Angus claim again for Madison County just last week. But anyways, so far so good. Things are going smooth, so as long as they're going smooth, I'm happy.
You're happy.
There you go.
Anything else for George Board? Nina.
I know that you had 2 guard dogs, it says here.
Right in Beaverhead County.
Okay, and the payments you made on those or off of receipts from when they bought those dogs?
No, we ended up using that ASI study, the same one we used from back in 2012.
Okay.
What do they value a guard dog at?
$1,300.
Wow.
That's buying the dog and getting up to speed and actually a usable dog, rather than just paying for a pup. And
Buy them in Golden Valley, they're cheaper.
well, yes.
They're pretty cheap. You
But-
got one for sale?
But at least by using that ASI study, we have something that we can document and go back and say this is why we paid that payment.
Yeah.
In fact, every payment we do has documentation to provide proof of why that.
Very good, thank you.
I wouldn't want my dog to get in spat.
You brought a helper today, John.
I figured I'd make up for last month when I wasn't able to come. And I apologize. We just it sounded like it was a meeting we should have been at, and I forget where I was. I was back east someplace, Riverdale, Maryland, or someplace. I forget where I was that week. So I did view the video and stuff. So I know there was some questions that were asked, and I don't know if those are still pertinent questions or not. But I should have some time at the end if y'all have some questions. I was just going to kind of briefly go through a few things. I was at the Miles City Ram Sale and U Sale last week, and the wool growers and the board and general membership, reminded me and that the number one predator in the state is still coyotes, by far. A lot of attention goes to grizzly bears and wolves because of some, the increasing damage that's caused by those. But a lot of the wool growers were brought up the fact, and we certainly understand that. And that's why of our $1.649 million that we get in federal appropriations, about 85 to 90% goes for coyote damage management. So almost all of our federal appropriations goes to that money. If we had additional cooperative funding for grizzly bears and wolves, even more of that federal appropriation could go for coyote work. But as you all know, over the years, our federal appropriations has been reduced. In 2011, we lost $1/3 from the earmark. The tri-state earmark was cut. And in 2013, sequestration took effect, and we lost about $100,000 in 2013. So in those couple of years, we lost, over $400,000 to our federal appropriations, and so on. So that was a big hit, and that's when we had some vacancies and so on, and some of those vacancies still haven't been filled because we haven't got cooperative funding to help with that. Of course, we haven't got any more federal funding, and we haven't got cooperative funding. So we still have vacancies in Blaine County, Muscle-Shell County. We're soon to have a vacancy in Gallatin County, and so on. And we're still struggling. Some of those counties don't have cattle petitions. So in kind of going on with the wolf and grizzly bear work, and you all have heard probably in the news and certain things that grizzly bear work is increasing, particularly in Mr. Scully's area, Gravelly Mountains, and so on. Where 3-4 years ago we did no grizzly bear work, and now a good deal of the work is grizzly bear work, and difficult work, horseback work. You ride in there, you confirm that it's damaged, and then you depend on Fish, Wildlife and Parks or the Fish and Wildlife Service, in this case Fish, Wildlife and Parks, to tell us what we can do. And they're reluctant to do that if they don't know if it's a sow with cubs or a boar or which bear it is that's doing the work. Well, you're up there without cell phone coverage, and you can't get cover traps up there, so there's not a lot you can do in a lot of cases up there. You make a confirmation so that they could get reimbursed if it was a grizzly bear, and you ride out. But Chad did over 30 investigations up there, and that's about 30 days of work, because it's about a day per investigation when you ride up there and look at a calf. So it's taking up more and more of our time on that. Cattle petition money is about the same. It increased a little bit this year just because of cattle numbers. It went up about 25,000. That does not take into account the increase in Bighorn County. That'll show up on next year's. And at least one other county that's probably going to get a cattle petition passed this year as well. We should be lined up pretty good for our pilots. For FY19, we don't expect any deployments. As you know, a couple of our pilots are in the Guard. We're not expecting them to get deployed this year, so we should be in pretty good shape with our 2 full-time helicopter pilots. That's the 2 pilots that fly the DOL helicopters. They're on full-time. They're federal employees, of course, and they're on full-time. We also have a federal pilot that flies our USDA-owned helicopter. He'll come in January, and he'll be here through May, I believe it is. And then he goes fights fires, flies helicopter fighting fires and stuff. He's also airplane certified, so he could fly one of our 2 USDA-owned airplanes as well. And then we've got another federal pilot coming in February, and he'll fly one of our USDA-owned airplanes into April during the calving season and lambing and so on. So all of our contract pilots are back again. We've got one in Turner, we've got one in Dillon, and then our contract pilot in Big Timber, he decided to quit flying for us for a year, and now he's come back, so we'll have him back. And it's a pretty critical spot. You all know Big Timber is probably one of the windier parts of the state, and it's nice to have a pilot there so we don't fly our airplane, get about halfway over there and get winded out and have to turn around and come back. So if we could fly him over there, he's a big help for us. So he came back, and that's going to be a help this year as well. I think that there was somebody, and I can't remember who it was, mentioned in the meeting a question about wolf and grizzly bear expenses. Our wolf expenses last year were about $279,000. We do get paid $110,000 from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. This year we have an agreement with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation that we get about $25,000. That's for wolves too. The $110,000 from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is strictly for wolves. That's all we could use it for. And the money from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation is for wolves. The $20,000 from Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife is for wolves or grizzly bears. So we could use that for both. But the total wolf expenses were $278,642. You have to understand that since we have such limited funding, our wolf work is limited. So we could do more wolf work with more funding, but I just don't have enough federal appropriations to throw at it because we have such limited cooperative funding. So we could certainly do more wolf work if we had more funding, but it's limited because of the funding. The grizzly bear work in FY17 was about $107,000. And when you look at it initially, you think, well, because I've said our grizzly bear depredations are outpacing our wolf depredations, and initially you would think, well, why is your grizzly bear expenses less than your wolf expenses? Well, for a number of reasons. Number one, we typically don't fly for grizzly bears. Very little flying for grizzly bears. Number two, with wolves, when you verify wolf damage, you know which pack it is because they're very territorial, and you know which pack it is. With grizzly bears, where you've got a lot of different individual grizzly bears, it's difficult to know which grizzly bear it is. It could be a sow with cubs, or it could be this boar, or it could be this 2-year-old or that 2-year-old, and so on. Craig will tell you sometimes when we go on these investigations, there'll be 6, 7, 8 grizzly bears at a depredation site. You don't know which one killed it. So a lot of the grizzly bear work, if you're able to trap, in Madison County sometimes a lot when you're horseback, there's not much you could do. You could set a foot snare, but if it's a sow, you might have to immobilize it and turn it loose in the middle of the cows because you're not allowed to kill it. So the grizzly bears, a lot of times when we set equipment, if you don't catch it in the first day or two, you're not going to catch it. So you're not working that 45-day period trying to target a pack that's gotten in trouble. So that's kind of explains why the work that we do for grizzly bears costs less money as far as the number of investigations that we do. When I looked at that first, I thought it kind of made me kind of. So the wolf expenses for FY18 are right now, of course, it's not complete, but it's running about 8% higher than it was in FY17 at the same time. The grizzly bear expenses for FY18 are not complete again because it goes till the end of September, but they're running about 25 to 30% higher than what the expenses were in FY17. So the grizzly bear work is is increasing. More and more grizzly bear work. Let's see. There was a discussion about our investigations, our livestock depredation investigations, and the tie with the Livestock Loss Board. We have a requirement to do livestock depredation investigations forever, and it had no connection with the Livestock Loss Board. It's in our MOU with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and our sub-permit with the Fish and Wildlife Service. We have to do those investigations. With grizzly bears, we co-investigate. Is a requirement to co-investigate with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Sometimes they're not able to, in certain areas, quite often not able to, but the MOU that we have calls for a co-investigation on grizzly bears. Not on wolves, but on grizzly bears. Sometimes it's pretty nice to have more than one person at a site, as you can imagine. If you walk up on a calf that's been killed by a grizzly bear and there's a grizzly bear sitting on that calf and you're alone and you're wanting to go in there and skin that grizzly bear, and first of all you've got to shoo the grizzly bear away, which sometimes they aren't particularly happy about leaving a kill, and even if they are, they may just go a short distance away, and you really don't want to turn your back on a grizzly bear when you're skinning a calf out to see what killed it. So oftentimes it's good to have more than one person at the depredation site with grizzly bears. It's not something we have to necessarily worry about with coyotes and wolves and lions and such, but with grizzly bears, it is the safety of our employees is something that's a concern for us. You may have heard about the hunter in Wyoming, that the guide and the hunter that killed an elk and were cleaning an elk, and a grizzly and a 2-year-old attacked him and killed the guide and injured the hunter. They just turned their backs on it for a minute, and those grizzly bears were on them. So that is a concern for us. But the investigations are not tied to the Livestock Loss Board. If the Livestock Loss Board was not here, or long before the Livestock Board ever was here, we're required to do investigations. So we would still have to do those investigations. Expenses for the 2 DOL helicopters. All I did was I went to the agreement that we have with DOL, and I went through the items that are listed on here on page 2 of the agreement that we have with DOL for flying the 2 DOL helicopters. And the first thing that was listed was pilot salaries, or how did they word it? Pilot costs, and I take that as salaries and benefits included. That was $224,000. Hangar space. Of course, USDA provides the hangar space for the DOL helicopters. That's an expense that we have. We also keep our USDA aircraft in those hangars as well, but that is an expense of having helicopters. You can't have them sitting outside. So that's about $8,000, and that's their USDA buildings, but we still have to pay the land lease that they sit on. That's how things are at the airport. Even if you own the building, you have to pay you have to lease the land that the building sits on.
Yeah.
Kind of odd, but and then utilities, gas and electric, is about $8,000. Fuel, about $110,000. Fuel trailer expenses is listed as number 4 on the agreement. All of the fuel trailers are owned by USDA. We have fuel trailers for Jet A for the helicopters and for avgas for the airplanes. We have 8 trailers for the helicopters spread around the state, all USDA owned. There's just not much maintenance on there. You have to change the filters and you have to change hoses and so on, but there's not much for expenses. They are expensive trailers because they have to meet DOT. If they're over so many gallons, what is it, Craig? 200 gallons? I think it's over 200 gallons. There's a lot more restrictions on it. All of our guys have their commercial driver's licenses for towing trailers. And some of our trailers are 400 and some gallons and so on. So a lot of requirements for those trailers about tip over, and no spill and all that kind of stuff. So, but we keep those strategically placed around the state so we don't have to fly back, to a gas station. We also utilize DOD contract for our fuel, which saves money. Some of the airports have the DOT contract fuel price. So there. The last thing mentioned on the agreement is helicopter replacement parts and maintenance. and that varies tremendously per year. I've talked before about some of the different parts and how those parts, the prices on those parts have increased. Helicopters are any kind of a specialty thing. It's gone up exponentially in the last 10 years or so. A set of blades for 6962 Charlie, which is the Jet Ranger, cost $180,000. The last set of blades we put on it. Fortunately, we were able to get funds from USDA. Otherwise, that helicopter would still be sitting there, because that $180,000, we get $295,000 from the Board of Livestock, from the Department of Livestock. That would take up $180,000 of the $295,000 we get. I mean, we wouldn't have enough to pay one pilot, much less. So the maintenance varies from $205,000 to $435,000 in any given year. Hot sections are up to about $160,000, full engine overhaul. The hot section and the turbines and the wheels, about $160,000. Hot section, if you just get that section, it's less. But that stuff has gone up 3 or 4 times what it was 10 or 15 years ago. It's amazing what that stuff has gone up. So when we're looking at operating expenses for the 2 DOL helicopters, depending on maintenance and so on, and the full costs, and I put in the hangar space, and that would certainly, that has the USDA owned aircraft as well. But if you're looking at expenses to hangar those, it's realistic. So the total expenses for the 2 DOL helicopters in any given year is $547,000 to $779,500 on the highest year when we bought the blades and did hot sections and so on. That's the expense.
547 to what?
$547,000 to $779,500.
That's not an annual deal, though.
It's not annual, no. But it could vary. The lowest maintenance a year was total of $547,000.
Well, help me where you're getting your numbers. I'm sitting here looking at the agreement of 529.18, and the fuel numbers and the maintenance numbers are on this document aren't the same as you're quoting.
What
document are you reading off of that has different?
This is the total expenses.
No, but you did fuel and jet fuel, and this says $63,000, and the number you gave us was like
that's all the money that we had from DOL. So we can't expend more DOL funds than we have.
No, this is it's under a paragraph called cost estimate for services.
Yeah, we have to work that figure. We can't charge DOL more than money than we have. So that fits into that bottom line of, what was it, $295,000?
No, it says subtotal direct charges $254,759, and then you add pool job costs and indirect costs pool job costs at 11% and 5%, and you get $295,903.
So there's additional costs than what DOL is paying. That's what I'm explaining. The USDA pays some of this because we don't get.
Hold on a minute. You were saying earlier that the numbers you were giving me were in the agreement.
Oh no, not the numbers. No, not the numbers.
And you referred to the fuel cost, and you said on paragraph 4 or article 4 or number 4. Well, these aren't numbered. They're just sitting here, and I'm trying to figure out what agreement are you talking about?
All that I was talking about was I was talking about the. I'm talking about all where it says is under the. You're looking at the work plan, financial plan.
Well, I'm working at the agreement that was signed by us concerning the cost estimate for services.
Yeah, that's the work plan, financial plan. I'm talking about the agreement, and the agreement doesn't have figures. All that I'm talking about.
So where were you quoting the figures?
Those are the total costs for the helicopter.
Okay, so they're not in the agreement. They're just the total cost as you have calculated them.
Yeah, because we can't charge.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I don't want you to say they're in the agreement and they're number 4.
No.
And
okay, to clarify,
what a result of having an agreement. But I was trying to find them, and I just couldn't get them to add up anymore.
Okay, my apology. What I was trying to state is that this is a list of expenses, not the dollar figure, but the list of items in the agreement include, and it doesn't have a figure in the agreement because the agreement is not a financial document. What you're looking at is the work financial plan. That's the financial document. So In the agreement, it just says the funds provided pursuant to this agreement will be expended by Wildlife Services for, and then it lists those items,
Right.
not dollar figures.
Great.
So it lists.
I'm okay with that, but you gave us a dollar figure, and I was trying to match it to these dollar figures.
Yeah.
They didn't match.
No, it won't, because we cover a lot of those expenses for the helicopters because we don't get.
So the dollars aren't in that agreement there.
No, they're in that agreement. They're in the work plan, financial plan that you have there, and that's.
And they're less.
They're much less.
Yeah.
Because basically.
That's okay, I got it now.
Yeah, we start from the figure that you all give us, and go back from there. So.
Well, actually, you start from what your expenses are, and then figure out how to pay for them.
Yeah, and I've got to come, and the stock
If you
growers.
just started with us, you wouldn't go anywhere.
Well, yeah.
That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
So while you're at it, my understanding is that insurance pays, and maybe it's all wet too, that out of our $350,000 of per capita, that leaves, there's only about 300,000 or 296 or whatever that goes to you. And so there's another 50,000 gap, and that's insurance and whatnot?
Or to the, and I always call it the non-cooperating counties. I'm not sure how you refer to those counties, Mike, but it's every time I say that to some of the guys in the non-cooperating counties, they kind of, but it goes to Richland, Powder River, and Carter
I
County.
have the three non-cooperative. But what's the amount for the insurance?
24,000.
Yeah, I believe that was there's about $24,000 that did go down this last year. So, and that comes, we pay that directly to tort. Yeah.
So,
I never see that figure.
That's okay. So I'm trying to get something else. The document, we've had this discussion yesterday. The documents don't seem to deal with the liability issue of a state-owned helicopter being repaired by a federal agency, being flown by an employee of a federal agency, and any accident that might occur as a result of work being done. Is there some insurance coverage for or protection for the Department of Livestock relative to what would happen if one of the helicopters our helicopter goes down? And I mean, I can conjure up all kinds of nonsense, right? Like it goes down because you put a faulty blade on the helicopter. Doesn't make a difference. Somebody that occurs an injury, or you land, it crashes into my barn, or is there a liability protection for the Department of Livestock relative to what would happen in the event of turmoil on that helicopter?
Well, I mean,
I'm not seeing it.
Other than the insurance that you pay, because the insurance you pay covers liability for both helicopters. So that insurance payment, it covers liability for 6962 Charlie and 1095
But
Tango.
how about for people and property damage that's collateral to the wreck?
We fill out a pilot history form, and those forms go into the insurance company. So those pilots are.
No, I'm talking about insurance coverage for that collateral damage.
What's the amount that policy's good for, if something went bad?
Yeah.
What?
10 million, 20 million?
Oh,
50
no,
million?
no, it's, I don't know what the liability is, but as far as, it covers, it's liability for 6962 Charlie and 1095 Tango, and it's hull insurance for 1095 Tango.
It's what insurance?
It's hull insurance,
Okay. But
it's.
that's not a tort claim.
Yeah, that's not a.
No, it would cover the helicopter damage.
Yeah, it would cover the physical helicopter. What I'm asking is, do we have coverage for the liability that's collateral to the damage?
He's saying if you
And I'm not
crashed into a
finding
house and you got sued, who's going to pay for it?
The house, not the helicopter.
I would assume that liability insurance.
I'm just asking, do we know if, I can't find it.
I mean, I'd have to read the insurance policy, but that's.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and one of the clarifications is a conversation I had with John. We recently had a meeting with Risk Management and Tort Defense over all of our insurance coverage for the department. So one of the issues is your annual client meeting, right, to go through everything we're covered for. And there was a discrepancy, which I don't know if it's completely solved, but the question asked during the meeting was really about the people on the helicopter, because from the insurance coverage that we're carrying, it seems that risk management and tort defense, since the pilots are not state employees, are not covering the liability for them. That they would assume that the employer of those would assume the liability for those people.
And
I took it a step further and had to crash into a barn.
That's where John's questions are coming.
Yeah, and of course, the federal government is self-insured, so it would fall under the Federal Tort Claim Act, and it would be a tort claim, and the feds would have to pay, just like if we have an accident with a car or whatever, it's a federal tort claim.
It seems to be a gap.
Which, if that's the case, and sometimes we get in these agreements and people change over, and so things were sorted out years ago that we don't remember, it actually, what you just stated, may make sense. It may be why Risk Management and Tort Defense chose not to carry that liability coverage for the people on the helicopter, because of that assumption, and the people who are now our insurers and we don't have enough experience to remember why that decision was made.
Yeah.
Nor do they.
Nor do they. They don't have a memory. But it actually is plausible that they might, if they said, if these aren't state employees, they're federal employees, and they're covered a different way, so we're not going to carry that coverage.
Yeah, they word it, the federal government words it and says that they're self-employed, but it's the tort claim deal. So if we have an accident with a car, it would be no different. You know, the people.
Except for it's our car.
Yeah, that's a difference.
Yeah.
And I don't know how that affects. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
If you have an accident with our car, I don't know.
Probably doesn't go to the feds then.
Anyway, it's something for us to look at. Let me ask you another question. I've been running around Kelly's barn here, and you made a statement that when you go in to confirm, you can make a confirmation that can go to George for payment.
Yes,
and that you make the confirmation in consultation with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
No, we don't consult. Our determination is the final determination.
Okay, I know that because I've done some homework over there. Okay, but you made a statement that it's always good to have you go in and investigate together, and then it depends on what Fish, Wildlife, and Parks says.
Grizzlies.
Yeah, hold on now. And in George's rulemaking, there is a specific requirement that you confirm for them to pay.
Yes.
So you have to be a part of George's rulemaking because they made you part.
Yep.
Whether or not they existed or not, I don't know about that. But for payment purposes, you are specifically named, not Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, but you.
Correct.
Okay. So what is it that triggers an obligation for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks after that confirmation or before? Because I'm hearing it 2 or 3 different ways, and I've heard it last Friday and all the way along in this process, that the confirmation that's required is a confirmation clearly required to get paid, but then where is you have a memorandum of understanding with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks that says you will consult with them? Because they tell me you don't. You referred to a memorandum of MOU,
yes,
which I assume that's what it's abbreviated for,
yep,
with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks relative to the confirmation. So I'm trying to understand whether you do or whether you don't. They say you do, and then they say, well, professionally, we go along, we've got a great relationship. And I keep saying, it isn't about relationships. I'm just trying to figure out what the process is.
The MOU.
So is there a requirement from Fish, Wildlife Services or an MOU with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks that makes them a player in the confirmation?
I'll have to look at the exact wording, but we do have an MOU with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for black bears, mountain lions, grizzly bears, and wolves. And each one is a little bit different. With black bears and lions, we go out alone, we make the determination, and we make the decision on what happens to that offending black bear or lion. And at the end of the year, we send them a report. With wolves, we also make the determination. We go out there, we do the investigation without Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We make the determination, or we make the confirmation, yes or no. We call Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, we tell them what we have, and we tell them what we're going to do. If we're going to remove the pack, we let them know.
Courtesy of notice.
Yeah, so we let
What
them
about
know.
grizzlies?
With grizzly bears, the MOU says that we shall co-investigate if possible. And that's a carryover from when.
So it's in the MOU.
It's in the MOU.
Could you provide us a copy
Yep,
of that?
I can do that.
Because
And
I
it-
spent 2 hours last Friday dealing with part of this subject, and I got to both ends of the discussion where it said, we don't, but we do.
Yep, I can get
Now,
that.
let me ask you a different question. In the event that relisting occurs, I'm betting donuts on it now, then does Fish and Wildlife Services control any portion of your MOU with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks?
We would have to consult with the Fish and Wildlife Service, just like we do on the Northern Continental Divide population.
Okay, hold on now. Okay, so that's not what I asked you. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
Would it have
Because
any?
I'm getting to where you're at, but I want to get there slowly.
Would it have any bearing on our work, how we work with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks on grizzly bear investigations?
If they're relisted, do you have any requirement from Fish and Wildlife Services to work with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks?
Yes, they have always, even when both bears were, both populations were listed, we've always had the requirement to co-investigate, always. And that came from the grizzly bear coordinator of the U.S.
Do we have
Fish
a
and Wildlife.
copy of that document?
Sure, I should have, yep.
Okay. So on one hand, on either way, listing or delisting, there's a requirement either from your organization's agreement with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, or Fish and Wildlife Services requirement to negotiate with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
Yeah, under the population, under the northern.
Grizzlies.
Yeah, under the northern.
Forget the populations.
Okay.
Just
Well,
assume they're both treated the same.
then we would have to have a sub-permit with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which we do have for the northern population because they are still listed.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming they're going to get relisted here, and I could be wrong, but I'll bet you I'd raise it to higher than donuts. But let's say they're because of their arguments in front of the court. So is there an actual documentation of that notion from Fish and Wildlife Services, or is it professional courtesy?
I'll read the sub-permit again. I've got the
Okay,
sub-permit
I
on my
appreciate
car. Yep. And I can get you a copy of the MOU today too.
Because there are people in the process who say, oh no, that's Wildlife Services' decision to make the confirmation. That appears to be only the case in Georgia's circumstance.
Members of the board, can I interject? I think, and I'm just looking at this from an outside perspective, observer, there's two questions here. One is determination of the kill. Is it a kill or is it not a kill? The other two is management, the determination of what's done with the
I
bear.
understand.
So there's different answers for this
I understand.
question.
That's why I got a fork in the road.
Right. So Wildlife Services is responsible for the determination of if it's a kill or not, regardless of the listing status. The other portion of the management, we have to consult with Fish and Wildlife Parks because they're managing agency, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service if they're the managing agency. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I believe that.
Okay.
And so, but I'm trying to find the document that says it, because there are people on the other agencies who say, we have nothing to do with the decision that Wildlife Services makes.
I believe.
Okay?
Which is the decision on if it's a kill or not.
Well.
However,
yeah,
I think that the wording, I believe that the wording in the MOU is that Wildlife Service will make a determination, but if there is a disagreement, it is elevated. I believe that's what it says, something like that.
But then I don't get paid, right?
We've never, I don't think.
I'm just saying, if in this circle, the confirmation is made by you, then I should get paid over here.
Mm-hmm.
right? Because that's what Georgia's rules say.
Yep.
But if there's a disagreement over here as to the confirmation, then I don't get paid because you withhold approval.
We've never done that, and we won't do that. We can elevate it, but we've never, to my knowledge, we have never had an issue where Fish, Wildlife and Parks or the Fish and Wildlife Service has disagreed and we've withheld payment, ever.
Correct. Okay, so that's never going to happen. I got that. That's good. So if that confirmation then triggers action at FWP, why can't we find out what it is? I just got paid over here for my confirmation of grizzly bear. Why can't I find out what the reasons were that FWP made relative to their management activity? Because they have consulted with you, right? And or Fish and Wildlife Services has asked that you consult with them. So why can't I find out the reasons why things are not getting done or getting done from a management standpoint?
Consulting whether the bear lives or dies.
And that's where Craig said there's a difference between making the determination and the management action.
I understand.
The management action, we do not have the authority to make that call on management action. We don't.
Okay, so do you do it
on grizzly bears
in coordination with FWP? And I see Craig going like this.
Do we do it
You do take them out upon approval.
If the Fish and Wildlife Service, or say in your area right now with the delisted bears,
But when you've taken, I'm a Fish and Wildlife employee, and you're taking me out to the grizzly bear kill, and you're not going to say to me, hey, I'm in charge here, that's a kill. Or you wouldn't be taking me out. Once you take me out, then there's no real rule, is there, that says I have to respond to the landowner relative to what I think it is, and they're going to ask you for input, right?
Right. But
so I'm going around it. Okay.
When we go out with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, which they don't always co-investigate, but when they do, they're pretty much there to help, and we make a determination. There has been disagreements before, infrequently, but the determination, we've always stuck with our determination, and that's where we go. Then it goes to the point where we determine this is a grizzly bear. What can we do? And then we get our marching orders from either Fish, Wildlife and Parks or the Fish and Wildlife Service on what we could do, if we could even set a trap.
Okay, so if Fish and Wildlife Service happens to be the people that give it to you, is there an memorandum of understanding between Fish and Wildlife Service and Fish, Wildlife and Parks as to how to conduct themselves?
Between the two agencies?
Or there's deference to their view?
I don't know.
Especially when they're trying to force more state activity.
I don't know what kind of agreement they have.
Sorry,
I've been told there is.
So everybody operates off of the interagency grizzly bear guidelines, and that's what is kind of been set for how people conduct or make decisions. Now there's some flexibility in there, according to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service a little bit, but there's still those are pretty set in stone now. With the population that Fish, Wildlife and Parks manages, that's under their conservation strategy, and that's under their flexibility on whatever they want to make management decisions based on. When we confirm something, we consult with them and say, hey, this is what we know, this is what we think. What can we do? This is what we think we should do, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service says, that sounds reasonable, or no, we can't do that. And then those decisions, however it is, we try, because we're usually there with the livestock owner, then we go ahead and say, we think this is what has been decided to be done by the Fish, Wildlife and Parks or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, if that makes sense.
Well, it's probably closer to what's going on, but I don't understand why your agency wants to be in the middle of that decision when you don't own it.
Because it's on the behalf of the livestock producers, and we.
But then why can't a livestock producer find out exactly what's going on?
They should be able to, and if they can't, that is solely on Wildlife Services and the managing agency to not communicate better.
Why
Because all that
is
is
that,
a
why is that on
communication.
you? You're not making the decision.
Well, we're still there on behalf, trying to solve the problem and communicating
No,
with
but
the
that's
landowner.
just good professional conduct.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to find out process-wise is why you take that on yourself. Why Fish
Because
and
we're a
Wildlife
part of the
Parks
process, I guess.
isn't accountable for that management decision.
And they bear some of the burden because they're responsible for making those decisions, absolutely.
Well, our state statute says they're the one, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And actually they used to on wolves. 2012 is when we got the authority to make the determination on the management actions for wolves. Prior to 2012, it was the same situation. If we'd go out and we didn't co-investigate, but we'd go out and investigate, we'd make a determination. If it was wolves, then we'd call Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the Fish and Wildlife Service before they were delisted and say, we've confirmed this pack has killed this calf or whatever. What can we do? In 2012, the protocol was changed and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks turned that responsibility over to us to make the determination on the management action.
But think about what you just said, right?
Whoa.
They turned it over to you.
Yeah.
So again, I would come back to you and say, then why isn't it their responsibility to do the communication with landowners if they're the party that's managing the problem? They haven't turned it over to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And could we get that pie done so that we have the same numbers for one? And you had one years ago, you gave it to me.
I did, yeah.
The first one on the board.
I can update it.
And it looked a little different than now, but that
Yep.
pie of your funding, so everybody's on the same page.
Update the funding pie. And I think I had at that time I had miscellaneous or something I had in there.
That's all right, what you had.
But I'll try to make
But
it.
you gave us these numbers this morning, I appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. And you did hear from George. I had the livestock loss, but I'd put that note on there. That was the only one that I didn't know offhand. Mike called me when I was going through Townsend yesterday afternoon, and we can't get into our computers anymore there because we have to do it with our ID, and I've got my ID, so nobody at the office can get into my computer anymore. So.
But see, the irony that I know, a lot of people don't see it because I'm goofy the way I look at it probably. Under his regulations, you are the sole person who makes the decision as to whether I get paid. So if I'm a landowner, I don't care how I get paid. I want to get rid of the threat to my family, my horses, my livestock, and my losses. Then who do I turn to?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you've
And if
got.
there's a time frame that is put in, which I understand there is, if I can't get out there within 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever, which is why George sends a note out saying, everybody's busy, go take the pictures on your own. Then I missed the timeline for the confirmation that it's a grizzly bear kill, and I don't get either one.
Yeah, and we certainly weren't, in that case, we were certainly not saying we wouldn't get there.
No, I'm not
We were just
blaming
saying,
anybody.
yeah.
I'm just saying from a process
Yeah.
standpoint, I understand there actually isn't a timeline. It's just a practical one.
I mean, there's a timeline for everything. There's a timeline when you certainly want to be able to, the earlier you can get there, the more apt you are to do the confirmation.
So it's just practical.
And secondly, the earlier you are to set equipment, you have to, if you're going to catch a grizzly bear, your best chance is that first night. If you can't set that first night, your chances go down exponentially.
How many grizzly bears do you guys trap? Lots?
No, a dozen or so. A
Compared to
dozen.
Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, do you trap them or do they do it?
We do all the livestock work. All the livestock protection work we do for all predators. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks does some of the nuisance work, the health and safety work. If there's somebody mauled by a grizzly bear, now they can, in our MOU it says that they can request our assistance if a hunter is mauled or somebody's killed or a bear is breaking into a cabin or a house or in downtown Valier or Whitefish or whatever. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks handles all of those calls. But as far as livestock depredations, we handle the livestock depredations for all predators in the state.
Right, thanks. Anything more for John?
Wow. A couple questions. How many, you think only a dozen bears have been snared this year?
Or culvert trap.
or culvert traps, so you've only gotten a dozen, and what have you done with those? Have they all been turned over to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, or if some of them, did you get permission to?
All but one. One we were requested to kill.
And all the rest were turned over to
all
Fish,
the rest
Wildlife?
are transfer of custody to Fish,
Okay,
Wildlife, and Parks.
the same question for wolves. How many wolves that were depredating have you been able to get rid of
48.
so far?
And radio collared 12.
And has that been helpful in finding the rest of them?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have, finding a wolf pack without a collar is difficult. I mean, so if there's a radio collar in a pack, they're certainly much easier to find.
How many radio collars for wolves are being put on by Wildlife Services? How many for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks?
That I don't know Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I know that we put on a dozen this year. We collared a dozen packs this year.
Craig, do you have any?
Chairman, members of the board, we usually end up collaring more, but Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is actually contracting to do some aerial darting and collaring of some wolves. There's that law that's on the books that requires all packs around livestock to be radio collared, so they're trying to meet that. But on average, it's about half. Sometimes we're quite a bit more, and sometimes they're about as many as us. So I don't have the total numbers up to date. The other thing too, I want to point out in the grizzly bear stuff is we probably would have actually trapped more, but the problem like down in Madison is the majority of those calves are injured. So they're up just walking around, there's nothing to trap off of. That's been a big problem. The other thing too is if we don't confirm it first that night, there's 4 or 5 bears that are already on it. And the question then is looked at us is which one of those 4 or 5 are responsible. So why set and catch something, because bears are extremely hard to catch. And so that's part of that.
Let me just take off on that a second. I was going to shut up, I should have. But on the other hand, maybe you shouldn't have said anything either. So it's his fault. So it's our fault. But in the process of things, though, what keeps going on is that I still ought to be able to get paid for that bear, right?
Yeah.
Even though, because I did it, even though you didn't set a trap for it in that process.
And it absolutely happens that way.
So I can still get paid for it.
Yep.
Yeah, as
even
long as
though
that
your
calf
management
dies,
decision
because
is different.
George's program doesn't pay for injury. So if it dies, then yes, you'll be paid, or if it's put down.
Well, solve that problem.
But you're right. I mean,
and they very well should be paid. Absolutely.
Yes.
That has nothing to do with management. Payment and management have nothing to do with each other.
The last question I have for you is, okay, so as I understand state legislation, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is supposed to put a collar on every pack. How many packs do you think there are in the state, and how many of them do you think actually have collars on them?
it's
Well, I'm
that's a
asking
moving.
I'm asking it for a very specific reason.
I'd have to look at I don't know what the estimate on wolf packs was this last year.
Now with hunting season, trapping season, that knocks a lot of collars out because hunters take 250 wolves a year roughly. That's mortality. So, and over the course of the years, and from my memory, it's about 25 to 30% of the packs are radio collared. So or less, because radio collars are hard to maintain out there with being. And then when we do full pack removal, we remove collars too.
So this goes back to John's question about management of the wildlife that's doing the depredating, and if they've got legislative rules that they're not following, but they're expecting you to put collars on, so it's kind of the same sort of thing as who's managing the grizzly.
It's kind of it's an expectation, but it's also a huge benefit for Wildlife Services to put collars out, and also the livestock owners, because in management for us to deal with, that's a huge benefit.
Craig, let me play back. This, sooner or later, you say, getting paid for the bear has nothing to do with management.
Getting paid for the calf?
Right. Getting paid for the calf that was as a result of a bear killing it. Has nothing to do with management. Is that right? That's what you just said.
Correct. Those two are completely.
But in order to get paid, I have to have it confirmed.
Correct.
And once it's confirmed, so says this track record, that requires management.
It doesn't require management.
No.
Oh.
No, it doesn't.
But if you're Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, it doesn't get to management unless you confirm it.
Correct.
Yes.
Because they would manage something that didn't happen.
So once you confirm it, you're the bottleneck for management action. Or you're the gatekeeper. Or this decision for confirmation triggers management.
We are the instrument that is used to identify a problem.
Yeah, but so you got to be a confirmed kill here, and that triggers the other leg of the stool.
Yes.
And that would be.
You keep saying you have nothing to do with it.
No. So the confirmation would be the bottleneck in anything, regardless of who does it.
That's my point. But it's still part of the process of, in order to get action over here, it's got to go through you up here.
Yes. It has, and it doesn't, and also kind of a clarification. It's either confirmed or probable. So.
But if it's probable,
as far as
I don't get paid, right?
as far
Yeah,
you do get paid, but
probable?
typically it wouldn't be a management action.
Oh, so it only becomes a management action if it's confirmed.
Yes.
So you are a significant player in what starts the management action, not just FWP.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I just wanna-
and that's the case with black bears and mountain lions. There has to be a confirmed kill.
Yeah.
And it's that way with everything except coyotes
Okay with that.
and red fox.
It's the issue of who's in charge of what,
Mm-hmm.
and who's accountable for what in the end.
So in other words, just because they're confirming does not mean that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is following through with management.
No, plus the biggest issue as far as I'm concerned is that in the end, the person who controls the management decision is not accountable for payment for the loss. If you're my neighbor and you're managing Rottweilers and your dog kills my cat, you get to pay for it. Here, the person managing the Rottweiler or the, Smokey doesn't pay for it. The industry does. And it's getting worse, not better, for the industry. Mike?
Yeah, and so for sake of time, I do have a question, and I'm going to phrase it as a yes or no question. Hopefully that's not too difficult. But yesterday we were talking about, and the informal survey here in this group is there's not a lot of knowledge, at least among this group, and maybe there's more in the general livestock producer population, about the livestock indemnification program through Farm Service Agency. And so the yes or no question is, well, just for the sake of the public knowing, that's a program that you can get 75% of fair market value for an animal for a qualifying loss, and one of the qualifying losses is loss of that animal to predation by animals that the federal government have reintroduced to the environment, so that would cover wolves or animals that are federally managed, which I would assume would include grizzly bears, particularly in the Northern Continental Divide where they're still listed with no question that they're still listed. So do you have a role in determining that qualifying loss when folks utilize that program through Farm Service Agency?
Yes or no? Wow, that's
I know it's hard to ask a bureaucrat a yes or no question. I'm one myself, so I know.
No.
No, you have no role. Okay, yeah.
Can I?
Well, I was just going to reserve my second question for Michael Foster, so you don't have to answer that. I can go to him and get that answer. But, and George might know the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, we had FSA come to a board meeting and talk about the indemnity program. Mm-hmm. And because Montana has the state program in place, they don't even use the indemnity program as far as the death loss in Montana.
Who doesn't?
FS.
They don't recognize Montana because we have a
So-
state program.
I know that. So if I applied for it, they're gonna tell me no because you have a
Talk to
state
the
program?
state.
Well,
Because I've heard it promoted at local stock grower meetings by county directors have promoted the program.
yes, and that's
That's
why
how
we.
I learned about it.
Well, and that's why we actually had them come to our board meeting and talk about that very thing, because we thought if they're getting paid through that program at 75%, we would make up the payment for that other 25% to bring the 100% total, which would be wonderful for our board. However, they said that because we are already paying 100% for that animal, those animals weren't eligible to be paid for in that program.
Who confirms the death loss for them?
As far from what I understand, it
Wildlife
is
Services.
these guys.
But he has no role. See, that's part of the confusion. I mean, the processes here are.
I think
and
there-
that may vary from state to state.
And there may be.
County committee on for, I'm not talking about predators, I'm talking about death loss on sheep in storms is confirmed by the
Oh,
county
but I mean
committee.
predators under this rule.
Yeah, but I bet you it's county committee, because they're not gonna change anything, I'm sure that's what it is, Joe, it's county committee.
So, and the reason I said no is because we have the Livestock Loss Board, so we are not involved in this state. In other states, we very well could be, but not in this state because there's a state reimbursement program.
So we just have to find out who
So,
confirms
yeah,
it.
and I think there's an interesting question of what happens when our state reimbursement program runs out of money and there's nowhere else to turn. Certainly, they should be able to turn to FSA and make.
That
use
would
of
be the
program.
case.
That would be the case. Okay.
Who would confirm the loss?
I got a feeling there'd be a lot of head scratching if it wasn't us, because
I would bet that a lot of money, John's right, but you got,
They're gonna
the
take-
producer
they're-
would have to take pictures, maybe get them to take pictures.
He's still gonna have to confirm and then go to the county board, they're
The
gonna
county
have to
committee's
take
gonna
his.
say, okay.
That's the way I understood it through FSA.
Yeah.
Sorry for.
so we would be dealing with
No,
every.
No, I forgot that part.
Yeah.
But don't go that direction. This is a better program.
There was one other thing that I wanted to talk about really quick. We did kind of a quick look at the grizzly bear, wolf, and lion depredations. And there's been grizzly bear, lion, and wolf depredations in 19 counties. 13 of those counties don't have cattle petitions. So that really limits the funding in those counties for grizzly bear, wolf, and I mean basically that leaves the $110,000 from Fish, Health, and Parks for wolf work, nothing for grizzly bear work except when George has money, and our federal appropriations. So in 13 of the 19 counties with grizzly bear, wolf, and lion depredations, they don't have a cattle petition. That makes up about $65,000 of the $92,000 in reimbursement so far.
So, but let me extrapolate that one, all right? So therefore, unless you have a county petition, local people, you're not going to get grizzly bear work. That's not what you're saying, is it?
No, I'm just saying that limits our funding sources in those areas.
I know, but you just feel like you bite your tail on this deal all the time.
You know, another complicating issue that hasn't even been mentioned here is when we work in Indian country. Because then you got a whole nother layer of bureaucracy or sovereign nation to deal with, because they have management authority within Indian country.
It's just a different Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
But they usually defer to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
But they reimburse you, don't they, for your work?
No.
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 Kidding.
Come up with that.
What?
Nope.
Already being paid.
The only funding we get from tribes is the Blackfeet Nation Stock Growers. We do get funding from the Blackfeet Nation Stock Growers Association. And so.
Okay, so the 75,000 increase in per capita funds we voted on last meeting, how will you be using that?
increase flying and cover the maintenance. Our flying, we're doing half the flying we were doing before the big cuts in 2003. Tim and Eric were flying 600 and some hours, and now we're down to 300 and some hours each. So and we're having to use more and more of our coyote money, our federal allocation, to cover the DOL helicopter, because you can see from the figures I get, there's some years where we cover over half of the operation of the DOL helicopters. So it would free up some more federal allocation for predator control.
Brett?
So, I've been on this board too long now, I'm pretty sure of that one. But, it feels to me like it's a continual drive for money going downhill. Meaning, to here. If we don't get it here, we go to county petitions. If we don't get it there, we go to going downhill. Is there that much pressure being put trying to get money going uphill too?
First of all, I'm not lobbying for money.
You might not be lobbying. I don't know about that one. So you can say that all you want, but I've been listening to you for over 10 years, and you're lobbying for money. So don't deny it. What are you saying, Craig?
I'm not saying anything.
I have a responsibility.
What I want to know is there this much pressure going uphill trying to get money as there is going downhill?
That's a good question for the stock growers and the wool growers and constituency groups, because they're the ones that they're the ones that lobby.
And I know John, Chairman, members of the board, I apologize, and John, I apologize. I know John fights for Montana and the producers here, to his boss and to USDA, APHIS. We had our deputy administrator out here showcasing Montana. All of that is him saying, these are the problems that these producers have. These are the problems out here. This is the funding we have. If you want to call that lobbying, I don't call that lobbying. I say, this is the problems. Do what you want. Yeah, educating, exactly. And I think, honestly, from our standpoint, from my standpoint, all we're doing is saying, here's the level of problems, this is the funding we have, you tell us where you want us to spend it, that's it. And then, of course, we see people suffering all summer long, and our guys are working their guts out, and that's...
I have a large respect for what you guys do. Yeah. That's not my point.
Yeah.
There's no issue there.
I hope that
Yeah, but see, that's why I keep coming back. It's not the people, it's the process issue here.
Right.
And I've had to say that 25 times in the last 2 weeks, just trying to figure out the process. It isn't about working your guts out. It's about so do the people that have a death loss.
Oh, absolutely.
And so we're trying to figure out a process here and trying to improve it.
Absolutely.
To try to get to where he's talking about, putting pressure going the other way, because pretty soon the industry will bear all the costs.
That's the problem.
And for getting money,
for
Montana, it has to come from producers. John can only do what he can so much with his boss and so on and so forth. It has to come from the people that have the problem.
But keep in mind, the federal government is still putting in over 50% of the funding for all the work. Coyote work, for all the predator control work, the feds are putting in over 50%.
That's good.
So the feds are still there. And it's like Craig said, in the last few years we've had Undersecretary Ed Avalos has been here. We've had the new deputy administrator here. We had who else do we have? Associate deputy administrator was here a few years ago. Regional director was here. We try to highlight the issues that the livestock producers have here. We were out on John and Nina's ranch. We've been on a number of the different, especially going up the Rocky Mountain front, because that's where we've got all of them.
What percentage of those funds, total funds, are paid by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks? Who manages it?
What percentage of all of our funding?
Yeah.
That's on that pie graph, but I think it's 110,000
out of what, $1.8 million?
Oh, much more than that, because $1.6 million federal appropriations, 500,000 cattle, 100,000 sheep.
Yeah, a couple million.
300,000 per capita.
And the 110,000, is it their money or is it federal money?
I don't know what their source is for that.
Licensed dollars.
Licensed dollars?
Licensed dollars.
Oh, so that appropriation that initially got sent out for Wolf from the federal government to FWP that 110 is not coming from that, and those aren't federal dollars that they allocate back to you? I thought that was still an agreement when they first introduced those wolves.
No, the 110,000 goes back a long ways. Remember, prior to we used it for coyotes.
Right.
It was something that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks gave us where they did not meet objectives for their antelope and deer.
Yes, right. Mm-hmm.
And then in.
But they got a bucket of wolf money. I thought you guys got this 110 out of that deal. Oh, you don't do.
Right after the.
They still get management money, right? No management money either.
Not from the feds.
No.
Five-year monitoring period's gone, so all the federal funding is gone.
Oh.
We did get a little bit of money from the Fish and Wildlife Service very soon, right after they were reintroduced. We got about 30,000, and I don't remember if that went for I would guess 3, 4, 5 years. We got the 30,000 from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for wolves, but then that money went away.
So if you looked at the management dollars spent by FWP, how would that compare to the 110,000? Any idea? I mean, employees, salaries,
related,
driving around, going out with you guys. Well, I mean,
there's
what's the total budget for managing?
What is there? Six wolf specialists, 6 or 7 wolf specialists.
Yeah, that's a great question for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, but I'm sure it's over $1 million.
I understand that. I've already asked that question last Friday, and I didn't get the answer. What I got the answer was we pay 110,000. So that didn't answer. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to take a little bit of liberty here and say something I think maybe more clearly. I don't know if I should say more clearly, but try to also articulate, I think, the point that Mr. DeBrucker was trying to make, which he's made eloquently in this meeting before, and I'll make again, which is, and this is, John, don't take offense to what I'm going to say, but I keyed in on a comment you made earlier when you said, well, the federal government's already paying 50% of this bill. As far as I can see, we're managing these wildlife by federal guidelines, not by state guidelines. I'm not saying the state guidelines won't replace them if the federal guidelines go away, right? In this state, certainly, there'll probably be something that'll come and replace it. The state would probably choose to do that. And at a broader stroke, which is what I think Mr. DeBrucker's getting at, is that so there's less resources at the federal government, so now we're being faced to take on more of that financial burden at the state. The choice, unfortunately, this board is fraught with is, does that mean we put more per capita to that situation? And then that may mean that we have to pass that cost on to the individual. And so it keeps flowing downhill till it gets to the individual, and there's no one left to pass it to for the individual, right? If we raise per capita fees or we raise user fees on a particular program, and that's what that flow is, right? And I don't see those things getting reversed. I don't see that push going back uphill. And it's not, and that's why I say it's bigger than this, it's not just a predator control problem. In the animal disease world, right? I mean, we can see more and more need there, and so then the state has to step up, and you see the same thing. You see the thing with the lab. We've talked about that many times where, okay, so we need these national designations to maintain a quality lab. We've got to have these national accreditations to maintain a quality lab. There's costs that go into maintaining those accreditations. So what do? We raise user fees, or we ask for more per capita. Everything is flowing to the individual, and it seems like everybody's passing the buck till there's no one left to pass the buck to. And I don't know if I hit on what you were getting at or not. But that's and it's a bigger issue than just this. This program is one of a myriad of things I see that we deal with that. And probably every state agency and local government, county and city government as well, we're all struggling with.
They're unfunded mandates. We've been talking about them for years. That's what they are.
But of course, the highest percentage of our work is coyote work.
Yeah.
85% or more of our work is coyote work, and they were not introduced by the federal government. They are not protected by the federal government, and so on. So probably closer to 90% of our work is coyote work. And, that doesn't fall into your first sentence about federal mandates or whatever. The one thing to that, though, is that some of those species that do fall into that limit what we can do on some of the, I don't know what you want to call them, state. So, we can't use M44s where there are wolves or grizzly bears. We can't use neck snares where there are wolves or grizzly bears. We have to check traps on a daily basis where there are wolves and grizzly bears. So it does have an impact, even though...
Who took 612 off the market that controlled the coyotes? The federal government, didn't they?
1080?
Yeah. 1080. The feds are to blame for this.
That was the president.
Huh?
That was the president.
Anyway, here we go.
Yeah.
On to the next one.
On to the next one.
I will get your...
Anything else for John?
I will get the copy of the FWP MOU, and there's something else. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Pie.
I'll get a pie. I'll make a pie.
Everybody wants a pie.
This board demands a
Key
pie.
lime, if I can make my report.
I'll make it colorful and...
But thank you for all the information.
Yep, you bet.
Thank you, John.
Yep.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig.
Okay, financial drill. Come on, Brian. Let's get up here and get with it. You think we had questions for him?
We got about 10 minutes.
Yeah, he warmed that up for you.
Yeah. Chairman Lavelle, members of the board, for the record, Brian Simonson, Deputy Executive Officer, Department of Livestock. I thought you might need a break. Before you go, can I just hold you for a second? Because I think my bureau chief has an announcement.
Oh, yes. I hope so.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Evan Waters, Finance Accounting Bureau Chief. I was asked by Mr. Scully yesterday about a little update from an event last month that happened. So I just wanted to introduce my wife, Valerie. So,
Good.
it was a good event. Very, very fun. So.
Is that still working out, Valerie? Or
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Craig,
did it. Appreciate
Thanks.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Where are we going?
Are we taking a break?
Yeah, they want a break. Just a short break.
Holy mackerel.
All right, Brian, let that cool off.
We're still warm.
Sounds good.
Brett, you're in charge of that window.
What do you want me to do?
Leave it over
All
there.
good so far.
Okay. Don't put us to sleep.
Well, hopefully this will be quick. Once again, Chair, members of the board, what we're going to move on to here is the Fiscal Bureau report. Having been here for 2 months, Evan and Mike, I think, have entrusted me to sit in this chair, but I keep using an analogy with Evan that I feel like I'm probably running with scissors most of the time. So if he sees me start to fall,
shove you down.
He might. We're getting to know each other, but I don't know that we know each other that well yet, so I can't say for sure what action he's going to take. But if he jumps up, I'm going to shut up and hear what he has to say. Over the last month since the last board meeting, the Fiscal Bureau certainly has been busy. Evan and I put in a lot of overtime with the IBARs, getting the governor's report ready. He's had a lot of work to do and he and the staff have had a lot of work to do with end of year closeout and getting those changes buttoned up, and we're just about there with that also. And then of course we've been on some board directives to get ready for this meeting. So we put in some real good work. And my impressions of my staff are, just through the roof right now. So I have confidence that what's before you is pretty good. We'll get into that a little bit, but I've got more confidence in the fact that with Evan behind me, we can answer your questions for this meeting. So, okay, so you have 5 tabs on your packet. You've got an expense projection budget. You've got a comparison budget. Is it per capita fee or a state special revenue report, and then per capita fee, and then a biennium timetable. I think you're all familiar with these reports more so than I am. So we'll see what level of where we need to go as far as a dive into them. The starting with the expense projection report, and we'll spend just a little time on this. Because the one that follows is pretty much just a rehash, but from looking at the prior year versus going forward in 2019. So this report takes our expenses that we've had for up through August 31st, and then projects out based on 2018 actuals where we think we're going to be at the end of the year. Now, I think that's a little like predicting the Super Bowl champion after week 1 of the NFL. So. I'm not very alarmed, but there are some stories, a couple stories in here that we want to pursue, especially as it relates to Mr. Scully and Mike went to the Economic Affairs Interim Committee, and Mr. Scully had some comments about our intentions for House Bill 3, and so we don't let me get away without talking a little bit about that. So. Like I said, you got basically a month of operations in here and a month and a half of payroll, and then you've got projections based on 2018 actuals out to the end of the year. We ended 2018 in the black, so I suppose that's a good sign for what we project out or what we think about 2019. Just to elaborate on the fourth column there, the FY19 budget. We have some other reports that say how we got to that budget. Certainly, it's the budget that we inputted back in 2016 for the legislature. But for this year, just a note, what's also included in there is $256,234 of general fund reinstatement that came back to us from the special session or governor's office. And then we're carrying forward $175,078. In carry forward money. So those are, go ahead.
From 17 and 18.
Right.
Have you already accounted for the carry forward in that projection, or is it still just sitting there trying to figure out what we'll do? In other words, when you're projecting out the amount of authority available, did you already include the carry forward that we need to spend in the projected authority for this?
It's included in the FY19 budget, so when you look at the excess over the loss numbers on the very last column, it's in there.
It's in. All the carry forward is in.
Yes. So you've already spent the carry forward in the report.
Right, we have. There's no.
Yes. It is included in the budget amount. So yes,
if you looked at an older 2019
right. In other
version,
words, there's not carry forward that's going to
bail us out.
Right.
There you go.
That's why I'm saying it.
Bucket's already empty.
And the other thing that I think is a factor to remember about last year versus this year is, so your projections moving forward is a full plate, not the. So we achieved a lot of planned vacancy savings and those types of things in the last year to help us make budget. This is not carrying those forward. In other words, they've been backfilled, and so we still would have to.
No savings.
Right, but so we still in this year, if we manage ourselves like last year, that 206 figure is what we have to manage through those types of mitigation activities, whether it's delaying purchasing on something or taking advantage of vacancy savings when the opportunity avails itself, things of that nature. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with everybody else.
Right. So the 206 number isn't a number I want to necessarily focus on. I do want to say, you can look at the 206 and divide that between the personnel and the operation negatives there, and that is an area of concern and something to be tracked. And in a couple months, we'll have more to say about where we stand with operations. But from a House Bill 3 perspective, personnel, especially if you look at the lab on page, I have page numbers here for me on my notes, page 8 and the brands on 13. You can see if you just concentrate on the personnel numbers, that total looks like we're in the hole about $530,000, which coordinates really well to the 2016 snapshot and what we're in the hole for, and what our requests or ask would be out of House Bill 3. So we certainly need some direction for going forward with a House Bill 3 submission, and I would leverage those two numbers and the budget for personnel and what occurred with the snapshot, or 80% payroll increase. So go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, and it's not only the snapshot, the lab factor is also the wage appeal that was decided during mid-biennium, which is not associated with the snapshot issue, but is certainly actually a more defensible position, because wage appeals are things that are outside of the department's control. They're initiated by an employee, they're adjudicated through a process, and you're required by state policy to immediately implement the findings. So it's a true definition of something that was happening outside of your control in your budgeting process.
As was the union negotiation.
As was union negotiations for me.
I'd hate to say that concludes my report, but it is pretty close. I mean, we do have some minor issues with Livestock Loss Board as far as, a negative, in there that we're probably going to need to address with either carry forward money or some other funds available. We also, want to be cognizant that we used lab money last year to make us whole, carryover money that isn't going to be available so much this year. So we have some concerns, and on that first page, we're aware of them. I just look at this and I go, 1 month worth of data isn't a very good spot. So as we approach mid-year, we'll have recommendations and actions to take on it, and can address concerns better than we can this month. I'll stop on each one of these tabs.
What was the lab carry forward number? Is that 100 and something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I have it here. It's 177,000.
177,000, which is not available now.
You mentioned yesterday that there was some money.
Yeah, very minimal. I mean, it's less than 50,000, so it's not.
Great.
Okay. Is there any up for questions on any of the blue, the first expense projection?
Do you want us to do anything now about House Bill 3? I mean, I would tentatively think that the board would support, taking the necessary steps to proceed forward with House Bill 3 based upon the facts as we know them today, and they're accurate and they're very straightforward. We have the funds.
Yes, I think I tried to say that, and I'll reiterate it. I think it would be appropriate, since how we have to have that in October 15th is the deadline for those, that we do need a direction from the board for House Bill 3.
Okay, so I think the Finance Committee has discussed it, and we support filing House Bill 3. So I would move that staff proceed forward with House Bill 3 consideration and allow
Submission.
you to pick between clearly the snapshot issue that came forward, and then if you want to include the union and the other item, the one you just brought up.
Yeah, the wage appeal.
The wage appeal, you can, but based upon what I guess I better stop there. So move forward with consideration for House Bill 3 based upon the snapshot and/or the following.
keeps us from having to meet again before October.
Exactly.
15th.
Right.
Second. And Lila seconded that. Any more discussion on that?
And just so you know, the tenor of my, if you believe as staff that the one will solve the problem, don't ask for the other two probably.
Right. That's my thing.
But you can back up the request for one, just saying, hey, we're not in here asking for all three. But if you think you have to ask for all three, then do it.
It's the time to do it, yes.
Okay.
Did you get it?
All in discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
Okay, the next report I don't have much to say on. If you were to turn to page 14, again, this is a comparison of basically August compared to last August and what the fallout is for us. You do see that we spent $62,000 on total personnel. That's the fourth column year-to-year comparison so far this year compared to last year. So again, we'll spin that into some House Bill 3, justification, but we're tracking on it. And then the timing, on operations, you can see there's a negative. We spent $170,000 less than this time last year. I would just caution on that really, in Evan and I's talk, a lot of that's just about timing and when the bills came in and to be paid. So, go ahead.
And I'll also point out that the discrepancy between year-to-date actual expense on personal services and same period a year ago is a lot of that would be tied up in the statutory 50-cent increase for all employees across the board that took place in February of 18. So that got instituted in February of 18, and so we're carrying it now. It's not an expense we would have had at this point in time last year. We'll pick up another 50 cents when we get to February of this year through the state pay plan that was approved last biennium. Across the board.
Across the board?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I'd entertain questions, but that is about the crux of what I got to say on this report. And Evan assures me that you don't look at it too hard because of
You don't sleep at night like
Evan, you got anything you want to add?
Scully.
Yeah, I will add, again, this report here drives our projections. We plug the numbers into this here, and then it helps with the autofills into the blue sheets. So, kind of using the same numbers, just another way to compare things.
Yeah. Instead of what are we projecting, how do we compare? Okay, I'm going to take the silence as we're moving on to the state special revenue, the blue tab, page 27. There's only one number on here that's going to jump out, and then of course drives to the bottom number of looking like we're short $4 million, $4.7 million. And that really is just that, and I think you've had, go ahead. Yeah, you've had discussions before about what we've done as far as when we realize the revenue now for per capita, that we've had to back that up and realize it in fiscal year 18, even though that's the money we're using in fiscal year 19. So there's $9 million of per capita in the bank, and we've got this year's revenue already for this year's expenditures. So but if you would have looked at this number a couple years ago, it wouldn't have looked this way.
Right. This is one where we recorded the per capita fee revenue twice in 2018.
And so it'll carry through every report from now until May when we realize the revenue again.
Yes.
Because since we made that timing change.
Correct.
So it'll be May before you actually see that catch up on this document.
Yes.
Okay.
You might want to check your footnotes and just make a clear footnote to that fact.
Oh.
So that somebody else reading this document, you can refer to that footnote, the $4 million, and then make it real clear what's going on there.
We endeavored to do that in the first one, but we'll clear it up.
But
Yeah, because if you were to look at last year's closed books, it'll look like we made a double recognition, because we did.
Right.
Otherwise, all the numbers are pretty well, within a standard deviation and on track. See how fast we're going here? Okay. Any other questions? We'll move on to per capita fee rate. I have maybe a separate note on this one. On page 28, orange tab. I guess my tab's orange. I won't say what color my tab is. Page 28. This report drives. You do have a decision to make on what the recommendation is or where to go with per capita fee rate for next year. But this report drives a letter to the Department of Revenue that's required next October. Or is it this month? Anyway, here relatively soon, we got to say what the rate is that the Department of Revenue is going to charge. So, let's see. So some notes on here. Okay, so really what you're seeing there for FY19 is, that portion of of what we're realizing of 4.9 million. That's what we're expecting to get. I'm sorry. On top of that, there's some other money that's going to come in for collections from livestock for previous years and that kind of thing. So really, for FY19, 20, and 21, with no change to this, we're projecting out a $5.5 million revenue annually in per capita fee. And that would then drive the notion of, for 2020, we've computed out in IBARs the need for per capita fee at $4.3 million and 2021 for $4.1 million. So the recommendation, based on having enough money annually to meet our budget needs, is not to raise per capita fee. The next, and then you've seen this report before, but that green bar that says this is the 110%, you're authorized to raise it if you wanted to, and what the resulting income would be there. If you were to go forward and do that, drives those three scenarios, and the three next sheets I give you there, just in case it's basically for information purposes, but if you wanted to know, the first two sheets give you two scenarios on getting as close as I can to that 5,338,701 number. I don't know if it's worth discussing, but one is across the board 8.5% increase, and the other one is a 5% to cattle and 33% to the rest is how that would play out. And then just the last sheet is just a kind of so if you wanted to do some math, I just gave you a simple 1% and 10%, and then if we want to extrapolate what a 2% is, that would be for cattle, that would be pretty easy to do. So is there any questions on that? Do we have any questions about this rate compared to last year, or numbers compared to last year?
Looks like you're trying to keep the cow guys happy.
The committee chose this recommendation to support staff's recommendation, not to increase per capita.
So I do need we would need a motion?
So when you don't increase in small increments, then it allows the board, and this is what happened to us prior, we didn't increase because we couldn't increase. There was a fee freeze, and then when we did increase, basically the increase percentage-wise was a whole lot. The board had the ability to increase it quite a bit more percentage-wise because they hadn't done anything. Sometimes, and I'm not suggesting we should do anything, but sometimes when you, as a board, as you roll over this and don't move, and then when the next board comes along and moves, it gets to be a big move.
Remember the last time when we increased, we'd done a couple right in a row, and we went out to the industry and got support to increase the per capita fee. And as a part of the receipt of capital fee, per capita fees, we have a targeted cushion in cash. and we are meeting that targeted cushion in cash in addition to the operating requirement on an annual basis.
I'm not
Right?
suggesting I'm not supporting
So we,
that.
at one point, we said, when we increased it, we might consider decreasing it.
Mhm.
Because once we get to the cash, accrued cash level that's targeted and meet the operation means there's no reason to continue to increase it. So
Increase it. Mhm.
we stopped.
What
So
was
that's
that
the
cash?
question we asked yesterday, was based upon if you go forward into the next biennium, based upon the commitment of per capita fees to the lab, as we increase them, the per capita fees that we actually provided for brands, because their fee structure doesn't fully cover their operational dollars, and the other per capita fee expenditures, that we have enough on a going forward basis for the biennium, based on what we know now. The answer to that was yes. So we still could increase a year from now, to your point, if we were falling short, or if fall run numbers, which was projected a couple of years ago, if they fall short, we could do an increase next September. And if that was the case, we would have already received authority based upon our current budget. So we would be able to, if the numbers fall below, spend the per capita dollars we would increase next year if we fall in that category.
One of the things that's difficult is that, based on what John says, it's something that I was thinking about after the finance committee meeting yesterday, when I had some things kicking around in my head yesterday evening, which is, I mean, one of the difficult things about per capita fee is it's decoupled from biennial planning.
Right.
And that's kind of problematic, because, and that's where I think so to explain our staff recommendation a little bit, is we've already presented a biennial budget that our current inflow covers. And so it's hard for us to ask for an increase knowing that we, in this next biennium, would not even have any authority to spend that increase. It would just, now if we were trying to provide ourselves some operational reserve and those things, but those are issues we've largely put to bed, that would be a need for it. And so for this year, and it's a hindsight, and hindsight's always 20/20, and we'll need to remember it for 2020 when we get there, which is, in those years, we should be coupling the per capita conversation with the biennial plan. Because when you have them uncoupled, one doesn't affect the other. And that's what makes it, and so just so you know, from our staff perspective, that's what makes it hard for us to recommend an increase, when we know that the budget we've presented, that's already been put to bed, that those dollars are not in our authority figures. So it would be money going to our bank account.
Right.
And if that helps explain why we come up where we come up. I do recognize the point that, if the pain is sometimes, or the medicine's easier to take in small doses, but that's I think one of the reasons you find us where we are now. The other thing I think with per capita planning that we haven't done in past years, the other thing that kicked around in my head is that, we should back this process up, because you've not had an opportunity to talk to the industry. So if we were looking at it, and Ed would know more about that than I do, but if, for example, if we're looking at a burgeoning poultry industry, right? And there's going to be much more work required on the department to manage disease and protect poultry. And so for that reason, we might be pulling those two things together and saying we think more resources will be demanded from the department in the future because this industry is growing. You want to have the opportunity to get out and talk to that industry first before you come in here and say, let's go from a nickel per head to a dime per head, that sort of conversation. Or, sheep would be another one. If we looked at it and said, we need, so we also don't align the per capita structure with maybe what's going on in the industry and how we think that's going to change our work. Which you would think prudently you would tie those things together. You would have that conversation of saying, here's our major threats and where we see most of our resources going, And you might be species specific in some of those conversations, where you might leave some species alone but make increases in others. Because I think one of the things we struggled with when we were approached by the alpaca industry a few months ago is, we were asked the question of what were the fees we're working from today based on economically, and I don't know that any of us have that answer of knowing, why certain rates were picked for certain species, but certainly we could begin to tie those things back together. I just want to put that on the table, and I think that for the next time, for next year, if we were thinking about that would probably be some more work in this process that we need to do that we, historically haven't done. That would make it would make more sense to people what we're trying to do.
The big problem with it is that if you think about the way I look at it, if the big Achilles heel for per capita is if you had a drought and a sell-off and the numbers go down, well, right now our run rate on numbers is fine, but in the fall run you could have that happen to you big time. And the problem with per capita, we still have to plan it in September, and you can't, in order to give the notice, and so it's not very. And so for us to look at now, what's the Achilles heel for the budget? It is that we are able to fund the salary increases that we didn't get authority for, and the increase in that went to brands and the increase that went in the lab. And if we can fund those, maintaining the cash balance, which this does, if we can get by this year, then they're okay with not raising it. So if you take the next step then and say, well, fall run goes down the drain, you have enough cash reserve to get you through that gap, yes, but then you'd have to increase in the next September, and it would be okay in the biennium because you've received authority from the legislature to spend it already. That's the catch-up you got to do. And but what got us in trouble before is we spent down all the cash with the DSA and all the activity that took place in that period of whatever years, and then you had fee raise freezes, so you couldn't do anything after you've already bottomed the barrel. So there was catch-up in the industry when they went along with that.
Another, Mr. Chair, another improvement that I'd put on the table for when we do it next time is how we've done it the past couple of years, and John's comment earlier, with some of the issues that's happened in the department in the past, we looked at revenue sort of siloed, and so per capita was poured into some areas to help alleviate some issues, but the conversation doesn't take place. As John said, you have areas of the department like brands that have a funding mixture. And so so the conversation that's not taking place is, if there's an issue, does it all have to be filled per capita? Because we can certainly look at the user fees, right? We could say the user fees need to go up and the per capita needs to stay the same, or it needs to be a combination of both. The unfortunate thing, we've never looked at those things linked together. The lab, because of its funding structure, is another area where you look at that and you go, so if there's an issue here, is per capita the right tool to use to bring more revenue there, or is it user fees that's the right tool to make that up, or both? And we've just never linked those conversations together. We didn't this year, and it's one of those things that I think we've got to get better at. And granted, I think it's kind of hard to think about how to prevent fire when you're fighting fire. But I think we're at a point in the history of the department now where we're more on that. We can now begin to look at prevention more so than reactive, because we've managed ourselves in that position.
Mr. Chairman, we have two things, and this is perhaps the wrong point in the meeting to discuss, and that's the IT plan, which is coming up, as well as the lab proposal that you did this morning. And funding for those two issues, should we move forward on them? And I don't know if this is the right point to talk about that or not.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think
Chair LaFell, Ms. Bacchus. We did, if you remember back in the EPP conversations, we did show a per capita fee, whether or not we'd be solvent and have the reserves for that to meet those needs, and we had the IT dollars in that figure at that time. So, and I think we discussed it yesterday that we can do it.
But not the lab.
Yeah, but the lab dollars are not covered in any way. And that's why the notion you have to put a plan together and figure out where you can go after it if you can.
Yeah.
But the per capita fee payment for the IT plan is not only there's not only a placeholder in the governor's budget for it, but we've been assured as a committee that there's enough available funding for it. But remember, it's split on, it's not all in 1 year.
Yeah.
It's one in 1 year, one in the next year, the biennium. Which, when we get down to the plan, you'll see one of my scribbles is, I don't know that it contemplates carryover expenses from year to year, and that's 650,000. It isn't broken out, it's a round number.
Yeah.
Right.
So if I spent all $650,000 on the mugwump, then what did I leave? So before, and I'll get to that later, because I'm saying if it's approved, and it's approved by the legislature, then by May next year, they have to break that out and show what it's being spent for and what carryover impact from the investments in 1 year would invest in another year.
Yeah,
I mean, would it be an expense in another?
Right. Well, and that's a very good point that I think is just good for education of all of us in state financial planning, which is when you're doing project-based budget planning within the state process. One of the things I've learned is, most of us are used to a world where if I'd allocated, and using the IT plan as an example, I'd allocated $650,000 each year, and my project timeline gets delayed, and I only do $300,000 of activity in the first year, I don't automatically get that $350 in the next year. I get 30% of it maybe.
Just to clarify, we can take that money and make that a continuing budget item, so that money will continue over onto the next year. So we wouldn't lose it, but it would. But that's one of those.
And you could
things
get
that
we would have to ask permission.
We'd have to ask permission.
Right.
Yeah.
You'd have to ask permission.
Yeah.
So, did he just say that you could get the whole 350 the next year, or would it be 120 1 year, 120 the next, 120 the next? Which one's right here?
But you'd have that money. There might be a way to have to set it up to where it's going to expire at this time, maybe at 3 years. So you'd be able to, you could spend the whole 600 this year, and then you'd have, of course, then you wouldn't need it. Or you could, if you only spent $100,000 and you could spend $500 next year.
Gotcha.
Plus, you can do that through the budget office of the governor, with the governor's approval.
Chair, Mr. Scully, members of the board, I want to just go right back to a comment you made there one more time, just for clarification on what we have in the budget at the governor's office currently. Because I don't think we're going to really need to, we're talking about it now, so I think it's appropriate. We do not have in the IBARs an ask for this $1.3 million in IT purchases. We will need to go, I will need to go and get that squeezed in that way, and I don't know if that'll be successful or not. So this request, we have talked. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what we talked about yesterday is that because we had to present our plan to the governor's office before we could get it to the board, so we were a little bit off, out of sync of how we would normally do it. We'd normally go to the board first, and then that's what we would take to the governor's office. So we put everything in when we presented to the governor's office, knowing that if the board didn't approve something, we'd take it out when we put it in the system. So where our hope is that when they first looked at it, the $650 in each year of the biennium was there, and it was per capita fee, it was our funding. So there was no expression by the governor's office
No negative.
that you should take that out, that we're not gonna let you do that, right? But we didn't put it in IBAR, so I think
We-
what Brian said.
'cause the board didn't approve it.
Because the
It's not
board
an
didn't
IBAR,
approve it.
but
It's
it's
not
a
an IBAR.
governor's friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and
Okay.
there always is, and I think Brian's being good to be cautious, because we've come across
Yeah,
this
oh, yeah.
issue before, where they may say, yes, we said yes the first time you said it, but now we say no. That
Right.
can
Oh,
happen.
Okay. I
Yeah.
Well, I just had a question about the captain and never did. So
yeah.
I don't have any more questions.
Do you want to raise per capita? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't want to raise per capita, but I want to talk about it because we roll over and we don't talk about it.
What I'll say on John, and I'm always hesitant to raise per capita, but I think that the cycle on these calf prices is bottomed. And I think we're into the increase of the market now, the next few years. So if we're gonna be needing more per capita, it's probably time.
Well, in the sheep business, I think we're at the bottom, and I think it'll raise up, but it hasn't raised this spring, so.
How about this month?
I think you're gonna do just fine.
So tell me, do you think we're at the bottom of the cycle? So the cow number cycle is bottoming. Is that what you're talking about? Is that? That's
I
what
think we're getting the maximum production,
Right.
which means lowest price. And I think we've already done that, and I think we're coming out of that now.
Oh, you do?
And I think prices are gonna start, I'm not gonna say they do what they did a few years ago, and steers are going to 250.
I like that.
I'm not claiming that at all, but I don't think they're going lower.
You can have mine 220.
Short
Not
of.
gonna get into
short-
$1.17, you're telling me?
Short of, certain points in the year.
I didn't think the sheep market had dropped below $1.50 and went to the $1.40 something, so I don't know. Maybe you're smarter than I am. I have no idea.
Time will tell.
I'll tell you what, the worrisome thing for me is drought.
Well, that's what,
That drought, drought would kill us.
Yeah, I think. and
Take
that's-
us off the map, period.
Well, and I think one of the things that John's speaking to that I think was surprising to the board was information Leslie presented probably about 6 months ago.
yeah.
That showed the historical numbers, right, of what we're inspecting and what's moving. And
I didn't see it last month.
no, it was
2
about
months ago, I think.
It was further than that. It was
Yeah, I
actually
don't
towards the
think you saw it,
spring.
though.
Yeah.
Sure, anyway.
Yeah, it basically shows that with exception of some small fluctuations, our numbers in Montana have stayed fairly stable since the mid-1980s. And from my history and past work, as when Leslie first showed me the data, I looked at the dips and I could name in every one of those why that dip occurred. You could see a big dip in 2010, 2011. Look, feed prices sky high, people curtailed, but then quickly it rebounded back to that historical number. The only big drop we've had in our history was over the 70s and 80s,
going broke.
and that along with the fact, and you can say, and then of course, why do you never recover, or from some of those big dips that are way far in our past? Well, the industry continues to get more and more efficient, so you didn't need to return herd numbers to those highs that you had in the late 60s, early 70s.
An Angus cow then, they weighed about 950, she weighs about 15 now.
Yeah. And I think that's why you didn't see but now we're at a point where you'll see a dip for some economic or environmental reason, and then you'll see it climb its way right back to that historical level, and it stays within a almost scarily consistent.
That was amazing. But the drought issue, I think, is, I was in Colorado when that hit, and it took the numbers and they never recovered from it.
Yeah.
Texas never recovered from it.
Yeah, Texas, same way. Anyway.
Anyway, yada, 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 go ahead, man.
Chair LaFella, I still need a motion to approve.
That's right. The second?
Second.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute.
What's the motion?
Yeah. He called himself.
That's all you
Take
want.
it to the
Recommendation, no change.
Brett
did. Brett moved it, I seconded it.
Okay.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same?
Okay.
Okay.
Your last tab on here, and our second to last agenda item for the Fiscal Bureau is the governor or the OPP timeline for the budget submission, and then of course ends in the legislative cycle. It's just the last 2 pages. So if you were on page 35, which is 4 of 5, that's where we are in the timeline. So I just call out, October 15th is at House Bill 3, and last time to submit supplemental appropriation requests. November 1st is LFD gets the present law budget. November 15th, OPP transmits the executive budget. And if you flip the page, I think the December 3rd is the last day to submit revisions. December 15th is OBP submits the budget, and then legislature convenes. So we wanted to give you a calendar update again on just where we're at in the process.
A key point there is November 15th is also the deadline for LRBP to get sent over. So just so you're aware that I'm aware that those conversations I alluded to earlier that I was having with the governor's office in regard to the veterinary diagnostic lab, that's my window to get movement is before November 15th.
Unfortunately, the dates I put in here coincide.
Magic.
Oh, magic.
It wasn't.
Wasn't
Based
you're looking
upon
at
knowledge.
You didn't sleep with this pack? You didn't take the night home during the gunfire?
Well, if I know we were going to get that much out of you, I'd have brought more firecrackers and throw them out the window last night.
That's the guy downstairs.
The last item on our agenda was the request for authorization to hire accounting technician. We had a retirement and a movement, and so the Bureau has an open position to be filled. We've had that position before. It's going to be, just backfilling a vacancy from a retirement.
It'll be the same duties, same pay, no changes from prior position.
And did you mention the Twyla? I'm sorry, I was reading something here. So just recognition that Twyla Morgan retired from the Department of Livestock, so that's what unfortunately created this opening. Not unfortunate for Twyla,
right.
Unfortunate for us, but her last day was a couple of weeks ago, and we did a nice little celebration here for her in this room. And, so we're going to miss having Twyla around. She's been here for
28 years.
28 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Started with the department and ended with the department.
So I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that
I'll
centralized
second it.
services go ahead with
Hiring of the accounting technician.
Accounting technician.
Second.
Sue seconded it. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
But I have a question. Have we kind of planned these retirements? This is this year, but last year, did we kind of know what was retiring and
Yeah, we
kind of have it worked into our...
And we didn't mention it because I guess we're getting so used to it that, and I would assume with our projections, we've done the same thing we've done, which is to look at expected retirements, highly potential retirements, and then of course, I don't know that we've gone back and asked the question to determine if there's someone on our high potential list who's saying no, not this year, so that we can take them out.
No, I assumed we were, because we seem to have quite a few.
Well, yeah, we do. It's
You got John and I on that schedule.
28 years, they deserve to.
The payout's not very high for
Not
that.
going to be high from Scully.
Not a financial.
Shucks.
Okay.
Depends on how you go out.
Not quietly, you can bet on that.
Having concluded that portion of the business, we're going to move on to the IT plan on the agenda.
Can I just quickly, just for anyone who tuned in to listen, because we had the cost analysis on the agenda, we did sort of go over that this morning, that the finance committee had looked over that, and there's some other decisions to be made with that, and so we're gonna bring that back when we're with a whole package, at the next meeting. And, so just, like I said, just in case somebody tuned in here late in the day just to hear that agenda item, it was on the agenda we posted, so I wanted to recognize why we didn't talk about that.
We had a pretty lengthy and healthy discussion yesterday in the Finance Committee on the IT plan. I would gloss over it a little bit and give some comments. Mike, I'm not throwing you under the bus. I'm sorry.
No, you gave me one.
I had one, but I can't find it.
Hold on, we got two more.
I know what it looks like. I have one.
You got him. There you go.
Thank you. Do it again.
So what are you asking me, Brian?
Oh, if you wanted to make some opening comments like you did yesterday, I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'll make some for people who are seeing it for the first time. That, obviously, one of the things I wanted to make mention of is format, because I know some people have formats they like, formats they don't like. This is sort of a format or layout that we're forced into, because this is how every agency's IT plan looks, because our IT plan has to roll up into the overall state IT plan. So there is a lot of boilerplate there that's just language that's included for every agency that has to be there. And some of that's not germane to the conversation we're having today. And I think the Finance Committee understood that yesterday. I did get some, and I need to make sure, and Brian and Dan know, Lila this morning made some comments of some things she thought she could make that don't change the format, but some wording that can be clarified to the lay person to help them better understand what it's saying, or to be a bit more accurate. And so I'll make sure, we need to make sure we capture those. But basically, that's where it is, and I'll try to kind of take a step back here, because the document you have is Dan's document, and then we also have some thoughts that Mr. Scully had after our conversation yesterday, which I think will play in and drive whatever action we need to pursue.
Is there copies for our representatives of our?
We had, I think there's one more out on the table.
There's two.
We had
There's
three.
two right here.
Oh, you're.
Oh, those your
Scully's document.
Oh, I see.
No, but
There's three,
also
actually.
these for the industry
IT plan?
representative. Do you have an
Did you get those?
IT plan?
Yeah, maybe those two guys in that corner would like it.
I think there's one more out in the hall.
Here's another one. Okay.
And you can have mine.
I can see John's got a blank look on. What are they talking about?
Anybody else? I've got one I can spare.
What do you mean, a plan is interesting? Nah, not around here. It's more interesting if you don't have a plan and then just move out.
Take the next few years to figure it out, right?
Let me.
Oh, there's another one.
Are you gonna make it?
I'm taking I'm scaling back.
Okay, let me make a comment or two that we talked about at the meeting yesterday. First of all, they've done a great job of beginning this process of their IT plan and looking across the department for issues and surveying the department as to where we're at. And what culminated in that is the budget discussion we had and submission before the governor, and said, look, you want $650,000 each year of the biennium for what? Why? You don't have a plan. So this has responded to it. Okay? And so there are pieces of detail that are absent. On the other hand, there are pieces of detail that should be absent, because there isn't a strategic or tactical plan finalized yet for what would take place in the event that the budget requests are here. Okay? So the budget requests appear on page 11 in two separate categories. They are in no way locked in stone of any kind. They're approximations as to what it would look like, what it would cost, and then I go into some other stuff that I'll cover later. There's good reason not to have that because our renewal dates for various software is identified in this plan, and you need to have your whole act together, not just part of it, before you decide exactly what you're going to implement. So you can't do anything if there isn't an appropriation request in to act on it. So what I did is I said, well, let's assume that there's no reason to turn down the $650,000 request. We ought to go forward. And what if you get it? Okay. So then I said in my little IT sheet the following, and I hope that will help you understand, I think, what will have to occur going forward. And you can throw all this stuff out too. That's up to you. After receipt, so this is assuming a $650,000 request for 20 and 21 goes into the legislature. After receipt of legislative authority, and this will all be written down for you, Donna. After receipt of legislative authority to be reported at the May 2019 board meeting, no funds shall be expended from either budget year until a comprehensive project management plan is presented to and approved by the Board of Livestock. It must include, this is where you can get out your eraser, at least the following. A, software function improvements and application by division. B, implementation and training timelines, accountability, and costs, because it's not delineated here, and it shouldn't be yet. C, contract approval, including reoccurring expense timelines for renewal. So whoever the vendor is. Software upgrade process and ownership of those upgrades and the software. Next one is line item project financials, including personnel requirements, travel, etc., for the entire expenditure. I haven't said how much. E, the impact on existing functionality and contracts. What would you keep? What would you lose? What would you get? What would you improve? Because you've already listed the functionality. What's the impact of it if you win, if you get it? The pros and cons for vendor alternatives for required, desired functions. H, final approval and submission through the state procurement process consistent with the above. I, customer stakeholder education. And J, specific hardware requirements and the dollars necessary, if any. That was my delirium when I was doing it. So those were the things that said, go forward, ask for the money. If you get it, then you got it between now and then, you got to have, based upon them, if there's no chance you'll ever get a dime, then you got other fish to fry.
Right.
But if you're going to get it, then peel the onion back, get the functionality issues, make it clear what you're going to get, make it clear, because if you simply approve this, it's $650,000, it's an airball, and some would call it a hairball, right? And it'd be no better than what we did before, which is, we're going to go pay X dollars for this, and then we'll see what we get, kind of thing. We sort of have an inkling what we want. So that's why I went specific. I just think that's prudent in a plan to deal with those things, and you can add or subtract for them, or you guys can add or subtract for them, You can bring it back later and add a subtract form. But from my way of thinking about it, if we have these requirements attached to it, then I'm prepared to support their plan moving forward of putting this in the budget. And that's not that I wouldn't be if you didn't have them, but I could be talked out of my support pretty quickly if we weren't committing ourselves to more detail.
Right.
And I'm not sure my detail's accurate, but that's what I did.
Can I add to that and say I appreciate the May 2019 timeline. I'd say that there's a lot of what you laid out there that maybe not in gory detail, but at least strong narratives will have to be in place by the end of this year.
I agree.
And my reason for that being is that in a legislative fiscal analysis of our department, if we were to have this additional authority placed into our budget over what we've spent in the past, it'll stick out like a sore thumb in the financial analysis. So there is no doubt in subcommittee hearings we will be questioned about it, and so we have to be prepared to answer those questions, or we're pretty much assured that that funding will not be there in May of 2019 for the rest of the year. So.
Mr. Scully, we appreciate your list. I don't think Dan and I have had a little bit of conversation. I won't speak for him, but I think that and more is probably, the procurement process is going to drive a lot of it, but I mean, we definitely have conversations and things to grow here for a plan. So it's a good outline.
So we're glad you got awakened to good.
Well, and I'll say, and I'll give Mr. Scully credit there, and I'm glad because I went home last night scratching my head, wondering that if we did not request any authority or try to request any authority in this budget cycle, that what would we do? We would have a plan, but what would we do? Because there'd be no authority. So I was kind of feeling like last night that, and so and once again, whoever shot off the firearm outside the hotel, I'm glad they did. I hope they didn't hit anybody or anything, but yeah, because last night I was really scratching my head saying, when we first presented it, we talked about chicken and egg, which is, without the authority, it would be great to have a fully contemplated plan. However, you wouldn't have any authority with which to pursue that plan. And so I think this is sort of found a more direct passage through what we were trying to get across. So thank you.
I don't want to unleash Dan to go through the gory detail of what's in this plan, so I would highlight that on page 5 we list the applications. There's 8 of them in there. There's a couple in there that for sure are big risks for us. There's a couple that functionality isn't what we want but are usable. And then when you turn to page 9, you're going to see the 5 areas of concern or need that we are projecting out. And as Mr. Scully pointed out, the last 2 on that list are where we have the budget, where we're projecting out the budget request. So.
And one thing I don't know that we said directly to the Finance Committee yesterday, and we probably should have, and so I'll make sure I say it today, which is the numbers are not exactly swags. What I mean by that is, while we can't get ahead of the procurement process, we have to go through a procurement process and we have to follow whatever results that would yield. We have done some investigation into comparative pricing for what type of functionality we'd like to see for various areas of the department, and those figures are actually in line with what that comparative pricing of products came back. So, because we had to do that to have something to base the numbers on. So it's not like we took a guess and said maybe it's $650. We looked at comparative pricing and said, okay, these types of systems, this is kind of the range they're coming back in.
Board,
yeah. Lila? My comment to Mike was when I was going through this last night after our meeting, I on page 5 where it says the annual IT budget is approximately 30,000 to me, that is a real sort of a misstate. I mean,
It is.
It needs to be either taken out or made to look a little more real, because if you add up just the maintenance ones on the ones we have, it's way more than that, so.
And as I told Ms. Taylor this morning, she should probably run for the legislature again, because that was a big conversation in the last session, was about trying to force executive agencies into centralizing all information technology costs so you could get to the true number. So a lot of agencies, and I don't know if we're bound to do it that way, but a lot of agencies, when they look at that number, they're saying, what's the operational cost of the actual IT department? But you have the expenses, hardware expenses, and those types of things spread out into the functional areas. So it can be misleading, because Fort Supply is paid out of the brand's budget, not the IT budget. But Fort Supply contract is an IT cost, and so you should be centralizing those if you're trying to represent what it really undervalues or undersells what your cost of IT is. If the only thing you consider an IT cost is the budget we give Dan and his 2 guys to do their work, their day-to-day work.
Yeah.
And actually, we didn't even, their salaries aren't even included in that either.
Phase replacement of
Unless you work for
hardware.
free, yeah, which I
Well,
doubt.
yeah.
So-
Don't need a
Next
time.
week.
Yeah, the next
Well, Mr. Chairman, to put something on the table to act on or not, I would move that we include $650,000 in each of year of the biennium of 20 and 21 for request to the Montana legislature based upon and incorporated within if the requirements to meet the items that we went through in the project management of A through J prior to funds, prior to appropriated and authorized funds being expended.
Or an IT plan.
You're right, for the IT plan.
Did
That's
you
the
get any
next.
of that? Right on?
No.
She said, wait a minute.
Little.
Oh, that's little.
But
You want me to try it again?
So what he wants to do is incorporate the 650,000 plus all this.
To each of those conditions.
A to J to conditions
As a part of the approval
as part of the
and commitment.
motion. Pretty good. All right. No seconds. This is gonna die on the floor.
Oh, no, okay.
No, I'll second.
Well, also.
Who seconded?
Well, wait a minute. Somebody pick
Ed
out a
did.
second.
Did you have seconded? Ed did.
Ed, we're gonna let Ed do that.
What's the motion again?
Motion it is to spend
Ask for the money and spend it wisely.
$150 for wintergreen lifesavers to keep our attention and breath control.
That'll work.
Do you want me to, seriously, do you want me to do it again? Because I can do it.
No, I'm with you.
So it's the
Form
motion is to
questions
approve
here.
$650,000
With these tacked
for
on.
each year of the biennium as a request to the Montana legislature, subject to the conditions included in the attached A through J.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
Mr. Chairman? Can I say something before we go on, since we didn't do discussion? That's okay. For those who weren't here yesterday, whether staff or others, could you just explain real fast that we have any number of programs within the department that don't talk to each other, etc., and that you're trying to pull everything together so people understand what the whole process with it, but just real fast.
Yeah, so if you were to turn to page 5, and let's just turn to page 6, actually. Or, I'm sorry, 7. Of those 8, right, we identify live apps and the milk and egg system as internal applications that we've developed here. We've lost the ability to, with turnover in that and in aging technology, the ability to upgrade those. There's a big risk there associated with the longevity or viability of those two. And so we have identified, the needs there for what we're looking for. In the identification of those needs, we also found opportunities for expanding if we were to. There's a product out there, and for procurement purposes, I hesitate to say the product name, but we do say, I will say, like a product, like Safe Inspect, we can see some capabilities in there that transfer over to the lab for interdepartment communications, that transfer over to brands for interdepartment communications, so that we can have a better coordination out of the silos that we currently have in the legacy systems for information sharing and real-time data. Because those, in looking at the product of what's out there possible, we can see that those products are integrated with USA herds in this example, and we can see a lot more opportunities for the department. The VAD system that we currently have in the lab also is an area that, in that second $650,000 of the biennium approval, we're looking at products that do more talking back and forth with milk, egg, lab, animal health. How's that?
Yeah,
no, you nailed it.
And I'll give a practical explanation of, say you have a foreign animal disease outbreak. This just shows how information can flow within the department across our different functionalities. So if you had a disease situation in another state, there were traces to Montana, that information is coming through to the animal health group. The animal health group is then needing to use brands data to then run down those traces and spiderweb them out within the state of Montana. Potentially you're taking samples from those places that are being done at our lab. Our lab is now having to message out that testing data to other states and to USDA that's involved. So that, where you're talking about the weaknesses, is that we're finding there is a lot more crossover points in all of this different data that we're using in dealing with certain situations, where our typical history has been to view everything independently, and this data doesn't need to match with this data. But the way the world works now, and we learned it through the FMD exercise, probably one, as you heard when Emily reported last month, probably the biggest positive for us in Montana was our ability to use our brands information to solve an animal health situation. And so there's a lot more congruency and crossover in that data now than there's ever been. And so that necessitates that need for the systems we have as much as possible to be able to flow and integrate that data. Plus there's other additional projects, which I don't want to steal your thunder because you put one on the table, but there's additional projects that for the department's own need that it's useful to be able to use that data across multiple sectors, whether it's finance, animal health, brands, lab, to be able to get to certain answers we need for our industry. Does that help?
Yep, it just, there were some folks who are here now who weren't here yesterday that weren't part of that discussion.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chairman Board, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Milk control, you gonna do?
He's not here right now.
Where's Chad?
He's on at 3:15.
I haven't seen
I didn't think he was on.
I don't know. I thought we were.
I thought he was.
Chad told me he was coming.
Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't seen him.
One thing, and Dr. Z's not here, but obviously, and for the sake of people who are tuning into the agenda because it's getting close to that time, veterinary diagnostic lab We had a placeholder there on the agenda for laboratory fee update. We've done a very rudimentary market analysis. The Finance Committee looked at that yesterday. That's sort of tied in with the cost analysis as well, which is we'll combine all that up for a more formative pricing discussion. So we won't really be talking about a lab fee update today because we're not really ready to talk about what we're going to do on pricing. We have a couple of the data points we need, but we don't have all the data points we need to fully have that conversation with the board.
Okay.
So that just took 30 minutes off your agenda, and I still don't see Chad.
Well, Brand, you just jump into them.
Well, Sal's there, so you can pull him up.
Let's do that, Ty. I can see you're excited. You like being the head of the department? I'll bet you that's fun.
Busy.
There's coffee in the break room now.
Okay. I didn't know what I was about to go do.
I saw. Just
I need a function.
Is that Brian?
I'm not sure.
I bet it is, yeah. We'll just leave it there.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Ty Thomas, I am the Assistant Administrator, Brands Enforcement Division. And I didn't really type up my notes because I've been really busy running around the countryside. So I'm here to give you a market staffing update for Brands Enforcement Division going into fall run. All of our markets are fully staffed except for 3 currently. And those ones would be Billings, which is down with the end. That one's probably the one that I worried about the most because they are down 2 inspectors right now. Going into fall run with the 2 busiest markets in the state, that's is a concern to me, great concern, honestly. So it's currently open and actively trying to recruit. I have put out ads in the local ag papers to try to recruit some people, and when I get done with it, if Mike wouldn't mind, I'll kind of show you how Leslie and I, before she left, we kind of revamped our application system for it to make it easier, so where anybody willing to apply for one of our jobs can go into any brand office and apply for it rather than going on through this Talio. That way we get it a little bit faster. It's not necessarily as complicated as the way it was before. But we can get into that in a minute. Missoula, they are down a part-time brand inspector. I was actually in Missoula yesterday conducting interviews for that, and I will be making an offer to one of the candidates probably tomorrow, actually. So I'm pretty sure we'll get that one filled here soon. The only other one is we have a short-term worker in Ramsey. We are short. That's currently open. I have been sending Sean Smith, the supervisor over there in Ramsey, applicants. That is something that we do not have to interview for. It's more of a if he finds one that he thinks would work for him, he can just hire it up, right? So Mike, would you mind going to the Department of Livestock webpage for me, please? And I'll show you guys what we came up with. I didn't build it. Let's go to centralized services. Career, yep. And if you scroll down to current career opportunities, you pull it, and you see that livestock inspector billings. That's the new application, and they can print it out and handwrite it, scan it, mail it, or they can. It's a fillable application where they can fill it and then just attach it to an email and email it back. And what it does, it just gives us the basics, what we need: applicant name, email, contact information, where they want to work. Of course, you have to have veterans preference and disability preferences on there. Driver's license, background check, education, and then here's where we kind of simplified it. We used to have 2 alternate questions on the state website. We just kind of combined them and said, we want to know what your cattle experience is. Have you been around them? What areas of work have you done around cattle? We wanted to ask them about their computer experiences, and what I've been finding interviewing around the state lately is that most young people, they look at you like you're an idiot when you ask them that because they grew up with them, right? But it's still, I think, a relevant question to ask. Describing your experience with customers or public, when you're a brand inspector, you have to do that quite frequently. And then the last one is just, why would you be the best candidate for this position? It kind of gives them a way to tout themselves a little bit. So just letting you guys know we tried to simplify it, make it a little easier for recruitment purposes.
The positions are still on the Taleo system, and people can apply through that method if they choose.
Yeah,
there's multiple avenues to apply for these types of positions.
Melina?
Do we ask them if they have any, there's a way you word it, that they're not felons?
That's background check.
That's in the background check. Okay.
Yep. And we asked that on the application up there. They have to, if they check no, that they don't want a background check, then I'm probably not going to even look at it. So
I have a question, Ty. On Ramsey, what's a short, I thought I knew what a short time worker was during the rush, right?
Yeah.
The ball run. So how many hours a week or whatever do they work?
As many as they want. What they are allowed is so many hours per year. So, and I could be wrong when I say this, so I don't know how well I want to get into it, but what Leslie has done is she's taken FTEs that have been appropriated and broken them down to send out to the markets. We used to have, maybe Sheila could answer that question better, actually, since I just seen you.
It's 90 working days.
There you go.
Yeah. So you work 4 hours one day, 10 hours the next day. Each counts as a day toward that 90 maximum in 12 months. And then they have to have a 5-day break in service. So even though we do have folks that have come back to us, they do have a break in service. Before we retire, but it's 90 working days.
Okay, what's the part-time?
Well, part-time is totally different. Part-time is whatever we need them for, whatever we hire them for. If it's part-time, it would be less than 40 hours in a week.
So in other words, if you had a half-time position, they would be a half-time. They'd be a 0.5 FTE in our organizational structure. And there's also differences in the number of hours worked, and Sheila can probably extrapolate on that. Another difference is in benefit structures, right? When people get over the number of hours that qualify them for various benefits versus I don't think the short-term workers are getting benefit. They're not getting health benefits, right?
And they also don't qualify for holiday pay. But you have to work 20 hours a week to be provided the health care benefits in the state share.
Okay. Follow up. When we're advertising for a part-time inspector, we've divided these full-time employees out. What are we advertising for in this person in Missoula? Are we advertising for 20 hours? Are we advertising for 39 hours? I guess I'm just asking because Is this a position we've had before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 20 hours.
20 hours, okay. All right. No, I was just curious because I know there's differences in them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. The other thing I'd like to bring up, and I don't know, it's mainly more of my observation, is I know that Leslie in the past has been asking for office manager / assistant, and just by me coming here the last few weeks, I'm seeing why. she's been asking for it. I kind of wrote some things down. I have been putting on little tasks for them to do, such as getting local inspector numbers, doing public information requests, answering phones, filing. There's a lot of, and then scheduling, keeping track of their schedules and whatnot. And I guess mainly I'm just making a statement here. I can see why she's doing it, or why she's asked for it in the past, and mainly I just want to keep it fresh in your mind, because to me it pulls them from what they're needing to do, and it would be nice to have somebody in there cross-trained that could fill in those gaps when they're gone, schedule-wise. And honestly, I think it would free up a lot of Leslie's time to go out and do her administrative duties out in the field as well. So that's my personal opinion on it, but I thought it would be interesting to bring it up to you guys. What you think about it or not is fine. So that's.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Yeah, I have a question.
Going in for Leslie, by the way.
No problem.
I have a question. When we voted on this last time, you were going to come up with something working, and I don't know if you did that.
Yeah, we were going to bring it back at the first of the year, so that was the next time we were going to talk about that situation that Ty was bringing up. But I appreciate Ty's perspective, being here the last couple of weeks and spending a couple of days in. I mean, from my perspective as a manager, I appreciate it, because it always is good to hear from a different set of eyes what they're seeing. So.
Well, as long as Ty's here, can we ask him something?
No.
I'm going to ask it anyway. Mr. Chairman, do you make it to all the, do you get around to all the auction markets? How often do you try to, I mean, do you make it a point to get to all of them, since you're the guy who's, I don't know how you call it, evaluating them?
Checking up on them.
Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Taylor, yeah, I have been actually recently going around to the auction markets. I would say in the last year, I would like to hit them about twice a year, mainly, but some of them need a little bit more attention than the others, so I guess however it prioritizes itself out, which ones I need to go to. But yes, I've hit all of them as much as I can. I like to keep that communication open. Plus, I guess from experience, when I was in the market, I liked when my boss came down to visit with me. So I guess that's why I
think it's really important. That's good.
So you don't need a second job? You don't want to be this assistant?
I don't need any more jobs right now.
Just thought I'd ask.
Since we have this new online evaluation process, do the various supervisors get out and see the inspectors that are under them as often as they did before? Because that was one of the reasons why they went and saw the various people, because they had to sit down with them and evaluate them. But if the evaluations can be done online,
I guess speaking from my own personal experience with it, yeah, I've seen every one of them that I've so far done.
And I'd point out it's a requirement of our process that you can't complete the online process without both the supervisor and the employee verifying that a meeting took place face-to-face and what date that took. So both ends in the online system have to check yes on that and agree to that. So we, from this level, I can check and make sure, like when I get a report of whose evaluations were complete and who's not, I can see and like, oh, it's not complete, and a lot of times it was because, well, we haven't validated that meeting. So the process won't let you complete the evaluation until the meeting takes place and both parties agree that the meeting took place. So we put that in place to make sure people couldn't just do it online, sight unseen. And I'm sure there's ways people can pull wool over our eyes about that, but, you know, yeah. So to speak.
The price of wool's down, right?
Yeah.
So wool's down, it's cheaper.
Well, we can pull wool over.
Yeah, we pull wool anywhere you want.
Well,
Now
mine, I took all your evaluations and put it into my, you want to do it online, we can do it online, but I just took all your papers and had it put in my personnel file, so.
We didn't get it done on time.
Lila.
I would just like to, since we recognize the marriages, I suppose since Leslie's probably listening,
Yeah.
we should congratulate her on her new little boy.
Yes.
Callaway? You
Yeah.
seen him?
No, I've not seen Bertie.
And that's part of the staffing and scheduling update. So we're expecting Leslie back somewhere around Thanksgiving, and so unless anything comes up different, but that's kind of where we're at now. So as far as her leave process, so that's also a part of the staffing and scheduling. And I guess for right now, me and Ty make one Leslie. That's how it's working.
There you go.
Probably not a very good one.
That's not a very good one. That's right.
Well, anyway, I think we should congratulate
Great,
her.
congratulations.
Thanks, Ty.
Real quick, with Ty here, I just wanted to make sure, I know we talked this morning, we didn't really expect to, but it came up in our legal conversation, and I don't know if you were downstairs listening when we discussed the 36-hour inspection rule, because Rob brought it up in his legal update, because I'd asked him to do that legal review on it. So Ty's here, he's familiar with the situation too, maybe much more familiar with the business end of that in terms of inspections and how that actually works. And I know some of you had some questions this morning and had some questions offline. So if you wanted to take advantage of Ty being here, maybe he could answer some of those questions in more detail than I could. I just wanted, before we left that.
That's a good point.
What flipped the switch?
There you go.
I mean, what's carrying this? What's pushing it?
I'm not.
Well,
You're online.
I know, that's why I'm trying to be very careful. I'm not, don't have it quite pinpointed down yet. I've got an assumption of what's pushing it, but what the individual called me on Monday's concerns was that when he was buying, or his buyers here were buying animals in Montana and they weren't coming up with full loads, that they were not able to complete a full load within that allotted time, and he wanted to make sure that he was following the law. But I also know that they also stockpile them cattle out of Shoto.
That's what I asked, if they're leaving the...
So, tit for tat or whatever, you know, one or another way to think about it is that South Dakota's got a 24-hour inspection rule. And I just got a phone call from Dan down in South Dakota today, and he's going to start sending me reports on when people from Montana or Montana cattle start going across their scale. And recently had one that had an inspection July 9th, and they didn't go across scale till July 19th. So when I get those reports, I will divvy them out to the investigators to do as we see. My feeling is we have a rule on the books. As investigators or inspectors or as a regulatory agency, we have to abide by that rule. We can't tell nobody any different. No matter our personal opinions on it, it's law, it's in rule, we have to abide by that. You know, is there some officer discretion? Mike and I have talked about that as well. Possibly, maybe some exigent circumstances, storms, things of that nature that might hold that up. Talking with some of these individuals who have called in on it, or I've got notification to talk to them on it. I pretty much tell them, if you have an issue with the rule that we have, put it in writing to me, you know, of what the issue would be, and I would move it up the chain. I think that
Perfect.
Because that was sort of our question, whether they were moving them off premise. putting them somewhere and then wanting to go with the same inspection. That's totally different as opposed to being in the yard.
In the meantime, why would you want South Dakota to report that back to you?
He just asked, so.
Wanted to put a pebble in his shoe.
Right.
I'd probably say, you give them the wrong email address.
South Dakota is a mess.
Well, and Brett gave me a look across the table because we were talking about it offline during one of our breaks. An example I used, but I used Idaho because we know some of the states around us require, we don't, but we know some of the states around us require livestock to check in at the weigh stations when they cross the border. Idaho, I've seen it in Utah, some other state, I think Washington State, I've seen it as I've been driving by it always when I see that livestock haulers and so forth on their stuff. And so I'd actually use an example of, where there's always the possibility that another state holds someone up because they look at our regulation and say, oh, you're not in compliance with your regulation, so we're going to make you sit at the scale. So actually, I thought I was just dreaming something up. No. I had no idea.
Well, yeah, that's up for debate. It shouldn't be.
But no, I think so. Ty, so we talked today. I mean, and then talking with Rob. I mean, one of the things I think that's on your plate is to get someone in that situation to provide us a written understanding of what the issue is and what their desired remedy is, so that once it's determined who has the appropriate authority, whether it's the Board of Livestock or another entity, that process can begin. But we need to know sort of what the request is, or what the petition for rulemaking is. I'll use a proper term before we step down that road.
Very good. Anything else for Ty? Thank you.
Thanks, Ty.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
We much appreciate stepping in for Leslie.
Yeah, no
As
problem.
interesting as it must be.
At least you don't get
I
it
just can't
too.
imagine the education you can get.
Been getting educated a lot.
Mr. Lee.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
We had to bring one guy in ahead of you because you weren't around.
You guys got ahead of schedule when you're behind at the start.
Right, don't tell them.
That's okay.
It's not as efficient as the Board of Milk Control.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I guess the report from the Board of Milk Control is that I believe the last time I was in front of you was June 25th. The day before, they had proposed a rule changing the class, proposed a rule to amend the class 2 and 3 price formulas. That was published July 6th. On August 3rd, there was a hearing. There were no comments from that hearing. There were 2 comments received during the comment period. And on August 22nd, the board reviewed those comments, reviewed responses drafted by the Bureau and reviewed by the board chair, as well as written findings and conclusions that were drafted by the Bureau and reviewed by the chair. Following that, they voted unanimously to adopt the proposed amendments as proposed. And the effective date of that was September 19th today. So today we have a new price announcement with those new prices. And what that means, for the class 2 prices for butterfat, compared to what the rules that would have been in place, it increased that by about 6%. It actually decreased the skim milk price by about 1%. For class 3 butterfat prices, it increased it by 21%. And for skim milk, actually decreased that by 1%. And what that really means then to the producers is the Bureau estimates what quota prices will be for the month. And our estimates will be $17.10 per hundredweight, and that's 68 cents or 4% higher than it would have been under the old formulas. So that, I guess, other than that, to report, the board hasn't scheduled this next meeting. It probably will have one in October or November. They're hoping to receive more surveys back from producers regarding the direction they should take with recommendations from the study. That's one of the things that we discussed at that meeting, as well as looking ahead to probably rate setting for assessment rates for next year. The Bureau in July spent some time looking at some of the recommendations from the study dealing with quota and how to handle it differently than is being done now. And so they had two different approaches, and there was some complexity involved with that. And so I wanted to see if we could actually do what they were suggesting, because their examples in the study itself were simplified so that people could understand. And so when we took all the complexity and put it with it, we were able to come up with a way to do that in an efficient manner. So that's good news that at least those recommendations, should the board and the industry have interest in going that direction, it's achievable, or doable. With that, I have nothing else to add.
Board, any other questions? I don't have a
Chairman,
question. I'm
quick
sorry,
question.
Chad. Oh, Sue's
Mr.
got a
Chairman,
question.
so you've sent surveys to all the dairy farmers?
Right, and they've been, when we sent the surveys, we sent a letter with it. We sent a reminder letter in August, and there's another reminder going out today.
So they will prioritize what parts of the recommendations they'd like to work on next?
Right.
Cool. That sounds great.
So.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Good job.
Nice to see you.
So we got a diagnostic lab person here?
No,
We're done.
You done it.
We're done. It'd be done.
Looks like we're comments.
Comments from the public on non-agenda items. Don't see any.
I see a
Comments from
public.
producer organizations.
Well, I don't know, this is the time of the year when we have all our county meetings, so we've been traveling, I got staff all over the state, and I've been traveling to a few, and haven't heard a whole lot, we get our resolutions, haven't heard a whole lot that deal with the Department of Livestock, except for a couple of sour apples, and I'll talk to Mike about that one, but, and the one situation that's come up, and I just heard about this in Fergus County, was, in our statute, we have a thing, if you have a strayed animal and you take it in that's been trespassing on your place, you can charge the person, you have so many hours to notify them. We have an instance where those people are trying to charge $150 a day for the livestock that have been trespassing on it, and there's nothing in the statute that stops that. So it just says reasonable cost, and then you have to pay damages. There's nothing that says you have to pay actual damages, you have to pay damages. So just telling you that's a situation out there in the countryside, and we may be looking at some legislation to try and clarify what those damages can be and how much you can charge for keeping those strayed animals on your property until someone comes and gets them. So.
It sounds like there's some bad neighbors out there.
There is, and there will be more and more of that as we see different people moving in the area. We're going to see more of that. So I think that's something that we'll probably be looking at. So just a little heads up for you. But, haven't heard a whole lot. I think things are going along well. Appreciate the fact we got the guy in Miles City. I also appreciate and thank you for the fact that we're not raising per capita this year. Things aren't great out in cattle country or this year, and we're hoping. I hope Brett's on the mark with it. We're down at the bottom, and I think that's probably true. We're starting to see numbers change a little bit. So, I think it's a time to. When we need to have more money, then we need to have more money. But if we don't have that need, let's not increase that. So I appreciate that. So that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Yeah. Thank you for being here.
One question, Nina.
Well, I don't know, $150 a day, if that's a domestic bison, that might not be a bad price.
No, it's some cattle.
It depends on the
Well,
accommodations.
We have had a Scottish Highlander periodically strayed on our land, and $150 a day for that is not a bad price either. They will kill your horse if you're not real careful.
And I think there's two parts of that statute. One, it says you have to pay any damages that they would do, and the second is you have to pay for keeping that animal. The $150 a day is for keeping the animal. That's not for any damage that they would do on your property.
Expensive fashion.
Can we take?
A guy one time who shot the neighbor's pig and used it for his matrimonial feast. Announced it.
Oh.
All of a sudden, the pig became a very valuable pig. Small claims court.
And certainly I can see if somebody had, if you're getting ready to, harvest some peas or something,
Yeah.
and 200 head of yearlings get in on it, I mean, there's some real damage. But then you can show damage.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not just some amalgamous number that's out there.
You're right about the
ridiculous.
interface with the new people in the areas. Because they don't understand fence out, they don't understand fencing rules, and it's a mess.
Yeah, we recently had a situation in Butte, it's worth mentioning, so these are types of things that happen where someone was leasing ground. The person they were leasing it from sold 7 acres or so adjacent to it, and this is within our urban fire district in Butte. So the person who bought the 7 acres decided they would go take all the fence off their 7 acres. Well, that left nothing between the cows that were on the leased ground and a subdivision. And so it was within a fire district and not part of town of Butte, but an incorporated area that acts like a herd district at the county level. And so, I got some hot calls on that, but, I put it in the pocket of, the urban ranch interface that we talk about, the urban wildland interface. There's an urban ranch interface, and we're probably going to see more of those types of issues.
Mm-hmm. Also, Scully, will you keep him informed on the industry people for the lab meeting?
He was one of them. The Farm Bureau was one that I mentioned, right? The Farm Bureau stock growers and state veterinarians specifically. In addition to
We need to do that, but your convention is when?
November 7th through the 10th.
Yeah, so we need to get on with that.
But I think my timeline is
before that.
Okay. Yeah, my intent is to send a request out to that group for dates, looking at sometime in mid-October, or earlier, but mid-October at the latest.
Talk about financials, House Bill 3, and the building results.
Yep.
Send you a picture of what's in the building, et cetera. Appreciate
And
it.
a copy you can read.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Spare time.
Yeah.
It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
Sorry I was late.
That's all right. You're here.
All right, let's set a date for the next board meeting.
I will share with the board that I have intent, or have made plans and purchases to be in North Carolina at the end of October, and by then there'll probably still be plenty of work and cleanup for me to help with, based on events of last week, and so that is October 24th through October 30th for my calendar.
It's still there then.
It's still there.
How about the
There's
18th or
stuff needs
19th?
picked up, but it's still there.
It's still there.
How about the 18th or 19th?
Of what?
October.
The
Good for me.
18th is a Sunday.
It is?
No.
I'm
Thursday.
going to make a
October.
request by the board. Brett
23rd?
DeBrucker is going to pick the date.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, there's pressure.
We can meet in November. I don't know if there's a pressing need to meet in October.
I don't know why you'd start now, John.
Well, you got to start sometime. We'll see you, John.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
And I will say, I think it's either the 18th or 19th. I've blocked both days, but I have committed to appear before the Montana Beekeepers Association annual meeting on one of those 2 days. They told me to hold it, so I don't know which day they're going to require my presence quite yet.
Beekeepers.
First couple
day
days
you're
in
not here.
Helena, down the street.
Oh, well,
It'll be
You can
just
always
down the
leave.
street, yeah.
you won't be there all day, will you?
I hope.
How are you?
What's
Where are you?
18th or 19th?
What's your
The
date?
18th would be better than the 19th, I think.
Okay.
Would the next week be better?
John,
That's
he's
when
gone.
He's going to be gone.
Nice, it was the 24th, I thought you
Yeah, I
said.
can be here the beginning of the week.
Beginning
Oh,
of the week.
third? That's fine. I can do it Monday or Tuesday.
Whatever.
Those,
Just do it the 18th.
18th? I've got a wedding sometime, I don't know.
Nobody gets married on a Thursday.
Thought you were already married.
Yeah.
Okay, tentatively, it's right now the 18th of October, is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
think that works.
very good. Anything else, board? Anything for the good of the board, good of the department? Anybody has any comments?
Time for
What?
when do they want to?
Anybody see
Oh,
something
sorry.
they didn't like today?
18th.
Donna,
of
thanks again for
October.
all those special treats.
Yes,
Yeah,
Donna,
right.
thank you very much.
Holy smokes.
Delicious.
And next meeting is lamb. The lamb is in the freezer.
Compliments of you.
Well, I saw lamb and Budweiser delivered yesterday, so I assume that.
God, I was gonna say, I got the
She didn't deliver
Budweiser.
the Budweiser for the next board meeting. If so, we would see it.
I was gonna ask you if you drink the King of
Meeting
Beer.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask for the beer and I didn't drink it, but I'm taking it home.
Ed, did you get your ride?
Shut that off. Ron's getting it shut off here.